Cha zok mấy thầy tu na tan chuan program kal to chuan mo
Linh Kim Toyan.
Kim Lâu. Cần là Kim Lâu.
Kiếm lầu theo.
Cái trên không để tích mong.
Kan la kim lo sa ba se za thum le som kwa zali kan kai chep to e
YouTube lam kan soi tur miss YouTube an live streaming tur kha
soi to e o
okay
ma po hian en live mek to em le live te hi to screen a han ya
Giờ on thôi itu kan lang.
moya eklo program change po kha soi le la
yeah
I change kha
randu thar kanom zela ei akan program mai claiming kan thak dang lam de wangai do na naktu ka kan session pakat tur kha voina kan so na ngai chan chu kan resource person hi naktu ka hian emergency meeting an nei put mai do na chu milo son ma sak thiang em ati wangin voin lama i session pali ang kan ni do ni chu session pali kan ni anga pali na a i Professor Ted Mosley khatiro Professor Ted Mosley kha voina session number 4 a punaron pangdon ani chu
kan chief guest po aron log in to sir Dr. Lazir Boy changte sir ilo
Sir, this one, where did you get it?
video on me lo
Morning.
good morning kan hi chep to pujail sahi
lo lut to em ku jem sa hi ani kha
participant list hi atam de la ka han check down din
Cái lối lút tới.
sir po om to le kan director te po kan aron lut to kan kan keynote speaker tour kan inspa president hi aron joint lai don adi pozin kara i program dar so ma han nei wangin
Mr. Kha phiệt thêm.
ko hi achiang em ko hi chiang them
Cái phiệt tiếng.
chiang em
okay
Chiang em. Okay.
tikhan moya kan chief guest le kan director te pon to itwang te hi aron join to em kan join to chang kan
Kalozoin to
madam alle madam po alle professor Zokai Tuangi inspa kan national general secretary run online to tran he yang amoy ani chontero
just pen se ka khong lo in new tila kan don
On YouTube.
No.
Microphone off.
I think here is the best more
Hey, meeting at Zoom.
Người ta chia rồi tụi quá phiệt thì lâu đấy.
Har sát na kan nei kha chang khong in I chat a khan ron ziak zok ta ula ron sei lo khan kan nom nga tang.
right. My name is Dr. Sizo Thanmoya, and I am the co-convener of this program. And I will also be hosting this program. First of all, to start the program, we will have welcome address by Professor Rimpari Ralde, who is the convener of INSPA Mizoram.
okay thank you Dr. Moya. Am I audible?
Yes, Miss, you're audible.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Lazir Moya Tsangte, Secretary, School Education, Government of Mizoram, and Director of School Education, Government of Mizoram, Mr. James Larinsana, the President of Indian School Psychology Association, Dr. Panch Ramalingam, and General Secretary of Indian School Psychology Association, Professor Zokai Tloangi, distinguished resource persons, ladies and gentlemen. As convener of this workshop, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all here today and to thank you for taking the time out from your busy lives to make the effort to attend this workshop on issues in school psychology for secondary school teachers in Mizoram. We are honored with the presence of Dr. Lazir Moy Tsangte, Secretary of School Education, on this occasion as chief guest. We welcome you, sir. Your presence signifies your keen interest in the advancement of education for the benefit of the teachers as well as the students. The Director of School Education, the backbone for this workshop, is also with us today. Mr. James Larinsana is a visionary. He has great insight into the importance of education and is willing to go great lengths in order to promote positive teaching learning environment in Mizoram, with special reference to the promotion of school psychology in Mizoram. We welcome you, sir, and we thank you for your constant support. It is a privilege to have two distinguished personalities, the dynamic leaders of Indian School Psychology Association, the President, Dr. Panch Ramalingam, and the General Secretary, Professor Zokai Tloangi, who have graced this opening session. We thank you for your guidance and your assistance in all of our activities. I also take this occasion to extend a warm welcome and express my sincere thanks to our distinguished resource persons. All of them have been actively involved with INSPA activities, and they are here for all of us, even though they are very, very busy with their respective responsibilities at their workplaces. We truly appreciate your dedication. I also welcome all the teachers from different parts of Mizoram who have joined us for this workshop, and also the INSPA members who are attending this workshop. We thank you for your active participation and making INSPA activities a success. The Indian School Psychology Association was started in 2009, and it has strived to develop and promote school psychology, human values-based education and training in order to meet the needs of the society in India. And the Indian School Psychology Association, Mizoram, also have recognized the importance of school psychology and its related issues for the promotion of academic resources for school children, for the development of skills for learning and mental health and well-being in all school children. So we had conducted 3 workshops successfully last year in collaboration with the School Education Department. This tells you why we are so happy to co-organize this very workshop again with the School Education Department, Government of Mizoram. The purpose of this workshop is to impart necessary skills and knowledge about the importance of issues in school psychology, and also to share the good practices that can be used by teachers, and more importantly, to identify the needs of students in many aspects of development. We are all aware that teachers are very important, and you can make a positive and lasting impression in the lives of your students. You are a vital part of the effort to unlock each child's potential for success. So we feel that there is an urgent need not only to impart and to promote knowledge of school psychology, but also to train and to educate, and also to encourage the teachers who play a very crucial role in the lives of their students. So I would like to encourage all the participants of this workshop to see this workshop as a learning opportunity as well as an avenue to broaden your outlook and perspective on the importance of school psychology. I hope you emerge as advocates for children and that you may provide compassion and guidance to ensure that your students' emotional issues are addressed appropriately. I urge you to engage in the discussions with sincerity and enthusiasm and to have a good time while doing so. With this note, again, a very warm welcome to all of you, and I hope that the workshop will be fruitful and your 2 days here with us will be productive and also enjoyable. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Professor Rinpari, thank you so much for that very warm welcome. Now we will invite Mr. James Laksana, who is the Director of School Education by Government of Mizoram, to give a special address.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Lalzirmoy Changte, IAS, Secretary School Education, Government of Mizoram, Dr. Pan Ramalingam, the President of INSPA, and also the President, Asia Pacific Psychology Association, Malaysia, Professor Zopai Tuangi, General Secretary, INSPA, all officials of the INSPA Mizoram, and dear participants of this online international workshop. It is an honor and a great pleasure to give the special address on this occasion. The collaboration between the School Education Department, Mizoram, and the Indian School Psychology Association, INSPA, started a year ago during the first COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns. We had managed to conduct 3 important online workshops during last year for elementary teachers, for secondary teachers, and the higher secondary lecturers of Mizoram. Over more than 1,000 teachers have been given fantastic training on mental health and well-being, all with the able guidance of INSPA and the active participations of everyone involved. Due to these activities, in fact, School Education Government of Mizoram had the privilege to be awarded the INSPA Educational Excellence Award last year. This is due to the remarkable services to the field of school psychology rendered by the school department. So it had been a very great achievement. We had trained a lot of teachers last year, which have enabled us to address many of the situations and COVID situations prevalent in Mizoram. I feel honored that we can continue this collaboration even this year, in spite of all the hardships we face from COVID-19 pandemic. I urge all the teachers, all the headmasters to kindly pay attention to obtain the best of instructions from the experts from all over the world. This online international workshop will be on the issues in school psychology for secondary school teachers in Mizoram. We know we have many responsibilities. All the students within under our charges are upon us. I would like to stress sincerely that due to COVID-19 pandemic, many of our students are facing great crises in their life. Some may be in deep depression. Some may be affected by anxiety. At such times as this, we are responsible to give the best to our students to help them out. I am very sure this online workshop, international workshop, will address many important issues on school psychology pertaining to our level of students. I hope everyone will take maximum use of these lectures within these 2 days. Tuna hianin kan mo purna asang de maya abik takin na hianin kan zetir tute headmasters te mo pur tutam tak workshop pa ronten zo te na hianin kan mo purna san je hi toy te in sei du'a kan zir lai te ring ro har sat na tam tak lau thon na de na om mek te tan mal som na kan ti thei na ani donin ria chu wangin he online workshop international level le hala hianin ni hi chung chok ani a kan thei top kan chua ngai ni kan mo phurna kan hian chua thei turin kan zir lai ta ta na mal som na ni thei turin tiam na nei zok ten min zil tir hi thei top chain ngai poi mo ila chu chu karon soi poi mo dar ani a kan van nei le mai kan secretary kula zil mo e changte ai sian min tui pui nga le me ma atir tangin covid pandemic no ya po har sat na em om lovin ti hian pur takin vo in min khan pu mi thaya chu chu lo ka tia tin inspa mizoram big takin roi tu te an fakom ka tia kan program te an ni min beng war zela an kai hrui roya ti hian workshop tak tak kan lo nei to ni tun tum workshop po hi a that ngei kan ringa kan be sei na po asang ve a chuta chuan ke ni workshop a participate tu attend tu azir lai ate hi ri ru in hong takin workshop thei to pa that pa midang ta na chho tang kai thei na tura chan na theu tur hian ka nge chewa nak tu maya a closing hi om le dona chu mi ma chu hei vo in le nak tu kan hun nei te takin thei top chu a mang turin kan som du choni. I wish that this workshop will be very successful as previous workshops. I urge all the participants to take their best, to give their best for the success of this workshop. I am very proud of all the teachers and the headmasters in Mizoram, and I thank our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Lazir Moy Changte, and all the officials of INSPA for making this workshop possible. Kang taka karon sa thei sila du sak na sang dan ren he workshop kin taka thatta ka bang turin ka ta soi chu kan ti to pange kalome.
Thank you, Mr. James Darinchana, for those inspiring words. Now I will call upon our chief guest, Dr. Lalzir Moy Changte, who is the Secretary of School Education, Government of Mizoram, to give an address.
Thank you, esteemed co-host Umoya, and all other hosts and conveners of this international workshop. I feel privileged and I am very glad for giving me this opportunity, which I never dreamed. In fact, not to be a mere guest, but to be the chief guest in a workshop like this is so prestigious for me, and I gladly accept when I was given the invitation, even though I may not be of great help to this workshop. I support it. I wish it should be very successful and it should be beneficial for the secondary teachers across the length and breadth of Mizoram. Greetings to all the esteemed professors, esteemed teachers, esteemed president of the INSPA, our respected professors like Professor Zo Kaituangi, and all those I cannot give names due to time constraint. I wish you a very good morning and a very good day ahead of today. This online workshop that is international level on issues in school psychology for secondary school teachers in Mizoram is a good and timely initiative in our present context. We know psychology itself is a very interesting subject as an academic subject also. Very interesting. And I took deep interest in it while I was in college. As it deals with the mental aspects of every human being, which is very important in the daily conduct of one's activities in the life cycle. The workshop gains special significance in a time like this when pandemic is looming large and when life is not as usual. Am I visible or am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're visible.
Yes, sir, visible.
Okay. I have said that a workshop like this is very, very relevant in a time like this, especially when pandemic is looming large and when life is not as usual, and when our adolescents, our school children are the worst to suffer. This is a golden chance to show our knowledge and utilize our knowledge in psychology in dealing with those who have problems and who have questions. For this, the international workshop as we are having right now is quite relevant and very useful. As we see, adolescent stage is full of life crises or life questions as their physical and mental growth and changes take place during this time, during this period or during this stage, I should say. As such, dealing the secondary school students from the perspective of psychology is an useful way of looking after them, a professional way of looking after them, and a clinical way of looking after them, and giving them the right counseling and the right guidance in a time like this is what we, the students of psychology or the teachers of psychology or the teachers of a humanity subject should do and should render our service as such. I am involved in the Bharat Scouts NGO, the largest NGO in the world, so to say, that is Scouts and Guides movement. And the Bharat Scouts and Guides have a large campaign, so to say, a very ambitious campaign across India called Free Being Me. This is very, very important and relevant in the case of our school students. Free being me. I am free as I am created. I am free as I am. That is the message. I am content with how God created me or as I am. But contrary to this, many adolescents, many children have questions about themselves, about their bodily developments, about their appearance, about their height or about their bodily development or about their every aspect of bodily appearance. This is very common in Mizoram also. Many adolescents have questions about themselves. Many adolescents are not content with how they are. Many children are not satisfied with what they are. And many children very much distracted with thoughts compared with their friends, their peer groups, and their schoolmates also. This is a very serious problem among the children, especially the girl children, because they are very much concerned with their appearance or their beauty or something like that. And this is the right field where students or a professor or a teacher of psychology should jump in and try to help his life questions or her life questions. The life crisis is very, very serious in this stage. So here comes the need for timely intervention for the psychologists to do away with the problems clinically or educationally, or how to say, as far as possible, it is here we should apply the knowledge of psychology we have learned or we have taught in the schools or colleges. We have educational psychology, we have applied psychology, we have industrial psychology, we have military psychology, we have every kind of psychology, which is always appropriate in every field of life. And in the case of secondary school students, here what we have to apply is educational psychology, largely, I should say. Maybe we will have to apply also the clinical psychology or the applied psychology also. You are the best to know what to apply or what not to apply, or what is appropriate or what is not, what is less appropriate. I would appeal to all secondary school students or school teachers to give a chance to psychology to deal with their children, their problematic children, psychology. I wish that we make psychology more and more popular in our educational field and in other walks of life. As we are going through pandemic and as we always enter lockdown, many people are restless and many people are quite not knowing what to do, what to think, what not to think, and what not to do. And they have questions and they have problems in their thinking. This is where the relevance of psychology comes. And this is where the teachers, the students, the professors, the professionals of psychology are going to play a big role, a big part, and help the society out from their problems. In a state like this, in a state like Mizoram, or in a state like every other state elsewhere, many crimes take place every day. I always think about the psychological aspect of those criminals. I always think why they did such crime. What would be their psychological constructions, or what would be their psychological mindsets, or what would be their psychological behavior. Every question or every issue has answer from different perspectives, and I always look at the crimes and the criminals from the perspective of psychology. And I should not go astray from my topic, that is the International Workshop on Issues in School Psychology for Secondary School Teachers in Mizoram. Here, the secondary school students, as I have said, are the real victims of abnormal life, abnormal situations, and abnormal context. And they are the ones who need your help, who need your guidance, who need your wise counseling. I hope this workshop will give a clear direction as to how the secondary teachers are to give guidance and counseling to secondary school students in all aspects of their life, be it in their studies, be it in their life elsewhere, be it in their physical and bodily developments, physical changes, or be it in their mental changes. Therefore, I wish the online workshop a grand success and to bear good results. Since the Ministry of Education is going to start another meeting very soon, I will not spend much time, although I would like to spend whole day with you and listen to what the presenters or the resource persons make their presentations, from which I would learn, from which I would love to learn again and again. But due to time constraints and other engagements, like a meeting which is to start soon by the Ministry of Education, I may not be able to be with you for a long time. And I wish online a grand success and to be beneficial for the secondary school teachers and ultimately for the students for whom they are working very hard. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Lazimoya Changte. I think it is clear that we have a department secretary who is very interested in education as well as the well-being of students in Mizoram. Thank you, sir, so much for those kind words. Now I will invite the organizing secretary, Dr. Grace Khongai, to give a program presentation.
Okay, thank you, Moya. I will be screen sharing to make my presentation. Yes. So as we all know, this is the online international workshop on issues in school psychology for secondary school teachers in Mizoram. This online workshop has been organized by the Indian School Psychology Association, Mizoram, in collaboration with Directorate of School Education, Government of Mizoram, India. And the duration of this workshop is 20th and 21st July 2021. And all the technical support, like the WebEx and all other technical details, have been taken care of by the MIS cell of Directorate of School Education. And our patrons are Dr. Lalzirmo Yatsangte, IAS, Secretary School Education, Government of Mizoram, and Dr. Panch Ramalingam, the President of Indian School Psychology Association, as well as Asia Pacific Psychology Association, Malaysia, and he's also the Associate Professor at UGC Human Resources Development Center, Pondicherry University, Puducherry. Our co-patrons are Mr. James Delrin Thana, MCS, Director, School Education, Government of Mizoram, and Professor Zokai Tuangi, who is the General Secretary of INSPA and Professor and Head Department of Clinical Psychology at Mizoram University, Tanshil, Mizoram. Our convener is Professor Rinpari Ralte. She's the state convener of INSPA Mizoram. She's also the professor and head of the Department of Psychology at Patsunga University College, Aizawl, Mizoram. And the organizing secretary is Dr. Grace Del Kongai, assistant professor, Department of Psychology at St. Xavier's College, Lengpui, Mizoram. Our co-conveners are Dr. Julia Del Remoiralte, Associate Professor, Department of Psychology, Government, Shangbana College, Aizawl, and Dr. Sizo Tanmoya, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology, Mizoram University, Tanshil, Aizawl. Our organizing member, Mr. Lalming Moya Ralte, Lecturer at Government Republic Higher Secondary School, Aizawl, Mizoram. And we are having the program inaugural session right now. And our host is Dr. Sizo Tanmoya, who's also our co-convener. We had already listened to the welcome address from Professor Rinpari Ralte, the convener of INSPA Mizoram, and program presentation. I'm giving it right now. We had also listened to the special address and special address from chief guest as well, Bu James Elrin Thana and Dr. Lalzir Moya Changte. And we will be hearing a keynote and presidential address from Dr. Panch Ramalingam, the president of INSPA, and we will be hearing a vote of thanks from Mr. Lalming Moya Ralte, who is also the organizing member. And we will be having lunch break from 11 to 11:30. Then we will begin with the technical session, which will start at 11:30 till 12:30 p.m. Our topic will be school psychology, prospects and competencies. Our speaker will be Dr. Panch Ramalingam, Pondicherry University. This program will be facilitated by Dr. Zo Tanzami and the rapporteur will be Timothy Rai. Technical session 2 will begin at 12:45. So there's going to be 15 minutes break in between. Or it may depend upon the interactive session that we have. It will begin at 12:45 till 1:45 p.m. The topic will be role of teachers in personality development of students. Speaker will be Dr. Parvati Verma, Assumption University, Bangkok. Our facilitator will be Dr. Julia Remoiralte. Rapporteur will be Rebecca Vanelruati. Technical session 3 will begin at 2 p.m. till 3 p.m. The topic will be understanding adolescence and adolescence related issues. Speaker will be Associate Professor Dr. Balan Radhakrishnan from University Malaysia Sabah, Malaysia. This program will be facilitated by Dr. Silal Fakzwali and the rapporteur will be Julie Vanel Tai. And we have added one more technical session today for the convenience of the speaker. So we're going to have 4 technical sessions today. The last session will begin at 3:15 till 4:15 p.m. The topic will be basic counseling skills for school counseling. Speaker will be Professor S. Tenmozi from Madras University. Our facilitator will be Dr. Saisam Pui Sailo and rapporteur will be Zoming Moi. That is all the technical session for today. And for tomorrow, that is day 2, 21st July 2021, The technical session will begin at 11:15 a.m. till 12:15 p.m. So this is no longer technical session 2. This will be our technical session 1. The topic will be practices to improve critical and creative thinking of students. Our speaker will be Professor C. Lalfamki Mavarte from Mizoram University. This program will be facilitated by Lalming Moya Ralte. Rapporteur will be Lalming Sangi. Please note that this particular session is going to be conducted in Mizo. So, but the presentation, the slides, the PowerPoint presentation will be written in English. So for those who have difficulty understanding Mizo, please know that you will not be left behind. You'll be able to read the presentation. So we hope that there will be no problem. And we will have a lunch break from 12:15 to 1 p.m. And the last technical session will begin at 1 till 2 p.m. The topic will be emotional intelligence for effective dealing with students. Speaker will be Professor Kamal Uddin from University of Dhaka. The facilitator will be Dr. Laremruati Patswao. Rapporteur will be Ebenezer Lal Dosaka. And this is going to be our valedictory session, which will be hosted by Dr. Julia Moiralte, the co-convener. Will begin at 2:10. And we will first hear a welcome address from Professor Zokai Tuangi, INSPA General Secretary. This will be followed by participants' feedback from any two participants. And workshop report will be given by the organizing secretary, which will be followed by the presidential address from Dr. Panch Ramalingam. A special address will be given by Professor Kamal Uddin, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. And a concluding address will be given by Mr. James Elring Thana, MCS, Director, School Education. And the valedictory session will end with a vote of thanks from Professor Rinpare Ralte, convener in SPA, Mizoram. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grace Akongai, for a very brief and complete presentation of the program that we will be having. As we saw, we had to make some last-minute changes to our program, so we apologize for those changes because we had already sent all the brochures out. So we really do apologize for that. Now I will call upon Dr. Panch Ramalingam, the president of Indian School Psychology Association, to give a keynote and presidential address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mave. This is a great pleasure in joining online with the teachers of Mizoram State. I first would like to record our sincere gratitude to the Secretary of School Education for taking initiative to organize this event with the registration of more than 1,000 teachers in the Mizoram State. He has already highlighted the importance of the mental health and how the teachers can impart education to the children of the school system. In that same spirit, I would like to record our sincere thanks to the Director of School Education, who is always traveling with us to train the teachers intent to impart quality education to the children of Mizoram State. To initiate this venture, our colleagues in Mizoram, especially Professor Rinbari Ralte and Professor Jokatlangi and others, ventured in such a way to properly organize and conduct the event very effectively. Most of you remember that last year we have mentioned that very soon we are going to give a book on school psychology in Mizo language. That is, we are able to complete the task. Very soon, the teachers of school education will receive a copy of the book where you can find all details related to the school psychology in your own language. This will be a torchbearer for all school teachers. They can easily understand what are all the needs to be done for making the child with the potentials. What are the skills they have to acquire and how the teachers can follow the ethics. All inner details are available in that particular book. That book is translated by Professor Rinbari Ralte and helped by our Professor Pekatulangi. In the same way, we are going to provide the training material for the school teachers in the local language, so that they can understand very well. In turn, they will apply to the children without any hesitation. That is our idea behind it. Taking Mizoram as a model, now we are bringing out the book in all our national languages. Now at the first phase, we are able to successfully complete 16 languages. And the second phase, we are planning to have Bodo, Sindhi, Sanskrit, Konkani. These are all the languages coming in the second phase. That means this concept of school psychology and the competencies for the teachers will be given in the form of local languages, so that the teachers can easily read and apply. That is our ultimate aim. Needless to say, this Mizoram chapter of INSPA is very active always. In that spirit, today they are organizing this webinar with a large number of teachers. I know some teachers may find difficulty in understanding the English. Definitely, our resource persons will help the teachers to provide all necessary input in local language. The idea is they have to understand well and practice properly to empower the children in the Mizoram state. Very soon, these textbooks will be available at your hands. You can definitely enjoy in reading the text. As far as this program is concerned, what are all the issues a teacher can face and the administration to view it, in turn, parents, how they may feel. These are all the important area. Our resource persons will highlight the issues, especially COVID-19 pandemic created a new norms to teach the children at home. Now, 150 million children at home. Now, this is a very big challenge, not only for the teachers, but also administrators and the policymakers. That's why INSPA has formulated the guidelines on how to teach the children at home, taking care of the psychological aspects. The components are ready. Our INSPA members are fully equipped. They are periodically getting the training on how they can make use of game-based therapy for the children at home. Likewise, what are all the basic counseling skills a teacher can possess and in turn make use for the children at home. In the same way, this year we conducted classes on school psychology competencies. What are all the competencies they have to acquire and how they can practice it in the school system? These are all some of the important aspects one should know properly and exercise wherever they may require. In such a way, Professor N.K. Saxena is giving the parenting skills, and Professor Nikat Basu from Central University of Kashmir is going to give the life skills education, and Professor Lalita Subramaniam from USA providing the input for the learning disabilities. These are all some of the upcoming events for the teachers to know the in and out of this school psychology issues intend to help the children in the school system. Being this program is organized by the colleagues in Mizoram. This is a very effective program. Definitely the teachers, those who are attending, will realize that how they are able to equip by attending this program online. This is on par with the physical program. The modules have been fine-tuned and making use of it on online activities. With this brief note, I congratulate all the organizers for their active role in conducting this event very successfully. And immediately after the inaugural session is over, I will spell out what are all the competencies are important and how we teachers are facing the issues of concern that we will get to know during the technical session. With this, I am thanking one and all present over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Panch Ramalingam. To the participants, I'd like to mention that there is a live streaming done on YouTube, and we have posted the link in the WhatsApp group. So if you're having problems connecting through WebEx, we can attend the session through YouTube as well. The link has been posted in the WhatsApp group. We can go to the groups and see and connect to the YouTube link. Now I will call on Mr. Moyaraz, the organizing member, to give a vote of thanks.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I, Lalming Moiralte, as the organizing member of this international event, would like to firstly thank our respected chief guest, Dr. Lalzirmoy Tsangte, IAS, Secretary, School Education, Government of Mizoram, and Patron in SPA, Indian School Psychology Association, Mizoram, Dr. Pans Ramalingam, Patron and President, Indian School Psychology Association and Asia Pacific School Psychology Association. Mr. James Insana, MCS, Co-Patron in SPA and Director of School Education, Government of Mizoram. Professor Zoukai Tluangi, Co-Patron and General Secretary in SPA, Professor and Head, Mizoram University. Dr. Rin Pariralte, Professor, Department of Psychology, Pachunga University College, and State Convener in SPA. Dr. Grace Lalkhongayi, Organizing Secretary and Assistant Professor, St. Xavier College. Dr. Juliet Lal Remoiralte, Co-Convener and Associate Professor, Rambana College. Dr. Sizo Tanmoya, Co-Convener and Assistant Professor, Mizoram University. All rapporteurs and facilitators and all the enthusiastic participants of secondary school teachers in Mizoram, I would like to acknowledge and thanks to our esteemed resource persons, our international speakers who present today have made our workshop an international event. A very warm welcomes and special thanks to Dr. Ramalingam, Puducherry University, Professor Kamal Uddin, University of Dhaka, Professor S. Thenmozi, Madras University, Professor C. Lalfam Kimavarte, Mizoram University, Associate Professor Dr. Balan Radhakrishnan, University of Malaysia, Dr. Parvati Verma, Assumption University, Bangkok. I am indeed privileged and honored to propose a vote of thanks on this auspicious online workshop of international program. I am convinced that we are all indeed very fortunate to have witnessed and successfully participated in 2 days online international workshop on issue in school psychology for secondary school teachers in Mizoram, India. I truly appreciate the hard work rendered by the organizing committee in SPA and Directorate of School Education, our Secretary Dr. Lalzirmoy Changte, IAS, and our Director Mr. James Sorinchana, MCS, for extending their willingness to collaborate with INSPA and the technical staff of school education for their kind support in making this program a resounding success. We have already organized such online workshop for 3 times last year. This is the 4th time in collaboration with the Department of School Education, Government of Mizoram. I would like to add that being a teacher, one has to be accessible to all those who need you. On behalf of the organizing committee in SPA, Mizoram, I would like to thank all the valuable participants, teachers of secondary schools from 11 districts, Mizoram, for your kind, good cooperations and present. Without you, this program will not reach the height of its success. Let's all do remember this. Students of today are the future of tomorrow. Once again, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your participating. Thank you for your moral support. May God bless all your endeavors. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lalmoya Ralte. With that, we come to the close of our inaugural session. Now we will have a lunch break of 30 minutes, and we will start the first technical session at 11:30. And we hope to see all of you back here for the first session. Thank you, everyone.
Let me just make a quick announcement. Please don't leave the group, okay? Or if you're worried about your mobile data, then you can join from the same link. Okay. Lunch break kan kalkhan kan internet connection a chat thau chuan group hi leave lo wila achan chu lu le kha boy thak theya ani lo pon kan chua kan ni pon a link ngai ve ka khan imron lu le me don ya o ashan pa link dang kha indi la ngai lo ti kha kan han pawng ni se
alut về thì chứ chỉ cần ông có là mà sao mà thu lệ sao hậu kha highlight dùng dùng thêm lệ break cara
Naktu ka kan closing function a khan kan organizing secretary khan aron recap la fit don thawa khan khachu atlang pui khachu aron soile tura an ngai don ya
lo mà mẹ ô
so kan sei tong khan YouTube lama khan en thei boka webex lama har sana kan ne ni chuan YouTube lama po khan en thei thawani achak zok zok ka kha achan chu hemi workshop chunga kan zir tur zong zong a hi poimo kan ti wang khan achak na tur zok ang kha lo pan mai la kan department la pong te pon rem cha na khamilo siam saka alowam tak zet ani ti kha kan sei ve le du ni
mi school ni lo long tlai mi high school la thok khai she ve lo
มีเป็นราคา
technical session 1 kan tran 11:30 ma de ule ken lu le donia ta thing tu a cha thing puin du emo in vazimar du emo ya toilet vocal du tan pon hun kha om
mi tu na kan ngai thla zo che kha feedback kha pek ngai tu ro kha tlai a khan
tlaya kan pe ango kha chu last session voina technical session pali kan ne don ta ka wangin technical session 4 zo a kan feedback chu link chu kan on da don nia chon youtube atanga lo en te khan khonga in kan lo shevek thawanga youtube atanga lo en te khan kan group omna admin tu te po kha menon pm mai ta ula link ka heta webex sa kan post dona youtube atanga ron ten kan om chuan menon pm mai ta ula group admin te kha chuan feedback for a link ka chu kan lo in private in kalon pe mai zel don nia
tuna inauguration session tuna mi khatu ni lo kha khatu kan tran na hun ser anga nyang chu kan sha thiam dan the chu chan kan hun ser ani
technical session 1 2 3 4 te kha kan feedback pek na turani
so na kalau sot felok không ai in chat box lam hang ka drop thawa drop pe chu in spam member kha in requirement o mem te lai te kha không ai in
member ni tu chan registration kha ti ve nga ya tu ni ju zeti tu te ta na kan buat sai ni wangin voina runa ten zong zong te chu member kan ni chong lova mai ro chu ashan pa in spam member ni tan chuan organizing committee te kha tu po khamin contact ta ula chuan member registration a shan pa ya ti thei ve ka ni
chu enge a fi lam pang te in clarify sak them le không ai đâu du ang don tai la
a fi kha kan ron post le don ya detail hi group a khan ti ro han soi mai thei lo group a han kan post don nia shedu dang te po kan um karinga group lama khan membership chungcha khan cha kan post don nia
alle member ni khanin enge
inauguration function
ka kan dong te don country
feedback ngai lo mi
kan program ti sang sang kan nei hi lo kan details kan dong mek don ta voina kan mizoram kan nei rongot pon lo state dang sang sanga inspire te program an nei te po kha detail kan dong no ta kha nga te po khan wa ten thevek don ta ni chuan kan inspire program bi ka hi member ni lo tan chuan membership fee pe ka ngai attendance fee pe ngai thila ma se member kan ni chuan inspire program shim shima hi chu a free in kan ten thevek
ani dat chi kalom nia milo clarify sak don nia member ni da nang chi kha khong in
ale kan post ne group a kha ka chu
ale
kan session te hi nia kan expert te kan lo dilanga rem chang an ti an phal chuan an presentation te hi kan lo dilanga chuan group lama te por post an lo ngai to don nia amaro chu an mani phalna kan lak phut anga ya an rem ti vek khalo me the an rem ti vek me the boka khamia khan kina kan lo en let le nang te po khan group lama lo share kan lo tum don nia
lo ve wang resource kan nei the chunin
chuan kan president khana soi tong khan Mizoram hian Mizo tongin in spa school education school psychology chungchang ki lekhabu buat sai me kan ye chu te po chu ab shedu zui a shezui du tan le ale du tan da pon na kina khan rem cha omdon ni ti kha kan soi te han bu kan ni refreshment te po khan ya ti khan lo ni se le la mani refreshment tho mani tu zong tak kan in kan nei thei ani mai
technical one ha sei lok kan du chu prospect and competency ti kha duang chuan hriat chen a har khop mai helaya signal du nge that to box si lo feedback pele turin tulai et sei no
anh kan YouTube lo matrang khan ni lo ti chine nge an le
keep la galut masa to zo tuak le webinar
ala
chu
ya
ai te min azia to mo ading atong kha ding na sabi tu ka
ni a connection la ma hi chunia han ti vak tai na hi awang khup me ke ni tan pona mai ro chunia video le ke mani lo makan audio kha off khan achak dewani ti kha data helo dewanga chuan presentation an nei te kha aron chak zo kang ti kha kan han helam atang kan soi thei chu ni internet connection lam panga hi chu kan thei ching pi alam ni wang hian khala ma kha chu ni tle min kan thei ang khan min lo join kai lo tum sham don ne ti kha kan han soi thei chu ni me
kan Facebook zo chu break live planin oi fel do planin technical one chu soi kha aron soi non le tem kan ti na mai ani feedback pek le turan isi wangin
ya kan lo kan ho tu tu bulan ya kan lo soi ho len kha khani ti nge aram chan thi tan tur kan lo ngai to don nia alo me har san kha chu nei no result don nia
signal thiet to nak line vai pa tung pe ka cho fiat har kho mai
di khop mai kha khani e puka problem
Siya ta all sam to ang tu na chuan ani trong kha siya ta har de ulek thina adang hi chu all sam
ya vai pa pe ka se lau sim chim tong kha
a trong hi siya ta har ve shim shim mo ama trong hi trong har siya thar sa chi hi kan om ve shim shim hi ani kha trong siya thar sa ve de ulek chi ne ania se ka in lo thu sham sham a lo mo me na chuan technical session a chak nga ngai nam de wang ngai nam chang ze lang
vote of thanks che khan feedback to kala nei ke chu
vote of thanks ka fia che ti na ni mo ma ni trong siya chang mo
vote of thanks ai thak an wo khop mai atong azang khai boka
a trong a fia boka te ro ani chu
award ni om reng ani
poi kha zang khai rutla ta lom
la han phua le ngal se te ro
wa te chu lai phua zum me te so nia
vote of thanks petu mail kha thabi ka fair lo
tu na mi mel ne hen ang khop me
Sir.
Grace to Adam Chamo.
Ui kadam idam mo ingay top.
Ay sir ingay top na po.
Itala kan
Grace to aloy ngaya.
Ki ma cha min ngay.
Grace to ingay mi ha.
Nilawin ani to sir tituan tamde ubi ka.
Status in na sa tele tuk sa form ki ba ni.
Sara mo lo titu khan omnuala chu wang chuan Dio hetia omchon mi sani ti chu chiang
kan lo thot le lo ti elo heta azom tu te hi khuyange kan mu thengo an hin ang chi te hi
Participants dia kan
participants
mobile phone ra kan join ani chuan dot pathuma khan click taila participants en na option kha omang
ole kalo
computer atang chuan nuaya khan dingla pa khan participants la chat ti kham ta khata tang khan join zong le chan zong ma chuan thei ka
ole kalo
naktu ka session 2 pakhat na kha chu enge problem in nei mi lawang a ofia thaboka mizo toin ron ti don boka kha ron lang zoi to kha phur to khopa kha Dr. Sir fam ke makha
Ki ka phone atang khanin ka join phota chuanin ka ping dik ta khan langalal than boy mase laptop atwin ka join le
thì hay cái rồi report HP thì đúng không có mà se attendance register ra cho mình lâu đã present chẳng chứ mà
heta min ron landa na khachu enga pon se point lo ta na kina kan registration te kan feedback form te kan min ha kan ziak vek thowa khami zo kan en tak chuni ta ni
ole
ti hemi a guest anga ron lut te mani profile kan siam account anga ron lut te kan ni nuai ta khami ni wang khan hemi lai a minga hi chu lo thende choi an email address zong ne ten anon luta kha khachu engma boina turom love.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Tile đây là ăn thu soi tu te kha ai non le theng em nakin na khoi changa lu chi nge niang sik na
Oh,
thala
concession na hi kan record mo atira tang kan record chara concession zong record nga nakina kan edit nga education department lam pangai ron upload thei tura kan be sei YouTube lam mata ko ended le theyang
YouTube lam ended moya
yes
ole alam me
hello hello hello
Miss Juliet kan secretary chu min surprise khop me ya psychology knowledge nei thakop me kha feel zong kha lo shia kan
lo she khop me
kan va nei me education na tui bok zirlai te ho no pang ho ngai to ti kha shia tle me
nya ati me lo
scout ta te khan kha alo tel to lo ne ka lo shim ye lo wa kata tran khan ani karin pu moi tet ne lo shiat po scout lam
nya
pang atran ni
scout lam pangan ni ho mo psychology ngai pe mo chan na cha tu nang huna pe chan pe mo no panga hian mo tung ye trong kha trong ron soi thi ron soi to om
audio on ti shelo ni
audio on ti woi chu te min kan siam de tro ma na kan first time ai ka chuan
ania kan fel fai de
oi ma saber ka chu
kini ta ban kan voi khat na khania an boy nak na tur khat ta lo
ma'am kan lo soi lắm cô moi te ka mu kha lung len thak lu to ka in vai ni thau na in mo ani mi
brochure mi kha thon mai the ya brochure kai thon mai don ya kha chu group
sai ra
ka te ne than chu sa mu pakhat kum khan biet kan training tlang amo ui hianin ka thla chedeu in debate ka ding lai kha lo la sa kya reng pha ko ama ki lo la en in chu ram don ko mai he zo in pu ko ti ru tu atir lam khan me ta thalawa tu na tha a ja ko pa chuan mi tin in soi tha ka ti chu mo helayan no chat la ya kan lo man lo ang chi te abul tanga in education department an upload the mo an paper present te propain lo post te khan chuan tu chu sam lu tu kha kha lo en non le thei nan mo in te tu kan enge tu tho ni na in kha kha lom thu kan sei lok
alo ome in ngai lua alo om
nuam ka ti top pe so
thil han bot sei va ka enge an lo ngai lut le lo hian ril ru hi an na ve du mo ma se in ngai lua alo mong khop me he
te hi tong zau zau vela enge thin lung mut lu tur po khami kai har ve zo ka zirte tu man ni la mo ni ti nga
dek che
om ve tina kan thin lung cho har ki kan ngai ve
ngai
organizer te mu in nuama in thur boka a thur om khop mai
lom om kan lom
mun ta kal son phal na lo ke thut se la mo
Juliet
ê
nó thuộc chúng tôi cái rồi thì về làm mà đi
ấy và về lo vào lúc đó cái năng phê chứ in school là psychology tên này là ha sẽ thì lo mồm lúc đó
teacher pa hian ko mi da po high kan score vek
an score thalo tok nia bidang hian in hong ve sup se psychology hi mo kan ma mo e tun lai ko ve la
ai
phe
halaya ka chuanen nang ma di lampang campaign thatlo ba ngania ingat ye tiro
enge tinge
a chan chu education thina kha hello ka thayan
te mo fia zo
ka
First
thayan
sal share thei
ke ni chu kan na thian chapeng veng khopa nang ma ni lam net kha chaklo ton ma
nang ni chin ni
ai
chadong shim shima
kan zipro te kan bangula chu in van nei hlau tur ani chuan akan thiam thu nei chu chuan India ra mun dang dang apo kalela education department subject han lak tur yom to mang lo ni chu Mizoram ma hela ga education subject min lak tir reng khang te kha aya psychology ka class 11 12 a kan lak tur ni hi campaign ve wala for kalula education subject ka han pa to lo
psychology
psychology a graduation a chho ve so wang chuanin antina na B and trained to 0.5 years integrated elementary PS and a point PS teacher to college uninvited vec the can thiên khâu om vector Finland kan talna om vector so wang chuanin university level ani mo nang mani association ani mo Mizoram curriculum hian education subject big 11 and 12 anti bagula psychology se notice apo ko na alag na tur pa chen tolu to indera malang turam to barlo
nia ani sin Mizoram ma hianin kan la advance lo tla thela ma hian
kan nu fual to ka nang ma de khanen han campaign ve de wala chuanin kan thadwak mayang
nia voi khat khat chu kan han ti china ma se min ngai poi mo vak lawa ma se tharin han ti leila tu na hian a hun takanin ka
sarkar
hian
ate tira u rai chap bero yang sum sum ya
nia
thar kan han
kan
bere deu
secretary ko
changa
kan
ni man kuma kan
o
man kuma kan be
thara
ba
kan
kan
ti
ki zui le ya na fa nia thatharin
Puji am sape an secretary puzar mo kan nam lai ta kan India yan psychology de uve ka di foreign apo de vector kan curriculum kan ka ngai di ta kan soi thade ula tori man nam lai ta atur hi de in psychology ka tlem choni in update ngai nang mani relo so ka present of mind come on
nia kan psychology kan lo mang tang
presence of mind psychological impact ta kai dia bangai ni chu kan te duan ni chu karon film chu ne tak tak na
ai advice chalu tok thau kha ka kan
so chu
appreciate
le
Len
ma
ro
sa
ben
lo
lok
ko
in
be
dim
be
ta
ya
kana education lampanga kan mi thiam te tan psychology anda san deuh pur po kha athana thlak ve dewanga kan lo ti
ani thawa
education
ma
mi
se
thiam tam
ngin
tak kana nei
Ase tu na hang khovel kal da na hi psychology lampang hianin an kal na sa ta zok ta chan chu nge education lama po psychology an tel se rangai to ta tu na le a chuan hei the current moment ta hianin kan ma mo hi chu tun moment kan ngai to phe chuanin psychology background nei hi alo poi mo lut tu ka timyang mani experience show lo toi tai la ke po psychology khala ka wang hian nei thil hi min puina salu tu ka as a mother as a teacher as a person angkha chu wang chuanin psychology hi chu hei sabra ma de chuan doctor an lak pon psychology paper an lak angai to nia khatiang khopa thil poi mo hi ni to tla ta tu na hi chuan mo chu wang chuan hei tu na pandemic kan nei ta mi thiam ho in an predict dan phe chuanin after this pandemic chuanin depression pandemic omangan ti ta ni om tan reng pokani khata khanin enge a psychology ngor subject expert ni khel lo po khan enge education kan lo ne kha chuan psychology a khanin as a person khan min puidon to ka mo mishing kan om pho chuan
Juliet
psychology
mo.
ni ka
Juliet.
oh
Juliet. Hello, interrupt look, please. Hello,
interrupt
taka. Kangai pui mo lu tu. Hemi lo la yan. Psychology kan ti yan i real ru lam zir na ngor mo hi teacher so hian kan ti psychology khan education na teenage character zong mihring character zong education subject kami ka anzir vek bok thot chuan isa yang che khan doctor ni tur chen ton foreign chuan a 1 year na first year khan psychology la kana humanity la pelanga ya chuan chumi piala ma tuna chuan hemi kan pandemic le lockdown school kal thelo wanga no pang stress na satzia anxiety nei na satzia zirtir ko parents po mo chuan education subject kha psychology khan ai embedded ti kha theater tu teacher sin kan hello chu psychology kan ti khan ru lam ngora kan ngai tur ni lo a background na kha education kha om pe ka humanity oma sociology oma kha song chang khan ho ka engineer kan monitor kan manage chang ti ka psychology chu ne ma
nia ka khai nakina khan kan specialize le thei ta thau ta educational psychology ko kan specialize le thei ta
education clinical lo manga counseling lo manga tikha lo chawanga tin company a thok don se all sam boka floor sam dog boka mo US a chon dollar 100,000 tan ruai ne company chon chon ta soi cheu palang ti ka ngor top do
Heda secondary level a chunin education ang khanin kan kal de ani de maya higher secondary school a pe chunin psychology lampang chi khan kan la kal vak lo dewa he chunia in siam ram kha nakina chunin kan siam ram thi tho tro chun ngai te
kanin update ngai tero kanin update ngai man lai kha chuan kha ni mei thei ta ma se tu na chuan the current moment mo chu khami lampang zo khan ni in he in update hi ngai ve zel hi mo
education kan ma ka scoring an ti fam me menen la lom le psychology ho ka tran ve de ule kula
diksi mark scoring fang mai mai lo man la
inspa chung chang khong ain zona kan lo zot lok o inspa en lawai hianin community a hian ing angin community development tur hianin na tho in nei dan tuna hianin indirect involvement angai ta teachers through in ani don ta I direct community community develop turan na tho nahi in nei yem inspa hian ti lai te kan lo zot lok teng khong ai
tuna hianin kan la nei lu tuk lawa ni kuma tang khanin ti hianin enge kan active te hian kan ti tran ve ta chia ta ni chuan ti hian awareness hi tuna kan first phase anga hi chuan awareness ang deuh top hianin ala kal hri ta ni chuan awareness wa khan te kan ron ti chhoze lang school a te hi tuna chuanin pandemic wang hianin school te kan kal thei lo ta kan du dan chuanin school a te po ege ron kalila interaction te nei la students te nen teachers te nen te po du dan deuh kha chunia ma sengin tuna chuan he kan phak tok angin ti hian online hian awareness hi thiang tok hin han ti phutila kan ti ni tunai chuan kan chan te deuh chawani
pandemic ti han se mo ala theyang chu atakaron kala enge school vela ron kal kola khatianga hun ron man te khachu pandemic lai taka chan kan ni na la ya hian online lo hi chuan thili la ti thei vak lova ka kan module te po khang chone lom choze lam
tuna mi zona ka zona top anita ne kan lat ti le fan teng thanem kan ngai de ulek tuna mi zona ka zona chalu tu kan ta ne nakina chuan kan ramina tong ve nge to jo community psychologist te kan nei ve nge ya tuna chapa kano ma chal tlang community kan psychology am roi do na le khatiang kan aron zona ka thalu to khatiang la ba kan kal ro
nia nia le school ate po he school tinin counseling psychologist te hi han nei se school psychologist te hi an nei chho se khate khan mo
padi kan nei chen
o nang ni chu mai la na sa le nge til iwak kwal na sa boka ovel ram sang sanga ten se thiama
tunai chon
ka
atlang
atlak
puin
chu
atlang pui thuin educated le literate ten psychology hi kan tretlang pui ta aram pum amenol pui uneducated le illiterate thleng po hian psychology hi introduce thai ni selang chon kan ram po hian a khotlang nun ang pon sanga hian ma kan so ni na rin oma tran lak na tur tam pin ka sia
ya tan kan la howanga nang ma ni te nen thok kan tho howanga mi malya na ti thei lawa chu chu nya nang ma ni ho po hian hetia he workshop kan ti zo te po hian ma initiative te nei ula min ron invite thei renga te khan ti howila thok howila chuanin na chu chakang mi mal chuanin a thei lo group pakhat pona thei chuang lo ma se the whole community has to be involved intina nang mani tuna school teachers in ya in tel lo chuan in the program effective tak tak thei chuang lo chuang chuan nang mani ne na kan tho ho chho zen hi ngai ni
katahan kalau belvelok du chunya community lampanga chuan in Mizoram Psychological Association ni kanom ta kungenga mozat chu I active de win kan local to disaster management lampanga te le mental health ate suicide prevention ate po hian program te kan lo ni nol to mairo chu aizol pon lampanga hi chuan hi kan la har sat de kani aizol chu ai chuan kan active viava chuan alumni psychology alumni association te pon le khabute publishing research article tam tak te pon lo publish to ani ti kha kan saitel vel le tua amairo chu se khan aizol chung la wa hi chuan ami shia chu kan la lo vak duk lovin ka sha chan chu aizol pon la wa hi chuan har sat na lai hi om ve ta kha kha I community lama te po thek ang chona community psychology community ang shim shim chuan thil ti tam tak chu kan nei to hai tu na te po pandemic lai nia counselor sang sang te kan nei a hemi quarantine containment zone ate le ni kumla ma quarantine center ate po I mental support mamo tan te khan psychological support mamo te tan khan kan lon penol tua he tu na te po kan member thren khat te po zirtir tu thaw nia eram lo ni te ho te po no ma ti mo thi te po misma za mi te hovin kan lo ti ve nok nok to ni ti ha kan han bel ve sham du ni
acha ko
Okay, mo ikata han thil kalau sei ve le lok sei tu kalau nei ve zia ni kum engtinge initiative kan lak tan tir kha khanin minister kha professor zo kai chuang nen khan kan hmuwa khami counselors in all institutes in educational institutes ti zong khan kan India le psychology higher secondary honbel ti kha kan deal bokani samia education director minister ina min chan dan kha an share ve me ka doa counselor kha hi kan zo ta school counselor chung chang kha chuan kan zo na khan min chan dana chuan MHRD ina mandatory ati huna lo chuan kini chuan in paisa kan nei lawa kan ti thelawa amaro chu mandatory aron pi ni chuan inge mo chu kan ti ve om tak atia kha congress ministry like khania ve to deu nika chuan englo school honbil hemi higher secondary school kha khami like khan tuna home mission hayan an hong chana Mount Carmel hayan an la hong lova chuan Xavier Khan an la nei lo boka school claim te kan oma ti ngai na omangem ti kan zo po khan sarkar school hi chuan kan hong so again poisa lampang bok kha kami problem ha kan nei kan ti thei lo nga maro chu private school ho hi chuan hian ni deal ula antia chuan mun tam taka khan deal na te chu kan thelu ke mani po kan kal in la shen kari moi po kalin ke sha
yes
khoi poya moni ka chuan o chuan Mount Carmel a khan hei an ron honga alom kan ti em Mount Carmel ho product hin that top ta kan interview na sa Sangbana College tan tun kum khan home mission ho po an tha lom khop mai naute chuan Nazareth inom chuan Nazareth ho po in nauten fil adang ho kha to tingin yang apanga ya sa kha in ka to compliment nga in ka shelawa amara to private schools bi ka khan psychology te kan lo hong the ni chuan ke ni college hi aizol lama Sangbana College Pathunga College Aizol West College kan oma lungle lama hatima psychology department ta omboka chuan Mizoram University as result upon department ni loi kan nei to tu van chuan shortage tu omlo demand da san chuan ke ni pon kan seat capacity to college lama chuan kan up zel tun kum hi van it tak takin pandemic wang etiang psychology demand here on sang ema Pathunga College pon ni thawa ke ni Sangbana College pon ni thawa kan admit sen lo tak meu mai hi sen lo apo hi overflowing tak tak ang hi kan neya alom kati kan subject asanga tu kan add value do atira tran main technical session
kan se ya du lok so PUC ayan kan do pang to ho an lian thadwak zela tin psychology in poimo ne mem cho corporate ate in poimo business psychology ate in poimo agriculture ne mo horticulture ne mo trade frang hanga khan in poimo vek school education a chau hian ani lo chu wang chon in poimo da fili tam lutuk khala ya kha broad base in huam kha ka du sak chu ni te chuan
Oh, kalau interfere
Yes.
look, Samoy.
Yes.
Okay, Miss Mapari kana
Concession
ra. Oh, concession
kan
hi.
tan un don to ania kan ti tu viau nangin
Yeah, kan
nakin
lati
lama
ti
ta
zom
po
zon ya.
kunol lama te ne kan lati ti zom thei tura kan ngai don nia
Oh, pupan
kan
chaka han ka olok thenge.
facilitator hi om to a kan rapporteur Timothy om to boka kan ringin ka shia kan kan speaker tu khala lut se chon kan technical session 1 hi kan tan don nia minute ni khatala oma
Pupan chahi omomo call kera ngai ngim oh ma hitu na hian unavailable.
on china khan ron langa aron thua a chok le aron lan le me chu
Call
ka
care tu chalo mo.
Kan phone uro
Yes,
number hitu ne.
remind like the Grace join session 2.
Oh, kalau phone ngai.
Thanks. Yeah, 1 minute alone.
Mix alo lang.
Atihan kan session kan tan le do nanga. Good afternoon, everyone. And we will be starting our technical session 1. And I would like to again remind everyone to please mute your audios as there can be interference during the sessions. All right, I would like to invite the facilitator for our technical session 1, Dr. Zothanzami, to take over the session.
Okay, thank you, Moya. Hi, hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Zoltanzami. I teach psychology as an associate professor in the Department of Psychology, Government Sangbana College. It is a pleasure for me to host the first technical session of today's international workshop on issues of school psychology for secondary teachers in Mizoram. We have a very esteemed guest, or let's say speaker today in the first technical session. With us today, we have for this session, Dr. Panch Ramalingam. He is the Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Center, Pondicherry University. And the topic of his presentation today will be school psychology, prospects and competencies. He is a man with a lot of, expertise. And I am very proud to introduce all the achievements, all his achievements, his work in front of you today. He is currently the founder and president of our association, that is INSPA. He is the founder president of Asia Pacific School Psychology Association and Malaysia, and founder president of Pondicherry School Psychology Association. And he is also a member of many other renowned associations in India and abroad. Currently, he is the executive editor of the Journal of Indian Academy of Applied Psychology. He's also an associate editor and invited editor of many journals like Indian Journal of Applied Psychology, Journal of Psychological Researchers. He is also the editor of a newsletter called Indian Psychologists, as well as other renowned Indian journals. Sir has 3 master degrees, one in psychology, one in education and political science, an MPhil and a PhD in educational psychology from Annamalai University. And he is also having a diploma in pharmacy and is a registered pharmacist. He teaches counseling psychology, community psychology, and social psychology to PG students at Pondicherry University as well as guide research scholars. He has also received multiple awards for his achievements in the field of psychology, as well as being a faculty member in numerous universities abroad. He has been actively training trainers, conducting workshops, seminars, and in counseling psychology, as well as in psychological training centers. And he has been delivering lectures in many UGCs, academic staff colleges all over India, and many other institutes in India and abroad. He has also presented numerous research papers in conferences, organized international and national level seminars, and has also authored around 60 books and published 20 research papers. So, sir, today I was just talking about your achievements in the field of psychology and your overall work with INSPA. We will start, you can start your presentation. We have till 12:30. 10 minutes we will give extra for question and answer round. So you can continue the presentation till 12:20. I will send you a reminder at 12:15 so that, I'll give you 5 minutes so that, you can wind up your presentation. And then after that, we will have a question and answer round. And also for those of the participants, if you have questions, please type them in the chat box. And for those of you who are viewing our program on YouTube, you can, in the YouTube, you can just type your question. Our organizers will be going through these questions in your YouTube, and they will, record or make a list of your questions. So, question in the chat box akan in type nga chuanin kinin khatata kan lo than chu kan tu manga chuan YouTuber in ro enani chuan YouTuber in ho kha chuan khami YouTuber kan in lo type ta panga chu Miss Grace le Dr. Sir Moya Khan an lo record mai don ya tiang chuan we will answer them. Sir will translate it to Sir. Even if you want to ask in Mizo, most welcome. You can ask in Mizo also, and we will translate it for Sir, and we will ask him the question. So, Sir, I give you the time now till 12:20. Thank you, Sir.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, you can ask any question in Mizo so that our people will translate and clarify what are the doubts you may have. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
A
Thank
bit
you.
louder.
I will share my slides.
Fia lo lut tuk signal a chele tuk kanom na John.
Audio hi abo shim shim ni himale.
cái này bộ tam char char mai
Amak
Oh,
le me.
ngoro lo ko in ron sei lo ro không ai in ron sei lo ila chat box sai hianin dule ron ziak mai ta ulang chan chu alo bu thei tan khan min ti buai thei ta kan webex sa hana chiang lo ni chon youtube a khana fia lu tuka youtube link ka chang khan ti me tele feedback form kan in pe tho do na chu wang chang khong ai takin session nei lai hi chuanin kan audio ka chuan thil ron sei lo vela kan lom ngotang chat box a khan dule ron sei don nya kan lo me.
Friends, are you seeing the slides?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, in this particular session, you are able to know what are all the competencies involved, what kind of issues we teachers can, venture it while practicing it in the school education. This is especially for the common teachers, not that we are focusing on a particular group as counselor or the school psychologist. This is for all teachers, those who are in the system. You all aware that school psychology is intertuned with the educational, clinical, and health psychology. When you say clinical psychology, this is more of a clinical setting. When you say educational, in the sense it is more of a theoretical. But this school psychology is, intertuned, and we have internship. Those who are getting the certification on school psychology, they have to going for the internship, at least 6 months program, so that too for the supervisory, nature. In that respect, this school psychology is entirely different from the other, sciences of psychology. And normally, the school psychologists are working in the elementary as well as secondary schools. As far as our country is concerned, the school psychologists are very much involved only to the needs of the students to score high marks, conducting programs, making them to learn the subjects well, especially physics, chemistry, mathematics, and English. These are all some of the concerns, especially in the metropolitan cities, private schools. But apart from this, our school psychologists are having primary roles to focus on inclusive education. One side we are focusing on the students with the high score. The other side we are focusing on the neglected children or disabled children. You all having witnessed that in a class, some students are high achievers, some students are mediocre, but some slow learners that you may not be able to find out how we can cope up. In this particular group of children, you have to focus very carefully so as to make them to involve with other students. Here we are applying small group techniques. Suppose you are having a student strength of 40 in your class, definitely 10 students are high achievers. Whether you can teach or not, they will learn on their own. Another 10, very difficult to teach, very difficult to learn. They need your assistance. Remaining 20%, 1 minute be on the line. அடுத்த பேஜ் தானே provided connections இதுல அந்த கிரீன் பேப்பர் எடுத்து அதுல எடுக்க முடியும் பேக் சைட்ல கேட்டுருங்க கைது போட்டோடு. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, this teachers in a class, you have to divide the group into 4. One group is the high achievers, another group is the low achievers, in between mediocre. Normally, we teachers will focus only for the average group. That means 20 students we are focusing. This least bothered group is the neglected group of 10. Likewise, for the high achiever, that we are saying gifted children. Whether the teacher is teaching or not, they will learn on their own. But this neglected 10 students, that is 25% of the students in a class, requires assistance. There comes the role of the school psychologist. In 10, they will help the teachers to do it. In the school administration, school psychologists are playing as the nodal officer. One way, you have to focus on the children. Other side, you have to support the teacher. Suppose a particular boy in mathematics finding it difficult to learn, not that a school psychologist will go there to teach the mathematics, but the school psychologist will assist with the subject teacher and help the child to learn. In such a way, for other subjects too, you have to help them. Again, the school psychologist has to coordinate with the school administration and parents. Normally, parents, they feel that a child can equally learn all the subjects. Sometimes a child may like science subjects, some children may like art subjects, but invariably the children are having their own wishes to learn the subject. But being a school psychologist, They have to assess with the data. Based on the data, we have to categorize them how their learning is taking place. That we used to say data-based decision making. This is a basic concept. A teacher must have the competency of assessing the children. We are all teaching the subject. End of the year, we are conducting the examination. Then you are proudly saying that you can see my subject. They are all scored very well. Because of my teaching, they are all scoring very well. In the same way, we have to assess psychologically. There comes this role of assessment. In this assessment, we have to design a tool to identify their potentials and their shortcomings, such as learning disability. In that way, this school psychology is different from educational psychology. This focuses training and clinical setup. That is, I already told you that it is an internship. Likewise, psychologists are the professionals, highly paid professionals, especially in USA, Germany, and other European countries. School psychologists are highly paid when comparatively to other subject teachers. You are all aware that when you compare with the Switzerland, the school teachers are highly paid when compared to the college teachers and when compared to the university teachers. That means school education is important. The teachers have to, consider it a noble profession. Likewise, the population, the school population, how and what are all the technicalities. As far as our country is concerned, we are having three important issues. One is language, because our country is having a multilingual schools. Children will think in one language and express in other language. Normally, they will think their thought process works in mother tongue, while expressing they will use whatever the language you are asking, whether it is Hindi or English, whatever the kind may be. In that way, it is very difficult task for the teachers to mold them the way you want. In such a way, this is the certified program. When we compare to the clinical psychology, normally the clinical psychologists are working in the clinical setting, but our school psychologists are working in the school setting. They have to understand the issues of concern in the school setting, and accordingly they will exercise. Some of the definition that we will share with you when time permits, you can leisurely read and understand. These are all an important aspects how we are entertaining at the school system. One is assessment, another one consultation, prevention, intervention, then staff, parent and student education, research and development, mental health care, advocacy, and system change. Based on this, we are having the services or competency. This is mainly to help the teachers in turn to help the children in the classroom. our Indian classroom is very much monotonous for the sense classical in picture. Suppose you are a school teacher in the class, you are entering into the class. What is happening? All the children wishing very proudly, they will say, good morning, good afternoon. But in turn, what you are doing, you are reciprocating. Good morning, all of you sit down. Then they are sitting down. Immediately after sitting down, by seeing you, your dress code, or something else, the students started murmuring. In between the students, they are saying the teacher is wearing a red saree. Immediately, you are getting the message, yes, only red saree. Immediately, what you are thinking? The students are commenting on my dress. You are getting it disturbed. Immediately, what you are saying? Don't talk, keep quiet. If you make noise, I will send you out. What the children will do? Today, this teacher is angry. Better we can keep quiet. As long as you are talking in the class, they are keeping quiet. Okay. Bank So then that we can say classical in nature. In any classroom, if you say don't talk, keep quiet, what it reflects, the teachers are more comfortable then students are not talking. After the end of the hour, you are proudly saying, you come and see my class, pin drop silence, nobody is making noise. There comes how we teachers are creating the classical classroom. This is not only in Mizoram or in Pondicherry. Throughout the country, we are creating this classroom in such a way that you have to avoid. Whenever you are in the classroom, the children have to talk. That kind of classroom you have to create. This is a picture we have taken here in Pondicherry. We conducted a training program for the school teachers. What happened? It is not moving. In that respect, whatever the class you may have, you have to tell them how it works and how the students can do it. You have to remember that. You have to have the consultation. There comes your academic skills, learning aptitudes, personality and emotional development, skills analysis, learning environment and the school climate, eligibility for special education. These are all some of the input you have to understand. Keep in mind while delivering the content to the children. Something is continuously disturbing. Lights are not moving. This is another competency intervention. How a teacher can intervene, where and when this will happen. This is continuously disturbing. Yeah. The teachers during conversation you cannot control the content. Yeah. Mm. Well, friends, this is not properly sharing. Some disturbance is coming. Yes. Intervention, the teacher has to decide, have to intervene, how to intervene, why he has to intervene. Yeah. Dr. Inbari, some disturbance, no, the slides are not moving. Have you read this message?
Sir, we can see the slides.
You are able to see the slide.
Yes, yes, we can see the
It is
slides.
coming some message and it is stopping. It is not moving. It is. Okay. Yeah. You are all aware that our school system, how it helps the children, how we teachers are struggling every day. These are all some of the important concerns, how we can do it. For this, what we are doing, we are empowering our teachers in all these aspects. Yeah. These 5 modules, we are providing them as a training. We are introducing this to the school teachers. What is this theoretical framework of the school psychology? And what kind of life skill education a teacher can provide and how they can assess and intervene for the learning abilities. Then safe and friendly schooling, mental health and well-being in schools. This training is helping the teachers to provide effective education in the school system. This is the way we can empower the students in a physical classroom. Now, due to this COVID, we are able to conduct the sessions online. When you are conducting the sessions online, you have to focus some of the important aspects. You have to make the children to learn. You have to create a readiness. You have to impress. You have to motivate. How you can motivate? Because child is sitting at home, you are in your home or your institution. We need the coordination between parents and teachers. Then you have to interact with the peers and you have to have the emotional well-being of the children. Then when you are teaching, you have to focus health and wellness of the child. In that respect, you are able to help the children at home. Whatever the education we are providing, this way we have to ask our parents to support the teachers and school psychologists for effective learning. Now, these 8 aspects: think critically as habit, debate everything, provide access to diverse quality reading materials, practice time evidence reasoning, help them learn it from everything, make critical thinking games, teach critical thinking as a mindset, explore. These are all these, initiatives we are making the child to learn from the home setting. Here comes some of the soft skills for our school counselors. The school counselors, in turn the teachers, you have to have clear communication, listening skills. Sometimes a child will tell, but the teacher will not listen. The child keeping on telling something, but the teacher used to say, sit down, okay, go ahead. Without listening, used to respond. That you have to avoid. Self-control. The teacher must have positive attitude all the time. Likewise, assertiveness. Always the teacher should be alert and assertive. You have to ready to resolve the conflict, and you have to have all the time empathy, depersonalization. You can't, put on role how you can address their issues. Taking the responsibility and create the situation self-fulfilling. So that, being a school children, they expect a lot of things from the teacher. Teacher is the role model to the students that you have to entertain them. In such a way, you have to have the team spirit. You have to have collaborate with your colleagues so that very effectively you can teach. Likewise, empathy, assertiveness, self-promotion, self-confidence, negotiation, collaboration, coaching, stress management, and growth mindset. These are all some of the soft skills you have to have. In turn, you can exercise with your children. Then only you will enjoy teaching. In turn, the children will enjoy this learning environment. That you have to keep in mind. Whenever time permits, you have to have the basic skills, especially when children at home, you have to throw the ideas so that effectively they can learn from home. First and foremost thing is time management. Then you have to provide training on writing skills. Then you have to make them how they can make use of the situation, on board with coming to the school, how they can manage at home and do wonders. In that way, you have to plan your lessons and give the proper instructions. You are able to grasp and you can teach. There comes how this, education from school and home helps you to teach and empower. These are all some of the potential skills how we teachers can possess and how we can teach. In this particular workshop, our resource persons will enlighten you some of the basic skills what are all possible for the teachers to acquire. Then by acquiring these skills, you can teach well in the school system. I know all these Mizoram teachers are very active, very much committed and involved in their teaching profession. We, on the part of Indian School Psychology Association, we will provide all necessary support to venture it. Whenever time permits, you can collaborate with us. We are not only focusing on the normal children, we are also taking care of the special children, especially for the multiple disabled children. You have to make use of this opportunity and do well. This is time for a break for 2 minutes. By the time you can relax and plan your questions, I will answer further.
O question in nei chuan chat box ah khan ron type ula hi kan lo list vela in questions te kha so chat box ah khan ron type lo question in nei chuan
mi strong chu fia thakho meya ma se
amanet kha athalo ani ka ring o ama network hi a omna sa theu se ke local ma in ni network hi at hareng theilowa we are all having network problems aizola po ani thowa ini YouTube ni like YouTube link ni ba khan PDF te pon tek thei chu kan ho tu te kan an be se ya kemin lo to saksham shamla midang chu aizol chu nga ni ho tu den tu kan net to at ka hu chuan ka sha problem ni to hi chuan tina sermon na se to khan kini lama tang hi chuan abik takin kan pu phe chu pondicherry omania thì na hi big chuang lo wa in in mute video han off khan tlem chuan atyang thei deuh zoka ani lo chuan YouTube live khan an en thin ulai nge tiang zok man kan net te po hi a fluctuate ve reng kan net te po hi fluctuate ve reng kha in zo na hi ka lo tiar zela kan lo en zela kan pu tiar tura khan kan da nga lo lai hi thil pakhat thela han Dr. Rizbaran kan lo ena question pakhat hi oma psychologist pe 4C kalti ang ti zo question hi oma 4C hi ni ke hi COVID-19 psychological counseling cell zo ka hian assistant coordinator kanya kan kal na sa mun sang han kan kala masengin psychologist zong hi 4C hi an kal thelo ti hi sharing turania hi mani COVID counseling cell ba ki 4C 3C containment zone ba hi ki mani ho team ba ki lu phal ani lova tu 4C ate 3C ate ani lo pon QC ate containment zone ani lo pon LLTF te poina minron som do ni itwan psychologist tu po kha som the ani lo hi mani ho bi psychological counseling cell ho bi kha lo kha tu som the kan ni lo wa chuan min contact du chuan Instagram kan oma chuan Department of Information and Public Relations Instagram page han in lo in mute the chuan kan pu lo chu nyan tu nakina po likewise in zo na tam tak han en hian in students te in ngai ven ni in ka shem ema an ma se pandemic lai na ke pandemic lai chance ka lo la lokanga pandemic lai nia kan sha den tu kan nau te kan school no pang te an ni kum po student kal to lowa tun kuma po heti hi ni an motivation hi a down to ma motivated an ni ang khan hemi motivational level hi a niam to hi she rengila pandemic wang le anxiety anasa su ba ka chuan an attention span hi a niam to attention span hi an nei to online class te po kan la thin ka ringa nang ni po in school ang level ate po in now te kha an focus low ani po in ngai na thiam an ngai metric exam tun kum result te po khan inila an syllabus khatyang khan atoya atlema an internal te kha an mutra amaro tu I honest takin an TM ti te hi kan sha telve anga ya le ke ni UG lama chuan kan lo soiber chu kan now te moral hi ataniam kan now te moral hi ataniam pi hi school lampang po hian sha tum ta ila Grace sorry phunge kala
Yo, karon net ne ngati kan call down me. Kan call lo kang hun kan pel down.
Often he at time he up me dona
Yeah. Okay, I'll just call him.
Miss Maza alo let ma kha chu ti khan lo take up char me ro
no problem school psychologist he tu na han he kan toi na sa ma school ti na han psychologist nei chu a trauma chengin kan finances te point a dai lo te po ani mai thea tu na han higher and technical education director hi chuan o counseling cell hi set up vek tur ti ta mo ka ke mani zirtir tu te po hian kan ti thei ti hi sia ila chuan puin ngai chuan psychology ten kan ron pui thei chu min som ula webinar min ron nei pui ro training min ron nei pui ro po ti ula kan oma kan ron zirtir thei ti kha counseling basic counseling skills tu kan ron zirtir thei te uni min som ro webinar ang tu pon tu mo ver hey inspire ron direct anga kan ron ti pui meng te u counseling cell hi kultina set up tumta ila aman kha webinar man hi ato lo ania network thatak kan neya google meet in tila za tu kan leng in zirtir tu te khan leng vek za zirtir tu in nei ka ring lo google meet chu app in nei chuan a free chuan kan ron train thei chu he miss mapari te miss julieti miss abik takin miss julieti pe tu trainer ang ke po kan ni thowa counseling kan ti thei vek kan boy pui vek thei chu midang an ngai chuang lo intina ni ramzo ni po oma kedia thokta ani po kan covid counselor ania mo chuan BZT hi Mount Carmel BZT hi omem kashelawa ani po kan covid counselor ania ti ang khan ke mani in pa po yan counselor so covid counselor so kan om vek pho nang mani na inron set up a kami ang webinar ang dekaron organize ula school khan minron som ro kan ron kalanga counseling skills basic counseling skills to kan ron zir me ang ti khan kami hierarchy ha kan tran thei chuan sumi do a chuan psychologist in mamoni chuan psychologist ti online na hei samba na college pon Pachunga University College pon kan nei vek online counselor so hi hen contact hi kan neya Miss Mapari HOD oma PUC Miss Julieti Dr. Julieti kan Sambana College kan inge kan coordinator psychological counseling cell om boka in group in pa why do ni so van problem om lo nang mani du na om phot chuan he interaction hi to kan nei thei regani ti kha lo set bok ula chuan 4C 3C ti ang zong hi chuan mi zong an kal thei lo psychologist ni wangin an ron kal thei ringot lo sarkarin shatwina ania pa sa pek lo chuan an ron kal thei lo ti kha insha lo shanga in du ani chuan ke mani a covid counselor ho ta chuan mina po kan counseling group te ramhun veng lai force ya ni le in an vakal karma sa ke ni po jela kan counselor thonen kan kal yang kan hun sang 4C 3C kan klo amaro chu mi zong an kal thei lo ki kha psychologist zong kha to an ron in solve thei lo ki kha lo sei ta bokila chuanin mental health promote tur hi chuan tu po hi mental health kan promote thei psychologist ringwat ni lo po yan mental health kan promote thei counseling kan han se re han we think that counseling is basically a train ni kher ngai ang ti han kan ngai thina amaro tu po hi counselor kan ni theya psychological counselor tu kan ni kher lo ni mai thei tu na pandemic la ya mi nan momo ber tu ngai thatu an momo an eta ya pent up emotion kan ti an hlau na te fear anxiety an hlau thon na te an in rin tok lo na te an depressed mood te an frustration te an anger te khang sui thwa na tur khamin an mamo in bun ro na tur an mamo so in bun ro na tur an mamo awang khan you can be a listener when you listen to other people having problems kha ama kha in bun ro pa se or one thing is that no pang tak tak khan pandemic metric exam don khan anu le party han min ron phone china kan panu he metric exam tur hi amang ang lut tuka mo amang ang lut tuka amu thei lova zana te athang hara ka exam tu ka hlau te ti tu tia ang chuan oma engtin nge niang an ron ti china no pang kan khung na re to ifa te ka chwa puila walk in kalpui ro ti te ka ti no china nu le paten kan hlau to kan soi na sal to ka tu 20 thelo kha 20 thelo ina kan khung no pang ina an chep ve ang reng boxa chu van chuan wa chwa hian momo ve walk ka kal te hian momo exercise ten momo khang kha kan nau te po hanan momo ti kha sheila anu le pa te na mask vo in in hun la ya emo lo tho puita ang ni se tuna chuan lockdown ni sia aizola chuan amaro tuna kin loka chuan walk hun te kha omle dona khabi huna khan lo walk pui se lo thwa pui ve shim se pon bo walk te lo hip se atam zok hi tu I think it will be very beneficial for them chuan mental health problems kan ti re hi tuna kan sha tu chu Mizoram chunga hi chuan Mizo zinga chuan anxiety kan ti hi asanga zirlaya anxiety asanga stress level asanga kan situation kan om dan hemi pandemic kum khatle chan ve chuang kan om to hi it is very very stressful khami ringot po khan chuan at the same time lockdown in kan oma there are so many instances in which we have problems khami lockdown ringot po hian kan hlawa tu point zing kan ena DIPR IG page kan ena ui chu mi za tuan khami za tuan an tia an positive an tia hi enge kan ta na thul na inga tinge statistics zong zong ni ke ni a thu tu po ni lo health work nge yang inge kan ti ang frontline na om po ni lo gan inga tinge zing kin kan sha ta ngai na min ti hlau tu ni chu wang chuan kan social media news covid news pam lu tuk te hi ho u in su mang u news news en tam tak te hi in su mang u kan ta na thu la ni lo chuan i en tle mang u kha hian kan mental health ti nyam tu pakhat ania amaro chu socially connected chuan I omang u kan chung kwa in kan oma indo to nang u kan naw te zo kho problems an nei ve ne wania tantrum support ne yang temper tantrum support ne yang ko wi sha thiam pu yang u mo khatia ang zong khan I en zok ta ila nule kan naw te hi kan online assignment support online no pangena lon ni na sa pa tinge ko na ni ya to me tia chuan an online ti tu kan ni chuan tuna po kan net chat bia hi in sianga no pang te hi pen khata pe chuan nu chau te mo pa chau te na mo phone ne ya an fatian a in ta tol ten an homework te hi an titrina khami kha an network te mo tia kha kan shat puyanga quality to kan du me ma se pandemic ni ti hi shevengila pandemic I chuan quantity or quality I chuan andron ti shim whatever the job accomplished kha ilo appreciate so normal classes andron kalle huna po undiscipline hi ahniam don lutuka classroom behavior te po ahniam dona and mental health po ahniam dona kha kan lo se thiam bok don mia Hildan question hi achan ai tu zo Mizoram context in ka lo thang sa topa ama bo dei bok sia min zo to dang te in nei ani chuan min ron zot vel ula mental health ti zonga hi chuan tun lain again new normal kan ron lu to new normal chuan kan foi tar be chu dealing with the pandemic chuan routine nei mutfun tho hun mo chu hun chung kwa chu hun tong trai ho hun khatia ang khan nei ta thlapila kan buai chuar lu tu kan lifestyle buai chuar lu tu khi a ve deu chuan ka ringa okay sir is back so I was while you were out I was dealing with some of the questions that they were asking but since we are running short of time I have a few questions that I have listed out for you which I will ask. Number one is that, sir, in how many states in India have they appointed a school psychologist on a regular basis? Any states in India where they have appointed school psychologists on a regular basis?
Yeah.
And
Yes, ma'am.
if there has been any, okay.
Yeah, I know. I got your question.
Okay.
All the Kendra Vidyalaya schools, they appointed a school psychologist.
Yes.
All the central Kendra Vidyalaya schools and all the metropolitan public schools, they are having a school psychologist. And now Navodaya Vidyalaya is also trying to appoint a school psychologist. Apart from that, many of the private schools having like counselors. That now we are making them with the common understanding. What are all the duties for them in the school system that we are working out? Most probably, we will communicate to the ministry so that in turn they will exercise it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so has there been any researchers that has confirmed the beneficial effects of having a school psychologist in these allocated schools?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so the results are the results are positive.
Yeah, exactly. So this is
Okay.
when they will appoint, immediately they will come to know how it is essential, how this impact is. That is there. It is in a way, this is our ignorance. We are not able to do it earlier. Now they are realizing the school psychology is an essential component in the school system. That's why now we are appointing.
Okay, so we have now we have understood the importance of having a school psychologist, and at the same time, I presume that these psychologists will be needing, if they are going to be appointed as school psychologists, they will be needing further training, right, sir? And at the same time, do you think that they would be needing collaboration from the school, the headmaster, from other people concerned? And what sort of training will be essential for appointing these school psychologists?
Yeah, this is a very valid question. What happened in Germany, the same system, they are not able to appoint a school psychologist in each school. Then what they did, they given a separate training for the school teachers. Let them go in for assessment. If it is required for intervention, then they will refer to the school psychologist. In such a way, what we are asking the state governments and the ministry, straight away we can provide training to the school teachers. Basic level training we will provide with the 6 modules. In turn, they can take care of the minimum required services. If they need to have, we will create a hub. Each education department will create an hub. There we will appoint a school psychologist. In the department, 4 or 5 people will be there. They will monitor some 100 schools at a time with the help of the school teachers. For the school teachers, we will provide the training. That we have the modules, we have the expertise that we will provide in collaboration with the schools. We will provide that we can say above school psychologist.
Okay, so there is another question that is very relevant with the school system. As we know that psychology is a subject that is usually introduced in the higher secondary level. But somehow this question arises that why is it not introduced in the secondary level, psychology as a subject? I don't know whether we have it or not. Here in Mizoram, we don't have it. So why not in the high school level psychology?
Yeah, very valid question. These are all higher order discipline. Psychology, philosophy, logic. These are all higher order subjects. We used to have these children up to the age of 18. Basic education is science. Then certain extent possible the social sciences, then mathematics, language. These are all basic education. If they are interested at the higher level, they can learn these subjects, especially psychology, the sociology, economics, management. These are all higher order education. After this, mental maturity takes place,
then they can easily understand. That's why we used to ask the people, no? If you ask the child, sun is rising in which side? What the child will say? It is rising from east. Is it true? Sun is there. Sun is not rising. Sun is not going away. But we are moving around. How can you explain this concept for the 3-year-old kid, 5-year-old kid? That's why, certain things we have to make aware of, based on their mental ability, that we used to have, this
Yes.
how
Yeah.
this mental ability takes
Yeah.
place from the age after age.
Yeah, like mental age, like, yeah.
Yeah, chronological age.
Yes.
That's why
Okay.
these subjects, if they are having the mental maturity, they can easily understand the concepts. They can able to analyze. That is the way we have to.
Yeah, so that means I think from what you're trying to say, psychology would be better in the higher secondary level when their mental age has matured and they have got the basic required education.
Yes.
In the
yes.
higher, yes. Okay. So since we are talking about school children, I know there are 2 more questions that I need to ask you before we wrap up. Especially in the school, we know that we are right now in the middle of a pandemic and the stress level is high, anxiety is high, fears have grown up, and there's so many other setbacks for students. And everything is online. So in the same time, how would a school psychologist be able to promote mental health among his or her students at this time during the pandemic?
Yeah, this is a big challenge, Now, how we can provide, that's what, Professor Parvati Verma is here with us from Pankak. Last time also she has presented a nice presentation. This is a big challenge for the teachers. How we can promote, mental health issues. That we are creating a new norms. That will happen, It will take some more time. Still we are in a, challenging world. We may not know whether we are going to try out throughout the year online mode or we are going to shift for the physical. We are not sure. This uncertainty we created. That's why this is just with the online we can't impose everything, whatever the way we want. But this is a medium that we have to, in collaboration with the teachers and parents, the school administration, then only we can impart whatever the way we want to do it. That is again in a practicing stage. We will not confine. This is the only way we can do it. That we have to wait and see.
Okay, so my last question is a little bit different from the ones that we have asked before because everything was concentrated on school psychology. But one of our attendees, he wanted to understand the difference between child-focused and child-centered. Child-focused and child-centered.
No, we earlier we used to have the education 3R, no? What is that, a 3R education? Our basic education, reading, writing, arithmetic. That we used to say basic education. Teacher will say, whatever teacher knows, that he will impart. That a student has to recite. Student has to memorize. Student has to reproduce. Okay. Now, in this present scenario, we have entirely changed. Now we have to focus on the children. We have to allow the children to learn on their own. We teachers are the facilitators. We teachers are inspirers. We teachers are guide and philosophers. You can't impose. If you impose, the child will go away from you. That's why Sri Aurobindo says, teachers, nothing can taught, You can't teach anything. Instead, you can inspire, you can facilitate. That means you have to allow the child on its own to grow. No? The child may think he wanted to be aeronautic, but the parents, what they are telling, mommy says you can become a doctor, father says you can become a engineer, his brother says no, you can become a biotechnologist. But the child has to decide how, what, when. These are all some of the basic issues. You have to allow the child to grow, allow the child to learn. You have to facilitate. There comes how you are focusing the child, how you are allowing the child to learn better than what exactly happening in the classrooms.
Okay, we are running a bit late, and so I apologize to the organizers. And with this, we come to the end of the first technical session of our conference. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everybody, for attending
you
this
very much.
first session. We will proceed to the second session. Our resource person is already here. So, Moya, I'm handing it back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Parvati Verma, for joining with us. No, more than 1,000 people have registered for this program. Program started with the August presence of the Secretary Mizoram government responsible for the school education, with the benevolent support of the Director of School Education. They are very active. This is the 4th online program they are conducting for the school teachers. Hopefully, all the teachers will get benefit out of it. Because of their last year initiation, we are able to bring out the book on school psychology in the Mizo language. Still, they are struggling to, put it Mizo as the official language of the government of India. But we are in the forerunner. We are bringing out the book in Mizo. Next month, they are going to read the school psychology in Mizo. With this, I am welcoming Professor Parvati Verma for this session. Thank you very much for you, ma'am, to join with us.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for that session. I know that we ran into a bit of a technical issue along the way, but I think we were able to have a very fruitful session. And a very big thanks again to Dr. Zami for filling up the gap that was in the session. And although it's not 12:45 yet, I think we can start the next session, technical session 2. And considering the introductions and everything that will be going on, I think our resource person might have a little more time. She can maybe start exactly at 12:45. So I'll be handing over the session to our facilitator, Dr. Juliet Moiralte, and the rapporteur for this session is Rebecca Valerwati.
Okay, thank you, Moya. Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
It's a pleasure to
here with us. I had attended some of your lectures, and I feel very privileged to be introducing you because your lectures have always inspired me also, and I hope it inspires everybody today. And I know it will inspire everybody today. It's a pleasure to have you once again. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Juliet Moiralte. I will be the facilitator for the second technical session, and the reporter will be Miss Rebecca Valerwati, as had been mentioned by our host. So, like I just said, it is such an honor to present to you our esteemed resource person, Dr. Parvati Verma from Assumption University, Bangkok. She has so much achievements, and so while I, present her achievements to the participants, I will have to cut short her achievements because that just talking about her achievements is going to take so much time. So I will just pick up some of the achievements. Okay, Dr. Parvati Verma is a researcher and counseling psychologist with specialization in positive psychology, health psychology, organizational behavior, gerontology, personality and attitudes counseling psychology, and special education. She secured her graduate diploma in education from Assumption University, Bangkok, Thailand. Then in 2004, then she secured her PhD in psychology from the University of Madras, India. She secured her MPhil in counseling psychology from the University of Madras, India. She secured her MA degree in psychology from the University of Calicut, India. Dr. Parvati received some awards and honors, which I would like to read out. In 2016, she received the Best Paper Award for her paper entitled The Influence of Learning Styles and Perceived Instructional Styles on Academic Performance on University Students in Thailand. That was in International Research Conference on Social Sciences, Humanities, and Interdisciplinary Studies at Pattaya, Bangkok. Then again in 2006, she was awarded the Best Poster Award for the poster presentation in 18th IACCP 2006 in Germany for the poster entitled Perception of Teachers' Invitation on Parental Involvement Practices in Selected International Schools at Bangkok. Then she is also a university rank holder in MA Psychology in Calicut University, Kerala, India in the year 1991. So I will mention her work experience now. Presently, she is working as the Program Director of the Doctor of Philosophy in Counseling Psychology and Master of Science in Counseling Psychology in Graduate School of Human Sciences. That is in Assumption University, Bangkok. She worked as a full-time faculty member in Assumption University from 1997. Presently, she's working as a director of Psychological Counseling Center in Martin de Tour School of Management and Economics. From 2005 onwards, she started associating with Graduate School of Counseling Psychology and taught for 3 programs: Master of Science in Counseling Psychology, Master of Individual and Family Studies, and Doctoral Program in Counseling Psychology. She taught, every year there are around 5 to 6 thesis advisors she worked with for master thesis. Presently, she has 3 advices for PhD thesis. From 1995 to 1997, she held the position of director in Pathfinders. Pathfinders was established is an established career guidance center at Kerala in India. From 1993 to 1995, she worked as a research assistant at Vijay Human Service, that is an NGO, the Center for Mentally Handicapped. Here, she worked as a leading research assistant for the project run by Leben Schilfe, an NGO organization from Germany in the institute. She assisted in developing a vocational training program, which is now published and accepted by National Institute of Mental Health, Secunderabad, India, used by many of the special schools in India. Her job responsibility included periodic assessment of the handicapped children and giving counseling to parents and training special educators. From 1990 to 1991, she worked as a consultant at counseling center associated at Karuna Hospital. Her job responsibilities included counseling, case reporting, and assisting the psychiatrist. She has two research projects which was submitted in 2015 and 2019 to Assumption University. Then she has around 20 publications. Then her strength is in research writing, research methodology, organization of events, and documentation are the areas that she feels competent in. We are honored to have you once again, Dr. Dr. Parvati, with us today. And I hope we all have a wonderful time with you, because your lectures have always been very interesting and very motivating and very practical. And it's such a pleasure to have you with us. And ma'am, I'll be reminding you when your time is up, but actually I want you to have the maximum time. So I want you to start immediately. I invite you to start immediately, because I want to have maximum, lecture from you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juliet, for giving such a wonderful introduction. I myself was a little overwhelmed by hearing the introduction. Anyway, thank you so much for the organizers for inviting me for this workshop. And I want to extend my appreciation to Dr. Panch for introducing me to this workshop. I think I have been here with the Mizoram INSPA before also. So I enjoy the time with you. So today's topic, like since you have given me to talk about the role of teachers in development of students. So this would be my agenda. Like I would like to spend my time here with you, first exploring the present status of students. If you try and see like what is happening now, like compared to the time when we were students, right? So you look at the kind of researches done on students, on the kind of problems the students are facing, kind of problems that the teachers are facing in the present. So we need to identify, hey, what is actually happening? What are those characteristics we want our kids to have? Because they are our future. So we need to work. We need to try and see what we can instill in them, what kind of values we can instill in them, what kind of changes we can instill in them, or what kind of mindset we can instill in them. You know, of course, teachers play a very, very important role, and we need to look into that. And I will also, if we have enough time, I will also talk about some of the activities which could be used like on your process, right? So we will see like how much time we have, and let me see, 2:20 here. Okay, I will keep the time here, and you can remind me if I'm taking too much time. Okay, so coming to like the present scenario, like with this COVID situation, with the pandemic, we have, I mean, I was listening to what Dr. Panch was talking, and some of the questions that were mentioned on the chat box, like about the kind of problems the students are facing. See, the present generation kids if you try and see like what is actually lacking in them compared to the older generation, the researchers have identified that these are some of the core factors that need to be addressed, right? So the resilience is very low. Like they have issues about their own self-esteem. They're not very sure about themselves. They're not confident about themselves. Self-determination, then compassion. They're not compassionate about themselves or have empathy. And again, there are problems about communication, like communication problems in the sense, the present day kids don't connect well with us. You know, if you see, I've been working in the field of counseling and I've been listening to their problems and also the parents' problems. Parents come to us saying like what kind of problem the kids have, and kids come to us and talking to us like they tell us, okay, my family or my parents don't understand what I'm going through, right? So there is a gap, the generational difference. There is a communication gap between generation or between culture, right? And another important factor is about the assertiveness. Like, you know, most of the time we want kids to obey us. We want kids to listen to us. And I don't know whether it is the problem with parenting or the problem with education that we bring out, you know, like the kids to be less assertive or aggressive. You know, they don't really understand the difference between assertiveness and aggression. And there is a lot of intolerance in them and inability to control their emotions or anger or frustration, right? So to tolerate others, like you can always agree to disagree, or you can tolerate differences of opinion, right? You can have a healthy discussion, right? So are we really inculcating those kind of skills in our kids? So why are they lacking it? Like what kind of changes can we bring into our educational system or bring into our society that we could actually bring in those changes in them? The present, if you look at the kind of problems which we face these days, you know, the rates of suicides have increased. If you look at the cause of suicide, like, you know, it could be lack of self-esteem, lack of resilience, enhanced tendency of, like, you know, like maybe they get into depression or anxiety or too much of stress. Then intolerance, like violence, anger, frustration, and the communication or the cultural differences. So in a nutshell, if you try and see like what as teachers, what can we do, right? So or what kind of changes can we bring into our educational system? So I think that these are some of the changes which you can think of. Like you could build these factors into our educational system. You could incorporate them. You have to make our children more resilient, more compassionate, empathetic, enhance their self-esteem, determination, positivity, and you should also focus into the communication across generation and assertive training. Like, what do you mean by assertive training? Like we do not say yes, like, you know, we say yes when we want to say no. So this is what, even when somebody asks you something, right, you either say yes, like you even when you want to say no, you would say yes, right? So the ability to confidently say no without hurting the other person or without letting others feel bad. Like, you know, you should, the differentiation between assertiveness and aggression need to be understood. They should be very well understood in the earlier education itself. Well, while the kids are growing up, they should be aware of it. They should know about it so that they could come up to be, they can grow up and become better individuals and their personality would be more confident, and they will have a better self-concept about themselves. So now we are trying to see like how we could incorporate these into our curriculum. For number one, we will look into what resilience is. Like in olden days, when people had like a lot of difficulties, when they go through a lot of life experience, they come out to be strong, resilient. So what is basically resilience? Resilience is the capacity to spring back, rebound successfully, adapt to challenging and threatening circumstances. So when you are faced with stress, when you are faced with trauma, tragedy, or any kind of threat, how well you adapt to it, how well you overcome it, right? So how well you face it. So that is what resilience is. And by you know what I was requested something and I clicked on OK. I don't know what is that. Okay. Sorry, I clicked on something and it went wrong. So being resilient doesn't mean that a person won't go through any kind of stress. It doesn't mean like that. You definitely will go through stress, but like you will be able to handle it better, right? So how can we actually create that road? Like generally when we say, like older people used to say, you need to have life experience, so that when you have life experience, you go through difficulty, you go through trauma, right? So, and you come out strong, right? So that is what resilience is. So you can't create those kind of life experiences for the present generation, but we still have to make them strong. And how can we do that? That is what we are going to look into. See, resilience, like, to an extent, it comes from your heredity. That is, some people are born more resilient, but you can actually enhance resilience by creating a healthy operational system. Like, if the systems are good, if systems are intact, the kids grow up to be more resilient. Okay, so these are some of the protective, the research says that if there is a protective orientation, they know like how to protect themselves. There is a protective orientation and the ability to control themselves, to self-regulate. Self-regulate when you are aware of yourself, you could control yourself and make sure that the connections and attachment, that if there are right connections and attachment, like the good attachment styles with the kids, a good proactive, positive parenting, and the school system also matters a lot. That is the school achievement. Like these days, I think, there should be a shift in the educational system from enhancing the academic achievement to enhancing the well-being of the kids, right? The focus should move from the academic achievement to more into the psychological well-being, or there should be a higher emphasis on the mental health, and the connection or the support from the society should also be enhanced, right? So these are the 6 protective factors to enhance resilience. So this is the resilience model. I'm I would like to discuss on this resilience model and how we could focus on all these factors. So you have to look into the holistic resilience model, which take care of the whole development of the kids, or whole development of the students. So to start with, the physical resilience and mindfulness, mental resilience, emotional resilience, social resilience and connection, and spiritual resilience. So physical resilience and mindfulness, how do you do that? Like, teachers would be wondering, hey, we have so much to teach in the school, and and you psychologists come here and tell us, okay, you do this with them, you do that with them, like, we have no time to do all that. But I think, there should be equal emphasis on other activities along with academic activities. I think the curriculum could be designed in such a way that everything is being taken care of. You are not preparing your kids to only pass the exam, right? So passing the exam is not that important. Okay, it is important. Definitely, they have to study. They have to study and learn and do well in the exams, or do well in the academics. Definitely, that is important. But equally important is their mental health. So how can you actually incorporate or take care of all that? If you want to work on the physical resilience, the physical activities are very important, right? So these days you can see most of them are studying from home, sitting in front of the computer or using mobile phone. So there is no physical activity at all, right? With the pandemic, students are mostly at home or indoor, outdoor activities are less. But it is important whether you are in class or even at home, there should be a way that the school system has to force the physical resilience and mindfulness in kids. Only then you can get their focus, concentration, and you should also make them aware of the importance of their physical health, like being active, having a healthy nutrition, about like what they eat, and giving an understanding or sharing information about how food can have an impact on their physical health and also their mental health. So you could educate them, psychoeducate them on eating habits and the nutrition, general nutrition. So this is mostly on the physical resilience. So for mental resilience, you need to work on their outlook and perspective. You can have an adaptive growth mindset, for which there could be time which you could use on a body scan. When they have high emotions or anger or frustration, when there are problems between the kids, right? So you have to you can create them. You should create a small exercise and make them do it, to understand that how is their mind being in control. This comes with some kind of mindfulness practice. So if you can focus on the mental resilience, so these are the factors you're actually working on, like you're improving their self-esteem. If they start looking into themselves, if they start thinking about themselves, they will understand more about themselves and their self-concept would increase. And that will definitely have enhance their self-esteem. And they will be more confident about themselves, and that would become like more of self-determination, like their self-determination can be increased. And you could create that positive feeling, every time when they are disturbed, that if you have some kind of grounding rule, to a body scan, sit down, take a breath, or maybe a 2 minutes meditation or mindfulness audio, or positive thinking, some exercises, so you could introduce that. And also make sure that there are no competitions, avoid competitions. So this will enhance positive mental health. And many a times we have noticed that kids always have the fear of failure. And with the fear of failure, anxiety develops. If you look into the research, fear of failure is one of the predictor for anxiety. So you have to work on the root cause of the problem. Fear of failure, even if you fail, it's okay, right? So don't shame them. Do not shame them. These are things which teachers could do, not to shame them. And you have to embrace your mistakes. You have to accept your mistakes and their mistakes too. So how can you inculcate that? You should always promote the bright side. Every experience has one. See, that optimism and resiliency go hand in hand. And kids may appear more naturally some kids may appear more naturally optimistic than others, but optimism can be nurtured. If the teachers take an effort, you can actually nurture the optimism and you can reframe their thought. Nothing is impossible. You can do it. If you try, you should have that positive attitude and you can do it. And I am there to support you. So this is the feeling that they should get from the teacher. And try to embrace mistakes, your mistakes and their mistake, right? When they make a mistake, don't shame them. Tell them it is okay to make mistake. Even I, you should share like how you have made a mistake and how you came out of it. So that will actually inspire them. You should, it is never, it is, nobody is perfect, right? So that is the reality that you should let them know. And then have emotional resilience. And emotional resilience, if you want to work on the emotional resilience, you need to create that self-awareness in them and the ability to control their emotions. And you should also work on self-compassion, that is, say thanks and the expression of gratitude and optimism, which can actually reduce their depressed feeling. Right? So the ability to experience these positive emotions is very important so that these people can come out of their stress. Say thanks, if they maybe you can ask them to do gratitude journaling or write down a few things, every day, like just before the class. I mean, just after the class or before the class, ask them to have a journal, write down a few things, what you think you are thankful for, what you're happy of, right? So some kind of gratitude journaling. So I think a lot of teachers would have noticed these kind of problems in kids, like who have problems with their anger, who are frustrated and their behavior cannot be controlled. So in such situation, in normal situations, how do we do that? We just punish them, right? In normal schools, they have punishment, like you misbehave, so you have to do this extra work or whatever. So why don't you use those disciplining techniques in such a way that they really understand what is happening in them? If there is a conflict between two kids, ask them to sit down and do a body scan. See, you are in an angry mood right now. So what is happening in you? Just sit down and do a body scan. Close your eyes. What is happening? Do a full body scan. Take a deep breath and look into yourself. Then find out what are the triggers. When are you getting angry? What is it you are getting angry? So you are actually asking them to pause and think, right? So what is it triggering you? Then ask them to connect with that. What is that emotion which is creating this anger or feelings, right? So this is basically a step to self-awareness. You are understanding more about how your emotions and your behavior are connected. So if you understand that connection, you have a control over yourself. This is what self-regulation is. And by this, you can enhance the tolerance. And this is the best way to make them understand or make them differentiate what is assertiveness and what is aggressiveness, right? So being assertive and being aggressive, right? So you can voice your opinion. You can agree to disagree in a very polite and gentle way, right? So this is how you could actually build that healthy personality in them to understand the difference between the aggression and assertiveness. And one thing the kids, they feel is, oh, these emotions, like, I get angry, I get frustrated, I feel jealous, right? So these emotions, like, they get a wrong call from the environment. Oh, you cannot feel jealous, you should not be angry, you should not do this, this is also not true, right? So you are teaching them wrong. It is natural to get angry, it is natural to get jealous, it is all these emotions are natural. So the best way to have the control over the emotions is, yes, it is okay, it is normal. If you are feeling anxious just before the exam, you're feeling anxious, it is okay, it is normal, everyone does it, it's okay. If you don't get anxious, then there is something wrong. If you are anxious, it's okay. If you are jealous, oh, somebody has got a better score. If you're jealous, it's okay, but you just be aware of your feelings and that will pass, right? These are bad feelings, and it is okay to have it, but you don't nurture it, let it pass, right? Reassure them that these bad feelings will pass. It is very important that you cannot ask them, okay, you cannot have those feelings, which is wrong. This is not right or wrong. It's not about right or wrong. These feelings are natural, but you will come over it. And coming to the social resilience, yes, social resilience is important. That is to have a good network or support system. So when you have people, when you have connection, when you have somebody to support you, I think this would be, like a kind of, this would be a kind of, what do you call, a protective factor for us, So social resilience, with social resilience, I think when you have people to connect with, community to connect with, you connect with the community, help people, you go out and have some clubs and groups and do work together, you communicate, there is leadership involved, communication involved, interpersonal relationship involved. Yes, like all this can give you a kind of social support or system. And with this, I think you have to focus on self-compassion. And how can you build this self-compassion? Instead of judging and criticizing yourself when you make a mistake or when you have some drawbacks and shortcomings, you need to understand, right? So it's okay. Like, who said I should always be number one? Who said like I should always be perfect? Nobody said, it's not a written rule. It's not a written rule that you have to be perfect. It is okay, I made a mistake and this is all I could make, or this is you should be more realistic. When we accept life on life's term, we can stop living in the past and emerge with our feet planted in the present, ready to create a different future. So what happens is, most of the time we are worried about what has happened in the past and anxious about what is going to happen in the future, and we forget to live the present, right? So we most of the time, this is what our life like. Do you live in the present? Do you enjoy the moment? Do you enjoy even while eating or taking a bath? We generally don't live in the present, right? So this is what we are losing. We need to actually create that self-awareness and self-compassion. So these are some of the easy ways which you can use in order to practice self-compassion. Like tip number 1 is grounding. So anytime you notice a very intense feeling, or overwhelming emotion, or you getting swept away with your thinking, try to focus on the feeling of your foot firmly planted on the ground. That is, okay, I'm standing, I'm grounded, right? Then take a deep breath, okay? You feel that you are grounded, and take focus on those sensations for a few minutes, and take a deep breath and feel your deep breath, right? So this is grounding. Like every time when the emotions are going up, you can teach them. Tip 1, grounding. When you're grounding, what do you have to do? You can come up with your own ways of doing it. Either put your feet down, plant it hard, or, you can come up with any kind of body gestures also. There are so many exercises. You can go online and check. Then, sometimes, you have to take care of yourself, when there is too much of anxiety or stress or problem, very intense emotions, try to either hug yourself or put your hand on your chest, this feeling, when you pat yourself or give yourself maybe a rub on your neck or on your shoulders, which means like you are taking care of yourself, a soothing touch from your own self, right? So you are pampering yourself, right, by just touching you wherever, maybe on your cheeks or on your arms or on your shoulders or whatever, right? So this is also a kind of tip, a soothing touch for self-compassion. Then so you can have a self-compassion break in the class, like 2 minutes of maybe you can put a MP3 and audio of self-compassion break. You can download it, and you can ask everybody to sit for 2 minutes. Let us take this break, or 6 minutes or 5 minutes, you take a break. So there is a 6-minute self-compassion break guided meditation which you can download and you can use it. It's a neutral guided meditation which is created by Dr. Christine Neff, which you can use for your kids. There is also 2 3-minute, if you don't want to spend 6 minutes, there are 3-minute self-compassion breaks also, which can be used in between the class, which will make them feel good. So maybe you can also ask them to repeat those phrases, I will be kind to myself, right? So this is a moment of suffering, and suffering is part of life, and may I be kind to myself, right? So I am going to be kind to myself. Like this, these are some of the mantras you can use. Or gratitude journaling, so which is a self-compassion journal. You record any of your emotions. See, this even use yourself as teachers. Teaching profession is a helping profession. It's a lot of stress. You go back home, you are spending a lot of time trying to use your mental strength with the kids. You are helping them, in whatever way you can. When you go home, you are very, very tired, right? So you can do some kind of gratitude journaling, taking care of yourself, right? So maybe any kind of emotions which you have had, any kind of problems, if you're overwhelmed or anxious, or any kind of problems at school or at home in the family, like when you're juggling things between each other, right? There are too many issues. Maybe you can write it down and you see how you feel. You will definitely feel better. Gratitude journal is so important, and that can make you give you a lot of wonders. You should try. Like these are some of the example. What is the best thing that happened in the last 24 hours? sit down for a minute and just rewind in your mind what happened in the last 24 hours and write it down. Who is someone who you are thankful to have in your life, right? So you never think about that. If you're thinking about it and writing it down, or what is the most important thing in your life right now? Write it down. What is something you take for granted in everyday life, right? So these days, I mean, in these days during the pandemic, you know, we really understand like how uncertain our life is, and I think people have realized, you know, like we have taken life for granted for so long. So now we realize the importance of so many things in our life with this pandemic. And lastly, it is the spiritual resilience. Spiritual resilience is to, again, you know, refresh your spiritual values, your values and beliefs, and what is so important in your life, you know, thinking about what is so important in your life. Is it making money or having relation? What makes you happy, right? So you have to ask these kind of questions to yourself to understand like what is important for you in your life. So what kind of work will make you happy? What do you want to do with your life, right? So those kind of things you will be looking into with the spiritual resilience. And for all that, mindfulness is the way. Mindfulness is not just meditation alone, right? So being mindful is be in the present moment, right? So not like you can practice that with meditation, with yoga, or being in the present moment. Just focus on something what you're doing. And even when you're eating, just focus on it, like focus on the food, focus on the texture of the food, like be involved in it. And that is what mindfulness is. You can practice that when you're taking a bath, when you're eating, or when you're drinking a glass of water, right? So connect with it, right? So you will feel better. And I think, yeah, this is all I have to discuss with you. And I would also, if I have time, I will share these exercises which we have developed, you know, with, after the pandemic, you know, when the classes all became online, there were some of the exercises to enhance resilience were developed by UNICEF and some other NGOs, and I can share these with you. Do I have time?
Yes, ma'am, you have time. I think this is very important.
Okay, so these are some of the stress busters, like which you could use. Like you know, when we generally we go to schools and train the teachers and counselors to, and we come up with some interventions which are used, which these interventions are used in the school. We incorporate that into the curriculum so that, you know, our focus is on the better mental health of the kids. Right? So right now, it is practically not possible to go into the school and conduct those intervention and see how it works, right? So incorporating all this, we have come up with a few exercises which we train online, where we take care of the mental resilience, spiritual resilience, emotional resilience, everything. We talk to the parents, we talk to the teachers, we talk to the kids, right? So, and again, we also tell them, okay, how can you do that? Like healing and education through arts. So this is based on this particular project. Like for small kids, this is basically for small kids. If you ask them to sit and take a deep breath, close your eyes and meditate, it will be very difficult for them to focus. So we have come up with small exercises like, you know, keep a candle in your hand, then breathe and keep in one hand you have some flowers, in the other hand you have a candle. Then we ask them to smell the flower. Okay, how maybe is it the rose? Can you take a deep breath and smell the flower? And they smell. And now try to blow the candle. And so this is basically breathe in and breathe out, right? The technique of meditation is used, but to get them engaged in their way, you can come up with your own ways. So this is just some of the ways we use it. And for physical, like, you know, like if you ask them, if you want to make them active, you know, pretend you have a lemon in your hand, reach up to a tree, pick a lemon with each hand, one lemon, another lemon, then squeeze the lemon, right? Squeeze the lemon hard to get all the juice out, right? So this is a kind of like, you know, you are making the fingers more dexterous, right? So this is another way. Like, you know, these exercises are developed based on deep muscular relaxation technique, which actually relaxes your body and relaxes your mind. So in deep muscular relaxation technique, what we do is like we tense first and then relax, tense and relax. So that's what, squeeze and then relax. Then these lazy cat exercises, you ask them to pretend as if they are a cat, lazy cat, just woke up from a lovely long nap. Then have a big yawn and say meow, like everybody say meow together. Now stretch out your arms, legs back and slowly like a cat and then relax. This is just the yoga posture. If you ask them to do yoga, nobody would do it. Like you play with them with like a cat, they do it. Then this is another feather exercise, which is like a statue. Again, based on the deep muscular relaxation technique. And so, sorry, progressive muscular relaxation technique, where you are being on statue, then you're becoming a feather. Pretend you are a feather floating through the air, then suddenly you freeze and transform into a statue. Then again become a feather and you're floating. So you ask them to float, use the drama technique, ask them to float, and that means the body is relaxed, mind is relaxed. They are also in a very light emotional mood. Then again, stress balls. So make your own stress balls by filling balloons with dal, lentils, or rice or anything, and ask them to take the balls in both their hands and squeeze and relax and squeeze and relax. So this is also based on the same technique. And you have another one here. These are some of the exercises we have developed during the COVID times to work for the, to use for the smaller kids. We have exercises developed for the bigger kids also, for the university kids also. Like again, this exercises releases the muscle tension. Pretend you are a turtle going for a slow, relaxed turtle walk. Oh no, the rain has started. So curl up and go under the shell for 10 seconds. Then somebody can count 10 seconds. Now the sun is out, come out of your shell. Now you can slowly return to your relaxing walk. Then repeat a few times and make sure to finish the walk so that your body is relaxed, right? So these are some of the techniques. Sorry, yeah. And I will. So these are some of the techniques which could be used for your for younger children. And for older children, there are a lot of other group activities which you can use. Probably like if I get time, if I get an opportunity, some other time, maybe I could share with you. And I will use the rest of the time for the questions. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So kindly put your questions in the chat box. Some questions are already posted. Okay, everybody is in praise of the presentation. Everybody is finding it very interesting. That's nice to hear.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll just wait for some more questions. Yeah, they're all, praising your presentation. They're very happy with the systematic presentation that you have given. and they want more of you. They want to listen more from you, and I find it very interesting. Okay, okay. Okay, some of the questions have come up previously. Now, no new questions, but previously I was noting down. So, ma'am, this is the question, one of the questions. How would you rate the chance of success to develop the personality of students in secondary school who already acquired many personality traits and characteristics?
So what kind of characteristics would you want to bring in them?
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to say.
So it depends on what kind
to develop
of
for success.
Again, you know, success is very subjective, you know, like whether it is an academic success or I want to stop sharing my, okay. Yeah, again, the success is very subjective, you know, what you want to be, whether you want an academic success or you want to be successful in what you are, maybe improve your confidence and be happy, enhance your well-being, right?
Okay, madam.
Yes.
That is my questions, and I will elaborate it some in some way. Their emotional development, such kind of thing. Their emotional development. They have already acquired so many personalities, like their how to control their emotions. Such kind of personality is what I asked on that question.
Oh, okay. So they have already developed the emotional control, right? You mean if they have already had their own ways of controlling their emotions, how could you change them? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Right. So see, when they come to you, like come to study, like they have their own set of or ways of doing things, and they think what they are doing is okay. But if you show them that there is a different way of doing things and that can make you feel better, then they would change it. The way I am coping with my emotions, I was doing it all along. Like this is the way I mean, I would have got it from my family, from the environment, and somebody tells me, okay, there is a better way of doing it. And when I experience it and I feel it is better, and I would be open to change. Don't you think so?
Yeah, okay, then. Yes. Then in communication skills, let's talk about that. Then in their elementary stage, that communication skills is also already developed. I mean, so is there any chance to develop such thing?
Communication skills.
Secondary stage. Yeah.
How to improve the communication skills?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are so many activities you can incorporate in your curriculum that can enhance the communication skill, right? So that is, see, about two things what I mentioned here about the communication is, one is like being assertive. So we are all used to that either submissive style or aggressive style. You get angry, you want to get your things done, you become aggressive. And this is a thing which we have learned from our childhood, right? Or from the society. You see the news media, how people interact with each other, right? People, they are not tolerant of each other. When they hear something which they don't agree, they become aggressive. They don't actually listen. They don't listen to understand. They listen to answer. Listen to respond. They don't listen to understand, right? So you can actually change that, but it's okay. You don't have to respond all the time. You need to understand the real reason of how others respond. I mean, others' behavior, and you don't have to always respond. I mean, you could train. It is okay. It is normal to agree to disagree. So that will bring them or make them more assertive.
Okay.
Oh,
Ma'am, this is a
okay.
question that
Nice,
you must address. How can we tackle students who are sexually abused or are addicted with pornography? How can we help them to focus on their academic field?
For sexual abuse, it's a totally, like sexual, like we have been dealing with so many cases of sexual abuse. These people will have like high levels of anxiety, low self-esteem, and they definitely need some clinical support, right? So they need to actually come over. There should be a closure. They have to have a closure of the pain or trauma they have gone through during their childhood. So, and somebody said either pornography addiction or drug addiction or whatever, right? All these addictions has a background, has a history. There is something which is bothering them, which leads them to these problems. So that need to be addressed first. It is not the addiction there. It is the root problem need to be addressed. Without that, we cannot actually make them change and be focused into the education. Education is not important there. You have to first address the trauma, what they had gone through, and bring a closure to it. And while bringing a closure to it, they will understand. They will, like, by bringing a closure, you have to inform them or you have to show to them that there is something you need to look forward in life. You have to excel in life, and there should be a purpose in life. And that is where the need of education comes, the need of focus comes, need of discipline comes, need of like whether I need to study or I know what is the purpose of education that comes into their life.
Okay, that's good. Then, ma'am, there's another question. Lots of questions, but I'm just filtering them because there's so many questions. So how should a teacher react with the students if he or she makes mistakes while teaching?
You have to admit the mistake.
Yeah.
So there is nothing wrong. Nobody is perfect. You make a mistake and you say, oh, I made a mistake. It's okay. It is okay to make a mistake. Teacher is not a robot. Like, you're not an encyclopedia, right? We are trying to help the kids. See, I am here to help you. So whatever I know, like, look, I made a mistake. This was wrong. Or sometimes if a teacher is angry and shouts at the student, there is nothing wrong in admitting them. Sorry, when you did like this, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shouted at you. I know you did this because of it. Even I can have a bad emotion. And if you apologize in front of the kids, they also learn it is normal to apologize.
Yeah, very true. So there's another question. Is it right to take the role of family by teachers?
Teacher is also family. Right? So like, if you look into our culture, Mata, Pita, Guru, Devam, right? Like, God, this is the cultural values, the society, it is there in their mind. My family, my school, my society, like it's all, but you can't take the role of a father or a mother, right? They have their own different role, but you're also part of the family.
True. Okay. After figuring out the triggering factors of their emotions, let's say anger or frustration, what is the first step to be done by the teacher?
So if the first step should be to make the students understand the trigger factors. So if the students are aware of the connection between the triggers and the emotions, right? So this is the way to self-awareness. So you know, this is what triggers me. I am in this mood because this is what triggered me. The more you know about the connection, you would be better to have a control. Okay, this is what making me do like this. I am not bad. It is this trigger that is making me like this. So if I can handle it, right? So they feel more confident. They feel more competent to handle the connection. And that is, if there is self-awareness, there will be more self-regulation. You will be able to control over it. And they will be open to make changes, right? They will be trying it out. Okay, if there is a trigger like this, how should I handle the trigger? That is where the teachers or the parents or the educators can come up with some activities which can see when you're getting angry, you just hold your hand like this or tap on something, you know, you can distract the attention or give them some kind of tips to divert their attention, and they could, yeah. So,
Okay. So how far the teachers can develop students' mental health in secondary school during pandemic?
So to how much time or how much effort a teacher puts into the curriculum, focusing on the mental health than the academic performance, right? So when the whole educational system switched online, right? The focus was on trying to develop online materials, develop online videos to make sure that they get the education in the best way possible. But I think there should also be a focus on seeing that, you know, what they are lacking right now, where their mental health is affected, like in where exactly is it being affected, and how can you overcome that with physical activities, with maybe like communication, with social grouping, like maybe having a lot of group activities, right? So which will actually make up for the online work.
Ma'am, what can we do to grab the attention of the students when they are in stress or losing attention?
When they're losing attention, just listen to them. Give an ear to them. Like, you know, ask them to talk, find out what is happening. You know, that is what I think earlier somebody was asking, what is student-focused and student-centered education, right? So when the education, when the class is being focused on the students, like, you know, I think the emphasis should be on participation. The emphasis should not be just delivering the content, but asking them how much they understand and what is their problem. Like maybe you can have casual conversation with them, finding out what is happening. Like, is it too stressful for you? Are you staying up with the computer for so long? Do you want to take a break? So what do you want to do? Like some kind of activities, you know, it's just to understand them, listen to them, what is happening.
Okay, so I'll take another question. I'll give you another question. Is it our evaluation system of school children that makes us focus on success of students because of the system words? So the blame is on the system.
Yes.
So
I'm very sorry to say that the evaluation system need to be addressed. You know, the evaluation system is that you should have to have a holistic evaluation. Most of the educators are in the education theories, you know, holistic evaluation is so important rather than the scores from the examination point, you know, like exam grades and all that. The evaluation should be more holistic.
Especially now, right?
Yes.
At this current moment.
Yeah, this kind of movement. You need to develop more rubrics, like, you can have, that can be done within the school system. Like, you can have like more of rubrics and on different areas.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, there was another question that said, while we are doing those exercises, the stress busters and all those exercises, should we tell them the purpose of the exercise? Or just go on?
But if the real objective of the exercise, if you tell them, they are small kids, right? They wouldn't understand, right? So the main purpose was to make them feel good. See, you can ask them to do a meditation or yoga, right? So it is, making small kids do that, or making that into a habit or discipline would be very difficult. So if you come up with these creative ways, it will be easier for them to be in that groove, oh, it's very interesting, it will be fun, and they enjoy it, and then you can ask them, hey, how do you feel? How do you feel about, do you feel better? You're feeling better. Okay, this is the objective. You can tell them, okay, this is why we are doing this.
After they do it.
Yeah, after they do it, you can let them know the main objective of this is to make you feel good.
Yeah, true. So we have come, our time as we're forced by time to stop the session. Very wonderful session. If you read the chat box, you will be it will really motivate you, because everybody was very, very, very interested in your presentation and very pleased with your presentation. I hope to see you in the future in programs. I'm telling you, I'm inviting you beforehand.
Oh, that is,
So
I'm so honored.
Yeah, I hope we want to have more sessions with you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us your precious time. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful words, Dr. Juliet. I enjoyed it. Thank you. And I enjoyed everybody's comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr.
Over to
Varma,
you.
Dr. Parvati Varma. Thank you so much for a very wonderful session, very interesting session. It was inspiring, also very motivational. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Dr.
Yes, we look forward to meeting you again soon.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes.
I enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have you, ma'am. We always enjoy your session. We never want to miss on any of the slides presentation that you put up. And I think all the comments here, as well as in the YouTube, we're live streaming this event on YouTube for those who are not able to join. Yeah, so we've got lots of comments there also, and it's all very positive and happy. I just wanted
Thank you, Miss Grace.
tell you that. Yes.
I enjoyed it. It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, we'd be happy to have you again very soon.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Okay, so I think we had a very fruitful session there, and as we have said, there were many comments that said that they were very, very benefiting from the session. And thank you again, Dr. Parvati Varma. I think we have a little time. I don't think our speaker for the next session is logged in yet. Do we have Dr. Afaki online?
Yes, we're here.
Okay. Is Julie Valatai, is she online now? Oh yeah, I see Julie. All right. So I think maybe while we're waiting for the speaker to come in, I think maybe we can have a short 5-minute break for anybody who wants to go to take a bathroom break or go stretch. Right? It's been 2 continuous sessions, so I think we can have a short 5-minute break, and we can come back at 1:55, and we can continue the session at 1, so that we can start exactly at 2. All right, so 5 minutes break for all the participants. So is Dr. Balan Radhakrishnan online?
I don't think he is. I've been looking for him.
Yes, I was also looking for him. I was just wondering if I missed him somewhere.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, a radio to a hanchal. Is it on the Hanisiam? Look at Tiger Share and Chang and booking Gashia. The Kani, Avain, Zimar do Emo, Avain, Zundram Tiardu, Kanum Techuan, Unkakana, Siam Lokanga. Participation pot a cop may is it to take an active zona kan comments kan nga constructive criticism tam tak te por looting ka share long khop meya kini point na kina ma kan son le thina tur tam tak te po kha kap muwa lo mom ka tik tak zetani comments kharon loot zel se engamo kan ti that na lai te le kan ma kan son ngai na lai ni kan shet te po kha yeron soi zel ilan na kina te po feedback form a khan ale zevet thi don thova tu na te po hian aron soi tel thi thawa kan en vekani ti kha lo shebokila chuan hetiang zirtir tu te hetiang kan active ani chuan kan zir lai te point kan zirtir nei an hlok puyang ti hi ka ring khop mai zona kan nga
Oh, he online workshop hi atlang pui na choralin mi zanga zaruk. Chuan kan etin reng. Ka kan han puang ve shim shim ni se webex a
YouTube lama
hianin
khan za som ti za som thum chho khan online rangin ka shaboka
online reng.
Oh, en lo na china khan ron zo ha ka du loka mo online hello ya hai kan to pang le ngo teng te hi tiang kan soi to panga chung ko background le chi sang sang an lo ni ta chuan an psychology le ngo te po sang le ngo ti te po kha kan ngai thata chuan ti en kol le an vaya kan manage te dan tu le ngo vel teng te kha siat ka va du ve o nai te kha
role khai de wa kan no pang te kan manage thi dani ti na dewem ni
oh khami kha asan chu a then kha chu ente nan re thei de uta pon lom thei ta then kha chu ho sa de uta pon ni thei ta an ril ro kha an psychology kha atang lam thei ta ni an chung kwa in manage dan zer khan mo lai khan high school kan lo en kol dan tu le mo khan entia ti nge tha berang rol khai berang ti lai ta ka kha
Moya, I think we can take up the question in the next session. Our resource person has just joined, so we can start, I think.
okay nia anakina nia karon la chang tura ngai la tiro kan lo chin chi anga unam changa karon chang do nia asari no makha
ole
all right so Dr. Balan, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, can.
All right. So now it's 1:55. I think I will hand over the session to our facilitator, Dr. Silal Fakzwali, so that she can do the introductions and you can have more time for your session, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Moy. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, a very good afternoon to all of you. We shall start the third session for today. I am Dr. Silal Fakzwali. I'm an assistant professor. I teach at the Department of Psychology in Mizoram University. It is a privilege to be facilitating this session in this very important international workshop. Our speaker is also here with us, and I think our rapporteur is also here with us. So before I formally introduce our speaker, I would like to remind all the participants to mute yourself in mute lo hakan lo omle china khongin kan audio mute la, and also regarding the questions, If you have any questions, you can always drop them at the chat box. And we are also live on YouTube. So if you have, for those of you joining us on YouTube, you can always drop your questions at the live chat. Okay, all right. So it is an honor to introduce our esteemed speaker for today, Associate Professor Dr. Balan Radhakrishnan. He is an Associate Professor in Faculty of Psychology and Education at the University Malaysia Sabah. He specializes in Youth and Community Development Program in UMS. He also won World Inventor Award from Korea in 2013 in field of research and education category for social sciences. His research focuses on youth, creativity, innovation, and intervention for social problems for youth. He obtained his degree, master's degree and PhD in psychology from National University of Malaysia, UKM. He's a member of the Malaysian Institute of Management and member of the Malaysian Institute of Human Resource Management, formerly known as the Malaysian Institute of Personnel Management. Over the years, he has completed a considerable number of published researches on stress management, career development, creativity and mental health, youth problems and life skills, international and international level. So we are very fortunate to have you with us today, sir. You have till, so your time starts from 2 and you have till 2:50. I'll be reminding you 5 minutes prior to that, and the last 10 minutes of this session may be used for question and answer session. Okay, so with that, I now invite our esteemed speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Balan Radhakrishnan, to speak on understanding adolescence and adolescence-related issues. Sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Is it audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much, Dr. Lafkalia.
Fagzwali.
Fagzwali, yeah. Thank you so much, Doctor. How are you, Doctor?
I'm good, sir. Very happy to have you here.
Thank you so much. And how's everyone in Mizoram? So how's
Good, sir.
things there, situations there in COVID situations there? Is it fine? Some of you can on your camera if it's not disturbed our system. Some of you can just can on your camera because I can see who I'm talking with.
It's not okay, sir. This morning also they were
No,
around
those
8
have
events
problem, no
in
need to on
UK.
your camera. Those have problem, no need to on
Yeah.
your camera. Those can later maybe you can off your camera. You can just listen to me because my 1 hour talk is more on the interactive rather than I'm talking and you're listening. I think most of you are teachers, and I think all of us have to interact with me, give some points, ideas, and it will be like it will be more fun if I get idea from you rather than I'm just talking and giving you ideas. Anyone want to introduce yourself? We have about 430 participants here. Anybody voluntarily introduce yourself and what you're doing? Anybody want to be voluntarily introduce yourselves to me? Before you introduce to me, I want to introduce again my name, Balan Radhakrishnan. I'm actually working in the University of Malaysia Sabah. Later I'll show you the picture of my university. Anybody would like to introduce 1 or 2 people?
Okay, since everyone is keeping quiet, sir.
Sir here.
Okay.
One by one. Okay, who's that? HP.
Yeah, there.
Okay, okay, maybe you can raise your hand. Okay, Kim T first, right? Kim T first. I can hear Kim T first. And okay.
Yeah, Kim T Fanai. A teacher in Pangsol. Yeah.
Kim T Fanai.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I work as a teacher, science teacher in Pangsol, Government Pangsol High School.
Where?
I have a teaching experience for
what subject you're teaching?
5 years now. Yeah, high school.
Oh,
Science
okay,
subject.
good. science subjects. So you've been teaching, huh? You're a teacher.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Why you want to join this conference on the adolescents?
Yeah, it's very
we are
important in secondary stage. Most of our students are adolescents now. It is stage of adolescence, so it is very important to hear from resource persons like you.
Okay, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay, thank you so much, Kimti. Kimti Fanai. The other one, the NP. Just now, I don't know. Get your full name. The lady before this, Kimti.
HP.
HP. HP.
Actually,
Please
my
introduce
name
yourself.
my name is Liltan Moy. When I logged into my laptop, so HP was shown there. So my name is Liltan Moy. I've been working
What again?
Liltan Moy.
Milty Boy. Sorry,
Liltan Moy. It's very hard for you to
your
pronounce.
speaker is
I
like
know.
breaking, so I cannot hear you
Oh, I
exactly.
see. Liltan Moy. Okay.
Lilita Moi.
Yes, Grace has written my name
Lilita
in the
Moi.
chat box.
Okay. Sorry for
Liltan Moy.
maybe
Okay.
pronunciation. Later, maybe
Yeah,
after 1
it's
hour, I
okay.
can
It's
pronounce
okay.
it better. Okay.
I've
So
been
what are you doing?
teaching. Yeah, I've been teaching in Sinot High School for 24 years.
Wow.
I used to teach English, then maths, and then now I'm confined to science, especially
Wow,
physics.
good.
So I've been working there for a long time.
Okay,
And
good.
when you asked about that COVID case, COVID condition in Aizawl, this morning we had around 807 new cases. And our active case is around 6,482. And then I think, if I'm not mistaken, today also 2 persons died from COVID-19. So you
Thank
asked
you
that
so
question.
much.
That's why.
Thank you so
Okay,
much for
thank you.
introducing yourself, and I think we will discuss more later part. Okay, now because
Okay.
time are very limited for me, and I think most of you can read about myself. What are the research that I have done in Google Scholar or Scopus? You can see what are the research that I have done, because I am really interested if some of you are willing to do research, collaboration in sense of research. That's most important to be a researcher. Okay, now the topic which is given to me, let me share about my slide. Later that maybe I will ask you a question, then I will off my slide.
Pardon, please, sir. What?
Just give me a second.
Sir,
Can you see my slide?
we are ready to listen.
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, I can see.
Sir.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, I make it
Okay.
big.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you see? Grace, can you see my slide, Dr. Grace?
I'm able to see you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let
Uh-huh.
me, this is the topic which is given to me, understand adolescent. Okay, now in Malaysia, the adolescent age is from the 12 until 26. So that is the age of adolescent. So some in US, they still consider 12 to 26. Some of the countries, the adolescent age is from 15 to 30. Some countries, they are assuming 12 to 40. So it's differ according to the countries. So if it's in India, I think until 30. Am I right? What is the age of adolescent in India? Anybody? Manlal?
I
Takima?
think 13 to 19.
19 until?
It's
13
13 to
age?
19.
So you must be very clear. But what we are doing right now, I'm taking the WHO definition of adolescent, whereby for this we will be discussing adolescent age from 12 to 30. This is WHO have defined adolescent age. In Malaysia, we assume from 12 to 40 years. But we will consider, for whatever discussion that we want to discuss today, we will consider the age of adolescent from 12 up to 30. That is WHO. And now US also practicing the age, adolescent age 12 to 26. But I assume for our discussion for today, 12 to 30. Very important, because why we're talking about this age group? Because some people have been confused with teenagers. Some research they say youth. So these are the usual definition and terms that you use interchangeably. Teenagers, we sometimes use adolescents, sometimes we use youth. So it depends on the countries. But what I'm confining today, the definition of adolescent, 12 to 30, which is WHO have given the definition of WHO. Okay, this is my faculty that I'm working with, the Faculty of Psychology and Education. This is my university that I work, and it's in the east part of Malaysia, which you need to travel another 2.5 hours from the Kuala Lumpur. I think capital of Malaysia is Kuala Lumpur, and we need to travel to another state. It's about 2.5 hours in flight. It's quite far. It be called Borneo. In later part, you can refer to your Google. You can check in the University Malaysia Sabah. And remember my name, Balan. That's very important. Okay, now, so to understand about adolescent, when you see the picture you can see the child is holding the father's hand. The child is holding the father's hand. So this is the growth. So when I think I think most of us are we have achieved a certain age, more than 30, some of us are 40, some of us are 50. So some of you are still adolescent. I think many of you are adolescent age, which I categorize more than 17, 19, and some of you are still 30s. Okay, now, so when I say about this picture, the child is holding the father's hand. So when the child is holding, we still consider the child is a children, whereby the age is from the born up to 12 years. We are not going to talk, but you can see when the main idea of adolescence is the great change, the important transitions to adulthood, which is, I said, after 30, you consider yourself as an adult. That means you are mentally, emotionally, and physically, you are fit to be adult. But what we are going to talk to understand adolescence, because why we need this topic? Because you are going to teach in the classroom, and most of you are a teacher, and some of you will be teaching in the university. So you are catering, you are meeting, you are teaching those are in adolescence group. To understand that is what we call the transition period. Transitions to adult. That means they're still in the between child and adult. That's why when I talk about adolescent or we talk about teenagers, this is a very critical stage because you are in the middle of the young child, whereby you still can hold your father and your mother, you still can hold your teacher, and you are not adult. You cannot be dependent yet. So you are in the period of teenagers, adolescent. So in order to understand them, what are the issues that related to them are very, very critical. How much that we can understand. And some of you are married, some of you have a child, and your child is still in adolescent, whereby they are the teenagers. Okay, to understand the concept, understand that. So if you can see these two pictures, you can see these two pictures. Anybody want to give me any view on these two pictures? Anybody? Michelle, do you want to say something on this picture?
Yes, we can see.
No, I want your opinion on these two pictures. Anybody want to say? Sorry, your name. I need to take some time to remember your name. Lenkawali. Lenkawali, do you want to say something on these two pictures? Latriala Pula.
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
There's
Ellen.
yeah, a mother and a daughter is having a deep relationship, and the father and the son is having a deep relationship.
Yeah, so you can see deep relationship. I like the word of deep relationship. Thank you, Ellen. Anybody else? I like the word deep relationship.
And they are having good cooperation.
Manlal Takima. So they have good relationship. How you know they have good relationship?
They have good cooperation.
How do you know they have a good cooperation?
They are smiling, I think.
They are smiling.
They are happy.
They are talking. They're communicating.
Okay.
Am I right? And Manal
Okay.
Takima, thank you so much. So I have learned two different words today. They have communicating and they have a deep relationship. Okay, now next picture. I go to the next one.
Mother
What
is
happened to
showing
this picture?
affection.
Boily. What happened? Can you see this picture? What you can see from this picture? The previous one, the child is holding the mother's
Yes,
hand, or
yeah.
the father, the boy is still talking and communicating. And now I show you another
A mother
picture.
is showing affection to her child, and the father is interfering in his son's business. Whatever he's doing.
He's talking, he's like communicating. Am I right? Bohili.
Yes.
Okay, so they still
They're
the
bonding.
relationship. You can see the relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else want to
And
say anything?
the father is
They are bonding. They are having a good
appreciating.
bond.
Yes,
Father
bonding.
is really
Yes, I like the word of
appreciating
bonding.
the boy what he did is.
Lashana Hima. I think Justindra Nagaram.
Okay, sir, I just want to say in this previous picture, I see that a child is still being under the care of parents, but in this picture, what I see is that there are children are mixing along with their peers.
The next one.
Yeah, I see that they are mixing along with their own friends, with their peers.
So you can see the differences, right? Justindra, you can see the differences. Last time when they are child, they are still communicating and talking, and they have deep relationship, and they still have a bonding. The next picture, you can see they have their own way of doing it. They have the peers to talk, communicate, and this is what we call teenagers. This is what we categorize them as adolescent, whereby they no longer, some of the child no longer too close or to have relationship with their parents because they believe they are adults. They want to be independent. They want to be independent. So you can see the picture, they are mingling around. They're talking to their friends, and the closeness to friends become an important element. So this is also the concept of a adolescent. Okay, so the definition we can please off your mic. The rest are okay. So adolescence is the period between the normal onset of puberty and the beginning of adulthood. And puberty is the physical maturing that makes the individual capable of sexual reproduction. So for a man, and I think for a woman, for girls, they have a certain age whereby puberty, whereby the man have physical changes and the ladies, girls have the physical changes. And in United States, it generally from age of 12 to 19. But what for all I have given you the definition just now. We consider the adolescents still from 12 to 30. I still assume them they are adolescents because even in Malaysia, we categorize teen adolescent until 26. Okay, now I have a question for all of you. Do you have a piece of paper and a piece of pen in yourself? Can you please take these questions? All of you. What factors are important to the development of adolescent? Which by you can later you can define to me what age group adolescent in Mizoram, or you can consider my definition, which I given 12 to 30. Like US now they practicing until 26. Okay, now first question, I have many questions for you. What factors are important to the development of adolescent? What factors that we want to talk? What are the issues that we want to talk about adolescent? You can give me 1 or 2 points. I give you 2 minutes for you to please write your answer.
Nature of age, I think, number one.
What
Nature
factors are important to the development of adolescent?
Nature of age. That is
What about social?
Please write now. Please write. Please write. Later I will ask you. Please off your camera if you're not talking.
Peer pressure.
Pressure. Okay. Wait. I still ask some of you to think. Okay. Now I want, if you are ready, you tell me. Then we can start. Okay. Who wants to start? Okay. Jasindra. What main factor? Please give me 1 point.
age is most important factor for adolescence.
I cannot hear you. Can you please?
Influence of friends.
Age is a factor.
Jasindra.
Influence of friends.
Okay. The influence of friends. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Next. What are factors? Growth of hormones. Cognitive, emotional, social, extra. Okay, good. Because I cannot see your chat box.
Physical, cognitive,
Okay.
emotional, social, behavioral development.
Healthy environment. One of the important things, the way of parenting. Okay, factors are important to development. What factors are important to the development of adolescents? Social factors, right? What else? Listening to their parents, family, peers, emotional, community. Very good. Okay, environment, economical background. Okay, now I will give you all your points are right. All your points are right, but the main researcher, a lot of research have main researcher find out there are 3 important factors. There are 3 important factors. I think you can later compare with whatever answer you given. But I'm not saying you're wrong, but research have done, and they say basic main factor 3, which is the education. I think most of you have written about this. That means how much you are focusing on the education system. What are the factor? The factor, the development of adolescent, number 1 is the system of education. And I think most of you agree how much system education in Mizoram, in India, even in Malaysia, even in US, how the system works for the education. How much freedom, how much critical thinking, innovation skills are we giving them. And you can see people now, adolescents are very well advanced in technologies. They are not like 20 years ago. Like we are growing, we are learning. The process of education has changed so much. And we do agree, we do aware the system of education have changed. Even now, pandemic, everything online classes. And you can see students are still developing, still are learning, but there are lacking in the process of communication. Other than that, they're learning. So the education system keep changing. Maybe another 20 years, people don't need to go to the classroom. They won't never even meet the teachers in the classroom. Even now in the university, in the school classroom, everybody are online classes. So still 20 years ago, it doesn't will happen because people don't have computer, people don't have internet, people don't have handphone. But now all the child holding their handphone and the system of education change. So the thinking process also change. Now, next, when we are talking also very important, the exclusion of youth from labor force. This is also an issue, the development of people. Why? Youth develop according to the labor force. Now, I don't know about Mizoram, but in Malaysia, what the situation of labor force? A lot of teenagers are working, studying, but they don't get a job. And how much the governments are giving a market for the job that they want. Like I'm studying in psychology. Do I get the field of psychology? I'm a teacher. Can I get a school to teach? So even there are many people, students are, they have education, they have a degree, they have a master's, but they cannot get a job. So this is also the development of adolescent, to think, for you to think. The third thing is the juvenile justice system. How much is in a Mizoram, the justice system are working for them? Do the adults, we are talking about normal youth, your normal adolescent, whereby they are good child, they're very obedient child, they don't have any problem, they're good child. But there are also, you need to explore, you need to think, you must also do research on these juvenile issues. Like for example, sexual behavior. Second things about drugs problem. Third is alcoholic, and also vandalism, gangsterism. All that we are talking about juvenile system. How much juvenile system are there in your country? And these are the three main, I think education, everybody aware. And second thing is about, you need to think about labor force. How much they are creating environment, like you are talking about social factor, parenting factor. Do we are collaborating with them? Do we understand the young generations now, especially on the labor force? Are we preparing them? Do we are given directions to them? How much have we given them? How much technologies are becoming a main element for the young generation? Now everybody just now talking about science, talking about technology. What happened to the art stream? Psychology. What happened to the psychology field in future? So you need to think. So these are the three main. And I also agree, some of you saying what are the factors? You're saying parenting, social, environment. You're talking all the factors, but these are the 3 points that I want to put all of you to think. Later, I will ask you more on these issues related to these are the number one, education. This is the labor force and the justice system. How much these three main elements are working to them? Do we in Mizoram, do we provide the system for them? That is also important. Let me go to the next one. Sorry. Okay, now the characteristic of adolescent. Now I have given you the 3 points. Now we go to the next one, the characteristic of adolescent, the biological growth. I think all of you are aware, the specific hormone for men, testosterone for women, androgen, and all that, and growth, voice changes, and all that, and complexions problems, and all that. This is very normal for adolescent, and you as a parent, you as a child, you must remember this. This is also biological growth and development, which you need to consider why male is like that, why female is like that. why the changes of biological is very much important. If you don't understand them, then difficult for us to understand the feeling of them, because there will be changes. Okay, this is I took this picture from India, whereby these girls are fighting for nutrition issues, whereby there are also an issue which need to consider, we need to think. Okay, now, so what more decisions we need to make by ourselves? So these are the undefined status, unclear social expectation, like some treated as a children, some are treated you as an adult. And I want to ask you, you've been teaching in the school, classroom. How do you assume your children, your student? Are you assuming them as still a child, or you still assuming them as adult? Anybody? Any of you?
Yeah, we treat them as adolescent. Actually, I think. Yeah,
So you are still considering them in the average, the middle age which I given you, middle age between the children and adults. Very good, very good. And do in Mizoram, allowed to marry at the age of 16, vote at 16, drink at age of 21. What happened in Mizoram? Some adults like adults and cultural, others are critical. What age that in Mizoram people can marry? I want to get married.
18.
What age I can get married? Do you know the law in Mizoram? Mizoram?
18. At least 18. Huh?
Yeah,
18.
Yeah.
yeah.
18 for girl.
According to our customary law, it's 18.
18. So you can get
Under
married
the
18.
constitutions of India.
Okay. So if you get lower than 18, you are considered you are underage. But I think many cases, even in India, still is there. Because there are still get married in very underage because of the poverty. They don't have money to work. They don't have money to eat. So they get married very early age. I still there, but in a very close set. Nobody knows. But law said in everywhere in the world that you need to get married when you are 18. And some in Malaysia also, we consider them when you are 18, you are eligible to get married. But do you can drink when you are age of 21 in Mizoram?
Yes.
Yes, you can drink. We not.
No,
Oh, it's
drinking is
21.
prohibited, sir.
By law, it is
Drinking
not
is
possible to
prohibited.
get.
So may I,
One
excuse
last,
me,
one
sir.
last.
Yes,
One
excuse me. May I suggest something, sir? So is it okay if they answer the question in the chat box instead of audio, so
Yeah,
that we don't have a lot of interruptions?
Okay, no
Okay,
problem.
so to all the participants, you can answer sir's question and at the chat box, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, doctor. Okay, now drink at age of 21. Is it possible they can drink at age of 21? It's prohibited. Okay, very good. So still, so when I talk about the drinking behavior, but it's still an issue when we are talk about adolescent. Okay, now the next one, when we are talk about the another issue that we want to talk about, their increased pressure, the parents, friends, teachers, all pressure of adolescents in their behavior, especially to behave in a particular way. Peer pressure is the strongest. Many teens feel pressure to their relationship to or find a job, which I already explained. Okay, now the next part, I already given that biological change of adolescent. Okay, in order to understand the adolescent, first of all, I need to understand you as a teacher, you must understand definitely they will have a biological changes. Number two, I said they definitely have mental changes, the thinking level, thinking changes. And the second thing, third thing that you also must understand, they emotionally will be changed. They might be very happy, sometimes they're very excited, sometimes they will be very sad. And the third thing about the behavior. So what are the pressure that they will have, especially from the parenting? Because parents want the child to follow whatever they want. They want to be excellent in academic. but the child want to be excellent in their sports, or they like to be good in their in the dancing, or they want to be good in singing. So the pressures from the parents are differ, and the trends. That's why when you are saying about adolescent, they more particularly listen to their peers rather than to their parents and teachers, because you are in their same group age people, and that also become an issue in the psychology that we need to talk. And how much teachers are contributing to the development of adolescent now? Do we as a teacher, how much that I understand in order to understand these parents, friends, and teachers' relationship? And there are many research being done, this collaboration, these interactions of parents, interactions of peers, interactions of the teachers, how these three main components can influence that students or adolescents to develop, particularly mentally, emotionally, and also behaviorally. And the search of self. When I said about adolescence, the very crucial is the we call anticipatory socialization. Okay, this is a very important element which all of us need to think, whereby this anticipatory socialization is the learning of the rights, obligation, and expectation of the rule of to prepare, assuming the role in the future. Do the child understand themselves? Do the child as an adolescent, how much that they understand, how much they clear about themselves, the rights they have, the obligation that they need to follow, and what are the issues they need to understand about that, the role in the future. Okay, now I have a second question for you. Please take your pen and your pencil, your pen or your paper. Now, this is the refusal skill which I want to teach you. I mean, I want to share with all of you. I've been talking about the adolescent, and this adolescent we are using with the refuse skills, whereby this is also we call assertiveness training. Okay, this training is to help your adolescent in order to understand about themselves. Okay, what we need to do, if I create a situation, you see what you can do if they want to refuse. Number one, the adolescent, the young group, 12 to 20, 30, they want to drink. You say prohibited, but they still want to drink. How this refusal skill you can teach them in order for them to refuse of drinking? Number one, case number one. Case number two, they like to watch video game. You ask them to study. You ask them, you as a teacher ask them to do homework, but they don't want. But how you want to apply these refusal skills to help them to overcome these two behavior? Number one, I said drinking pattern, drinking alcohol. I'm not drinking water. Drinking water, no problem. Drinking alcohol. Second thing, they're playing a lot of video games and you want to stop them. What you can do? How you want to use this skill, refusal skills, to help them to overcome this problem? I think this one, maybe some of you can check. Some of you have a good point. Please, you can on your camera just one by one, and not all of you no need to on your mic. If you really have a good point, or you understand about these skills, please tell me. I have given you two cases. Number one, they are drinking. Number two, video game. How you want to use these skills? Refusal skill is to say no. That is the content. If I use this skill, I want to teach my adolescents to say no to all the negative activity. Okay, now, anybody have any idea on this refusal skills?
Yeah.
I offer you drink, alcohol.
Oh,
Nirvana, okay? The rest
okay.
no need to talk. I just want to listen. Okay, please.
I'm Mr. Rachel for you're saying that
I cannot hear you.
I have one question.
Okay, please.
Mm, mm, then what your student is different from different family. So how can we manage from the in our class so different families?
Can you please repeat the question, or you can just chat box. You can
Oh,
put the questions because at least I can read.
Yes. Can
all,
you please put your question at the chat box and maybe we can address that at the end of the session, please?
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anybody? The questions maybe I can answer later. Probably my connecting the effect of drinking with the negative effect. Somebody can read the chat box for me for the answer from their refusal skills. Anybody want to give, because the chat is going very fast.
Okay. So one person is saying, say no and tell the defects of their addiction or bad practice.
But how we want to just tell them, because the adolescent is the age group that they are believing, they're trusting the peers. How you want to make them understand that this drinking is bad? How you want to tell them? How you want to use
Okay,
the
hello, sir.
refusal skills in order
Can I
for
ask
them
you?
say no? Vinod
Yes,
Gurung.
yes, sir.
Okay,
Okay,
please, Vinod.
since we have already passed the adolescent age, so from our experience, yes, I can tell them that like that the alcohol or the drugs and all consuming all those kind of things. So based on the health system also. So what's going to affect in our health? So through like adolescence is a very difficult time or the age where we only follow or see what we see. So we don't since we don't have much experience at that age. So from our experience, we can teach them that doing those kind of things will cause different or many troubles in our family also. Like those who are having those kind of problems also, we can set them an example, okay, for them. So like that,
Very good,
not
very
to do
good.
those kind of
Vinod,
things
thank you
also.
so much, Vinod. Okay, I close for answers because we don't have much time. Vinod, thank you, Vinod. So what I get from Vinod is one idea, very good idea, which is what we call cause and effect. Okay, in order to teach our adolescents, because this is negative behavior. I'm not talking about positive behavior. This is negative, and I use this refusal skill, which we also call another name is assertiveness. Assertive. I think most of you are aware what is assertiveness. Assertiveness means I always say no, especially girls. When the girl, somebody, the boyfriend approach her, why not we go and do sex? The girls must say what? No. Because a lot of people like me and every one of us, when our friends offered to you, you said obligated. You say, the rest, please off your please off your mic. Please off your mic. Later we can discuss. Okay. Now, so what happened when you tell them, you can explain to them cause and effect. That means you got experience. You tell them. Even in the classroom as a teacher, I tell my students what I can do the best. But children's adolescents, they still believe whatever the activity they do is good. So what we do is give them a training, assertiveness training, in order for them to say no. And this is not a very easy process. It's a long process, but it's a workable. Especially what we need to teach our adolescents is about refusal skill. Whenever people are asking and you see and you think it's not good for you and you feel that it's not good for you and you're not obligated, because some of us are scared, oh, if I say no, my friend will be angry. If I say to my husband, my husband will be angry. If I say no to my wife will be disappointed. So we always take care of others. That's why in a refusal skill, I'm talking of myself. I'm understand about that self. That's why I say, in order for us to this refusal skills work, These are the examples which you see. No thanks, I don't think so, that's good. Let's order pizza rather than watch a movie. And watch a movie. My parents would ground me for life, decide it is just not worth it. So these are the sample of response that we can make our adolescent, like what some of you said, have said, adolescent, they still don't have much experience, they're still very fragile, but training is important to help them. Especially these are the training that we need to guide them in order to understand the refusal skills. Now, later, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Now, next we go to the cultural diversity in society. I talk about biological factors. I talk about understanding of the adolescent. Now, the most important is cultural diversity. And these are the many research have been talking how culture in Mizoram, in Malaysia, in US, in UK, everybody have their own rite of passage, especially the adulthood. When they have become from adolescent to adulthood, the changes of the body, there are many ceremonies that have been done. Even like in Mizoram or in Malaysia, even in Indian society, we do a lot of function, especially for girls, not for a man. So these are also we call understanding about cultural diversity and also society. Like for example, in Mexican culture, the celebrations that mark the entry of teen girls into adulthood. There are functions to show people in the society outside that okay, come, my girls are ready and she's ready for get married and all that. Even in India, I think this system, this culture and all that still workable, still there. And we need to understand that culture also. So what is the main point here? The main point is here cultural diversity and how much that we relate to the culture. Okay, next concept or issues that I want to relate about teenagers and dating. This is about why teenagers, and of course they have a lot of romantic engagement commonly found in the society. And this we have another one we call courtship system, the most common through the unmarried man and the women. Okay, so the friendship and relationship, this is also an issue because you can see when you're young, you can see the child still holding the mother's hand or the father's hand. But when they grow up, the friendship and the relationship are different because of their puberty level, the change in their biological level, the interests are changed, heterosexual, some of them are homosexuality and all that. They are still in a level of understanding them. So these are the differences between dating. When I say about teenagers, the most research, a lot of research have been talking about dating. That means a relationship on that, whether for entertainment factors or amusement, whether they want to have a relationship until they get married, or their most spouse in modern. And another one that you need to know about courtship. This is more or less flexible rather than dating. Dating means you want to get to know people, you be talking to the people, but courtship, it's more a serious relationship because I want to be somebody because I want to get married with them. But again, the culture diversity also different. Like in Mizoram, even in India, when you don't prefer to go date. But in America, teenagers are being encouraged to go for a date to get to know them. But even in Malaysia, we have different race like Malay, Chinese, Indian. So we also sometimes we follow on this dating principle, whether I can be, I'm allowable. Do my parents allow me to go for a dating, or whether we are only courtship, whether you've been marriage and arranged by your parents, or you still can go for a dating and you can feel you can find your own spouse. And this is also main element that we need to teach, talk, discuss to our child, especially on adolescent, because they need to understand what I can do, what I cannot do. And you see a lot of research being done, even in America, even in Malaysia, even in India. The parents are still a very obligated. They still feel this is taboo. Taboo means what? They feel this is I cannot discuss to my child because they're still young. That's why there are a lot of sexually arousal, sexually misconduct, sexually misbehavior. Because they feel when I relate to my relationship with my boyfriend or girlfriend, that must be a sexual relationship. So they must compare, they must understand the relationship is only a relationship and it could be only as a friend, not more than that. So this courtship, how much the country, how much the religion, how much the culture, how much the social diversity teaches to value about this courtship and dating, especially for adults. Because now you can see medias are there. Even if we don't teach, there are a lot of students, there are a lot of teenagers, they look into the media and they learn. So, but you still to teach them the refusal skills, assertiveness among the adults. So why youth we need to understand them? Why research have been talking on this function of dating, especially for entertainment? Some of them are still understand. Okay, I want to go for a dating because it's just fun, because that is a culture. But some they say this is for my socialization. I want to talk. I want to find somebody. But some say no. So these are the psychological needs, because the biological needs are there. Conversation, companionship, understanding. Some people, if you can see, even in Malaysia, students when they are from the secondary school, they go to the university. What happened? They want to find the couples. They want to find their companionship because they feel very lonely. Because last time when I'm a child, I have my parents, I have my mother and father to talk, to discuss. When they grown up to the university level, they don't have anybody. So they find somebody they need for companionship, to understand them, to make them happy. So these are the what we call the status of attainment and spouse selection. Some of them are very serious. You can see from the some of our friends from the university level up to they got married, they got child. There are many people like that because they feel they appreciate the relationship, and some of them it's just for fun. So we need to understand how much culture diversity, culture sociologically influence these issues. But if you can see, many research have been done, and most of them have been talking about the on these issues of relationship, teenagers, and all that. Okay, the next one we can see the challenges of adolescent. What are the some basic facts about teenage sexual behavior? This is also we need to talk challenges, because adolescents they cannot avoid on this, because why? Poverty. They have poverty, they biologically change, they have attracted to same sex, they attracted to different sex, and there are many sexual orientation. We are not going to talk about that, but what we need to understand the challenges of teenagers sexual behavior, because how much media have influenced to them, especially for girls. We need to teach them as a mother, as a teacher, ladies teacher, we need to teach a girl what you can do, what you cannot do, what is in the sexual behavior, what you have done with your sexual understanding to the child. First of all, the parents need to understand before they teach the child. Same goes to the teacher. Sometimes teachers, they have some limitation in the classroom. They cannot very exposed on this because very sensitive. But as a parents, as a like some of you are aware, how much that you share about your sexual behavior to your child, especially men and also women, girls, not only for girls. Boys also need to understand what I can do, what I cannot do in this sexual behavior. But you can see there are a lot of cases, if you can see research, a lot of deviant behavior, especially on this sexual teenage. Before they get married, they involved with a intercourse and all that kissing. The internet. If you can see, if you have a, if you can answer me later, basic facts about teenage sexual behavior in Mizoram. Some of you can share later. I want. So this is another picture. This is from I took from. I think some of you know about this picture. If you can see the picture, don't teach us how to dress. A lot of mothers, teachers, Don't teach us how to trust. Teach men how to see. So this is also a problem. And I think an issue that we need to understand, because why girls, they have some restriction, men see this is what they, so each and everybody blaming each other. So you can see this picture, and everybody want to say that they are right. You don't see me how to, you don't teach me how to trust. Teach men to how to see. So it's also contradict view of men and women on this issue. And you can see how much that you understand about the these teenagers. Okay, so this is a sexual activity. The possible answer influenced by social and economic factor, subcultural factor, and teenage pregnancy. I think most of you have done about this research. Teenage pregnancy. Why teenage are not aware on this teenage pregnancy? And I have done a lot of research on, especially in Malaysia, how to avoid what teenage pregnancy, how much students are involved with teenage pregnancy, how much they are not using precautions, condoms and all that. And we need to tell them. And this is the main issue also when you're understanding about adulthood. And the next one on this adulthood is about STD. What is the STD means? Anybody? Actually,
Sexually transmitted diseases.
yes. Do we teach to our child? Do we teach to our adolescent? Many people don't, because we that is why it's called very sensitive. But as a teacher, you need to tell them, because why? Without precaution, sexually you are involved with many random people, many random partners, transmitted disease. Yes, you are easily to get disease. Not like COVID, you get transmitted when you only do intercourse, kissing, touching. With touching, it's no problem. Kissing is not problem unless it's oral sex. Then your chances for get syphilis, gonorrhea, and so many other, and most difficult HIV. But you need to tell them, teach them, guide them. That's why now a lot of age organizations in the world have been talking about STD, especially on this, the consequences of this dating and relationship. And especially these are the main issues that you can do research. You can focus in it, because why? These are the related issues on the young generation. Okay, now
Excuse me, sir. You have 5 minutes, sir. Just reminding you, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you so much, doctor. Thank you so much. Okay, last point, doctor. Can I say last point? Last point about teenage suicidal. And this is also related to your mental issues, especially in Mizoram. I think in Malaysia, even in UK, US, especially on this pandemic, a lot of teenagers have been suicide. Especially because why? When I talk about suicidal, it's definitely referring back to your mental health. So maybe another time I can talk about this teenage suicide. You can look into my Google Scholar or my Scopus. I did a lot of research on this teenage suicidal. Why teenage involved with suicidal, and why this rate of death, especially this one COVID-19 time. A lot of people have been involving with this pandemic, involving with suicidal, and we need to understand them, why they've been affected by mentally. I off my slide here. I want to go back to the my original. Just give me a second. Thank you so much for listening. So there are, I think some of you are aware all these points, aware all these points. You've been reading, you've been talking to some of your friend, your child, and all that. But the most important, I have given you many points, many points. But one point that very important that you need to bring back home, bring back home after my talk. Number one, about the refusal skill, or the assertiveness skill, which you need to teach your student. Some of you are a teacher. We don't depend on parents anymore. Some of the students are depending on you. You have main contribution in a society, whereby your contribution in the society is what? Tell them, teach them. You need to guide them. What they can do, what you cannot do. Even they're not listening to you, they think that you are wrong. No problem. As a teacher, my part is to tell them repeatedly. Because when you repeat something, they will understand better. Because some parents and some teachers, what they say once, oh, you don't listen, forget it, I won't repeat. That is the mistake. You need to repeat and again, reinforcement. Pavlov's theory, psychology have given that. Reinforcement will change people. As a part of them, sometimes when you see, this is also self-determination. We call self-determination. Some people have condom. If you can see child teenagers, even US, every corner, if you go to US, every corner they have they have sex clinics. Sex clinic means you can buy the condom free if you go to US. You just travel in the street, everywhere you can find a condom, you can buy condom, they give you free condom. Even HIV test, every center they do HIV test in US very free. So everybody can go and do it. So that means the awareness on the people are in US are different, UK are different. But what we want to tell them, what precaution that you can do. What precaution you can do in order to save them. Teenagers are very fragile. Teenagers are very fragile. They can change. But with our effort, with our energy, we can change them. With that, thank you so much for the time. So I open back to the doctor. Thank you so much, doctor.
Thank you, sir. That was a very, very interesting and informative session. I'm sorry I have to cut you short. Actually,
Yeah,
I
no
wish we
problem.
had
I have
more
other
time.
slide, but I cannot
Yeah.
because of time.
Because we have
I
other
understand.
session coming up, but
Yes.
if you look at the chat here, a lot of wonderful discussion on the refusal skills, and so I think everyone have gained a lot from the presentation. So for now, we'll be opening the question and answer session. I have a couple of questions that I've noted here. And if there are any other questions, please drop them at the chat box. So with that, let me ask the first question so we have more time to discuss. So the first question here is when to impart sex education? When to impart sex education?
Okay, now the age, the exact age, like you can see some parents, they can teach when they are very young, because you can see sexual disturbance happen when they are very young. Even 5-6 years they have been there, but the children aware when they are after 8 or 9 years. So you can start to tell them very briefly what they can do, what they cannot do, the dress code and all that. So to answer your question, some of you have answered what age, exact age that you can start. You can start as early as you can, but the best is about 9 years. 9 to 12 years, you can start to tell them your dress code, the touching physically, what are the you can and what is the wrong and right thing that you can tell the for boys and also girls. But what we do always, we want to tell the girls, but more precautions to girls, but don't forget to tell the same thing to your boys.
Okay, thank you, sir. And moving on to the next question, can you elaborate on the exclusion of youth from labor force? There was one slide in your presentation. So can you elaborate the exclusion of youth from labor force?
What again? Exclusion?
Can you elaborate the exclusion of youth from labor force?
Exclusion. Exclusion means why? Inclusion, that means include in the labor force. But exclusion means why there are many jobs are not in the market. What we can do, because the point here is we need to consider what are the job now are important, what are the job is not important, number one. So exclusions of job related to we need to consider why some jobs are not important anymore. Like for example, I can say about some like farming, it's not included. People are more focusing on IT, engineering, medical, law, and all that. But some field are excluded. They've been not important anymore. So we need to also do. This is only the point that you need to think. What are the jobs being excluded now? But is it important now for your country? That's what I said, excluded factor in job market, labor force. There are many
All right.
jobs that we need, but we excluded already because why? There is no demand. We think there is no demand, but we need still need to have like labor force in but there are many people are not doing on that. Do I answer your questions?
I hope that answers the question. Okay, I'll move on to the next one because we have a couple of questions here.
Okay.
What is the all right? So, what is the real range of adolescence? Why does it differ from nations to nations?
Okay,
You have
now
mentioned
very good
WHO
question. Why the age are different? Because why this is what WHO have done a lot of research to answer your questions. It differ on their the level of their acceptance in the country because the law differ. The law each in every country are differ. So what we are following WHO. WHO is a World Health Organization whereby they have given a standard age group which is 12 to 30. Like US now they change because they say adolescent cannot be until 30. They use 12 to 26. So to answer your question, it's a bit difficult, but it depends on the law of the country related to the puberty level, and that's why the change. But we follow WHO, we can still remain 12 to 30. Like Malaysia, we call teenagers until 30, but youth, we give them until 40. So that's why different.
Okay, thank you, sir. Moving on to the next. How will we help adolescents? Right, so there are a couple of questions which are quite similar. I'm going to use that as one, and I'll move on to the next one. What are the most important quality teachers should possess to cater adolescents? The most important quality teachers should possess to cater adolescents.
What again, doctor? Can you please repeat the question?
What are the most important quality a teacher should possess to cater adolescents?
Okay, now the best quality which I have already given just now, the best quality is to teach them, guide them, and repeatedly tell them. And that is the best quality. That means you also partly take a responsible because there are many teachers they don't feel responsible for the students. So when you say the best quality is tell them, guide them, teach them, because that is our responsibility. We as a teacher, our main responsible is to guide them, whether it's whether they listen or not listening to you, how much the time that you contribute to tell your child, especially your children or your student, to follow which is the right path. But before you tell them, you must also in a good quality. You cannot tell them if you are doing not in a good quality. That's why teacher, we become a role model. That is the best quality. So in order to answer your questions, what is the best quality? You become a role model. That is the best answer. That means you become a role model, you follow and you tell them what exactly to do. Definitely they will follow you.
Okay. Next question. How do we convince our adolescents the bad consequences of alcohol and drugs?
Okay, no, there are many research, there are many findings, a lot of theories have been talking, how we can awareness, that is most important. Number one, precaution and awareness skills. how much awareness that we give them. That's why a lot of programs, seminars, motivational talk, we talk what is the danger of drugs, what is the danger of alcohol. But what happened, the child still cannot adapt which is right or which is wrong. Okay, if before they involve, you tell them, you make them a lot of awareness. If they already involved, then they need to go a better counseling program or intervention. Because why? In a psychology, what we do, we not only tell them awareness, but we also give them a lot of intervention if they already involved. Like for example, sexual behavior, even they already involved with drugs. What you can do, there are many interventions. You can use CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, motivational intervening for alcohol and drugs, motivational MI. MI is a very popular intervention. If you're really serious on this case, there are many research on MI, motivational intervening. MI very popular for helping a person to overcome their on their alcohol and drugs problem. If they even some of you been expert on CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, CCAT, boy, Thailand, cognitive behavioral therapy. These two techniques are very popular to use. Okay, if you don't use both, you can go ask them to join the counseling session, individual or group counseling, whereby to guide them to follow the right pathway in order not to involve in drugs or sexual behavior or alcohol. But very popular, MI and CBT for alcohol and drugs.
Okay, just one last question, sir.
Yes.
How do we make adolescents emotionally adjusted in a school and atmosphere? And this may include how to help them use their decision making, and even how to differentiate friendship and romance.
Okay, there are two questions on there. Decision making. Decision making, there are many ways. Number one, how the process of decision making is related to the power mind, mind power. So in order to make a proper decision, they need to find what are the best alternate, what are the solution for the best alternate, and choose the best point. So these are the process on decision making. That means when before you teach them how to make decision, you must teach them what are the best alternate. Because why? Before I make a decision, I must make a lot of good alternate. That is the process. Pro and cons. The child must understand. Okay, these are the pro, these are the cons. What are the advantage and disadvantage? Then you can use decision making process. And there are many methods also. You can use SWOT analysis to make decision. Okay, that is number one. Then emotionally to be stabilized. You are asking about emotional stability. Of course, when I say emotional, the power of emotional only can be controlled with mind. Means if I want to change a child, emotionally they disturb, emotionally they've been a problem, they want to involve with sexual and all that, you want to change them, you only can change their mindset. So a lot of intervention can be done to change their mindset. How much the power that you give them a positivity on the mind, your power of your mind can overall your emotional, which is negative emotional, and that negative positive emotional will give you a positive behavior. This is theory of psychology. This is the key point in psychology, whereby in order to change my emotional, even you or me, I'm very sad. Who can change your sadness? Who can change your sadness? Your parents? Your teacher? Your spouse? Your friends? You are very sad now. I'm very sad. I want to cry now. I want to be happy. Who will change who can change you to be happy? I'm very sad now. Wow, I'm sad. I'm listening to Dr. Balan. I'm very sad. 1 hour wasted. I'm sad. I want to change you. Who can change you? Your mind. Your mind will change. Because why? That's why we call mind power. Your mind can change. Oh, you must overall your emotional. You are not sad now. You will be happy. This is what we call divert thinking. Divert thinking. And you must impose a lot of positivity in your bank, your mind bank. If a lot of positivity in your mind bank, whatever your negativity, it will never disturb your mind. When you never disturb your mind, your emotionally will be overruled by your positivity, and slowly, gradually, you will change and you will be happy. That's why we say mind power. If your mind is a lot of negativity, full with your bank is full with your negativity, what happens? Even some disturbance in your emotion, it will disturb your behavior. Same goes to the child, adolescent. They don't know which is right, which is wrong. I don't know whether the sexual behavior is only a relationship or this is sexual. So, in order to change their feelings and all that, the mind always must alert them. Oh, this is only a relationship. This is only a friendship. This is not for sexual behavior. They must differentiate. Who will tell you? This is your mind. That's why I say some child, they have a condom. Like I just now I stopped the story. They have a condom. But when sexual comes, they cannot use. They forgot to use. We call self-determination. So you tell them, the child, to have very high self-determination. They will think before they act. Thank you so much, Doctor. And I
Thank you,
think
sir.
so much. And if I think we will, time is already over, I guess, Doctor.
We do have more questions, but I'm afraid I'll have to stop the Q&A session there as well, because we have another session coming up. So by the number of questions, and if you look at the chat box, we can surely see
You
how
can
interesting
email to
this
me.
session
Some
has
of you
been.
are still interested on research on youth, and if you, some of you, thank you so much. And you can
Definitely,
email
sir.
to me. You can email to me this. I give you my email address.
Okay.
If some
Thank you,
of you
sir.
are still interested,
You can share, yes. So we
yes.
have Dr. Balan's email address at the chat box. Thank you so much, sir. That was a very informative and interactive session. We look forward to having more time with you in the future. Right.
Okay,
So with
Doctor,
that,
can I open only one view, what some of the client one respond what they learned today?
Yes,
One
sir, sure.
feedback, anybody, one, any of you want to say one feedback you learned from me today? Anyone voluntarily? Mavia, you want to say something, Mavia?
Anyone, please? Feedback run so take an
Close I think sir was addressing me. I think I can give a feedback. Okay, so I think your session was very interactive, and also the participants were very, very active in your session. I think there was a good back to and fro between the presenter and the participants. So I think we had a very good session. Everyone was very active. Everyone was very active, not just in the chat, but also on the YouTube, because we are streaming this program live on YouTube. We
Can
saw
I see
many,
the
many
YouTube,
comments from
Mavia?
YouTubers.
What is the YouTube?
We could send you the link, sir.
Okay.
We could send you the
So
link
what
later.
one
through
point
WhatsApp.
that you learned today, Mavia? One point that you learned.
I think we need to remember that adolescents are different from other stages, and we need to treat them separately as we would treat other students, because they're going through a very special stage of their life.
Thank you, Mavia. Thank you so much, everyone. Very good point.
Thank you,
Thank you so
sir.
much.
I
Thank you
now
so much
hand
for the
over the session. I now hand over the session back to Sir Moya. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Afaki. Thank you, Julie. I think, again, as I had mentioned, we had a very fruitful session, and we will be starting with our last session very shortly. Is Professor Tenmozi online?
Yes, she's just joined.
All right, all right.
I see her.
So I think the facilitator, Dr. Chami, Dr. Sachampu is also online. All right. Do we have Zobming Moy online as well? Our rapporteur. All right, so before I hand over the session to our facilitator, I'd like to mention that the link for the feedback form will be posted during this session in the chat box. All right, so it will not be posted only once, we will be posting it several times so that there will be no chance for anyone missing out on the link. And for those participants who are joining from YouTube, you can ask any of the group administrators on WhatsApp for the feedback link. Feedback link ka who are YouTube batang ron join te khan group admins how kan minon deal may ula kan low pe may don che uni. All right. So YouTube batang ron join te tan bi kana ni chu. Minon PM may ula join link ka kanon thon may an chu. Abag zong tan ka chon heta webex sa hen kanon post ang.
Sir
So,
Moy,
yes,
she
yes.
has left the room again. Should we start anyhow? I don't know.
I guess we could wait a bit, couple minutes.
She just joined, but I think she left again. Probably some network issue.
Achan chu introduction kan tia Miss Chami kan introduce vector a le si lo kha chuan awkward do palang ti kan hlau de wa run lut ti ka confirm photi la ti ro.
Yeah, hey, I think you type some more. I don't know. Ni to rang ila. Kalau tang ang kalau silang che lu vele.
Okay. Kan lok pui in ka sia kan workshop chu sei to ngai kan active a lo mom khop me ya interactive session nei te po kha a lok thak via win ka sia ya ngai thatu ringot ni lo anga kan tanga kan idea le kan resource person te po Mizoram scenario sang kan shil ve zela ti khan ani pon kan society enge omdan te tinge thalai te omdan te kha I total prohibition kan ne ni ti te po kan shikhello wanga ni chuan khatia te te she te po khathil poi mo ta kan in ka sia khatia back and forth kan nei theite kan in beton theite ka thil lok thak via nin ka sia alomom ka be sei phak bakin participants te kan phura kan activa alomom takzet zawai chong alom thu kan sei tak me wani ti kha mi lo shet sa kan on ya
So na chen khat kan address han da lo shet siam do ya interactive ko han ti kha sa ko ma se fu na ten box si ti ha kan bel bel dok sar moi participants ne na
ni ngot me zona tam chan se lo zona kan zota kan de pok
Sir
ni
Arun,
nakina
okay.
okay okay
So I don't know if she can
Professor
hear us.
Modi, can you hear us?
Madam Tenmozi Randu Zang Kachan Maidon Limya.
Yes, miss. Miss
Okay,
Dr.
all right.
Sachampui Nakhanunka. Let's hand over our session to Dr. Sachampui.
Okay, thank you, Moya. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I am Saitam Puisano, as mentioned by Moya and Grace, Associate Professor, Department of Psychology, PUC, welcoming you to the last and the fourth session of the day. I know everyone is tired, giving attention to the talk, the speech, the training which has been given the whole day. As we all know, guidance and counseling are important for everyone, especially school students, as they are at a stage of development where they are the most vulnerable and most easily influenced by others. Not only what they watch on TV, but the peer groups. All right. That is why we have with us Dr. Tenmozi, who not only is a professor, but also the founder and head Department of Counseling Psychology, University of Madras, which has been running successfully since its commencement in 2016. Dr. Tenmozi will be talking about basic counseling skills for school counseling. Before calling her to make a presentation, let me give a brief introduction on who she is and how efficient and how she is the right person to give the talk on basic counseling skills. Firstly, Dr. Tenmozi had been the recipient for various prestigious awards that includes the Best Institution Award from the late Chief Minister, Dr. J. Jayalalalitha in August 2014. She runs the self-supportive courses in PG diploma, and certificate courses in psychology, which are popular and in demand. With 18 years of experience in teaching and 19 doctoral students and currently supervising 8 students, she has been a principal investigator for 4 major research projects, including 2 international projects. Dr. Tenmozi have more than 20 years of experience in counseling and psychotherapy and is a clinical supervisor in counseling and psychotherapy, registered and certified from Washington State, Seattle, USA in the year 2019. She is also a member in several national and international renowned psychological associations. She has also been consulted and interviewed by major newspapers, TVs, and radio stations on a variety of counseling and psychological issues. She is currently serving as an honorary director for Srishti Special School and have served as an honorary special counselor for the Tamil Court, Madras High Court. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you for being with us today. I think the time given to us is from 3:15 to 4:15, but it is already 3:25 in my watch. Is it the same in yours?
Yes.
I don't
Around
know.
about the
Yes.
same. Yes.
So I think we'll have to stretch it a little bit, maybe make it 4:30 or so with the last 10 minutes of our time to be used for questioning the questions posted by the participants in the chat box. Ma'am, are you here with us? Okay.
Yes, I think she's responding.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, right, ma'am, you're here. I will hand over the time to you now. I think, did you hear what we had just said?
Yes, of course. I'm here from right beginning. So
Okay.
good afternoon, one and all, and thank you very much for the nice introduction, Dr.
Sailo.
Sailo. The pronunciations are difficult for us.
Sure.
So thank you for this opportunity for me to give this presentation here for the school teachers. And I thank also the INSPA, Dr. Rinpare, and all our associations members here and the Department of Clinical Psychology, Mizoram colleges associated with the with this program. So shall we start the program?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know how many participants are there, and they are all the teachers or with different professions.
They are all teachers. Yeah, teaching in higher secondary schools.
Okay, fine. So how many participants number?
It's 470 here, and there are around 100 people watching from YouTube.
Oh, okay, okay. So this is the topic is close to my heart because I think this is the crux of any counseling. The basic skills of counseling is the crux of any counseling. And if you look at Carl Rogers' statement, he would say, if you can apply these skills, 50% of the counseling is over. You need not do any further. If you apply these basic skills of counseling appropriately, 50% of the counseling is over, and the client would be empowered to take care of his problem, to help himself. Okay. So that is the significance of the basic skills of counseling. And being a teacher, I know this is not your core profession, but you are going to look at how we can incorporate this skills in the
when handling the students, when counseling the students in the school setup. Okay, I will do this. I'll start with the sharing now. I'm just facing little technical problem. I'll just rectify it in 1 or 2 minutes. Please give me 2 minutes.
Moy, Sir Moy.
Yes, miss.
At slide here, Rod share to sila edit hey, share hey, ang imle zo ka na tero a problem na ibe, de rawan it me le ki.
Okay, Rod share
Okay,
check.
now it's working. All right. Feedback ka end of the session na submit vek tu ti ka soy the nila karon so izwaya.
Professor Thanmozi, will it be more convenient if you send your presentation to one of us and we could share from this side? All right, so you could send it to any of the members who contacted you, or email it to. Okay.
Ma'am, I think you have to unmute yourself. I think you're being muted.
request pakhat kalau nailok feedback ka link ka WhatsApp khan group han ron da zo taula chong ve
Oh, ai event da tel webex sa tel nge le YouTube changa ron tel nge kha han pe kha kan han du de wa chen chu tel
Oh,
lo
ko
khan
Webex
kan
sa
han
hen
fill
na
ka
lang
thei
ve
ka
thei lo
ba
wa chat box ka mo.
oh kai kan ron post ze lang kha tokin
Also,
kan ron post sa chang hemi session hi han zo se mo kha tokin kan ron te don ya a thei lo chon mi malin min ron zot me don ya oh
yeah. Unmute ആയിடுச்சு. Yeah. So I've sent it to Rinpare WhatsApp.
All right.
Now, yeah, so you can screen it and we can start the program.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right, ma'am, just give me a second. I'll download the
Yeah.
presentation and I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Sure, sure. So by that time, I can also keep talking.
Sure.
So this in a school, why it's a very large population we'll be meeting, the student population, and if we can really work with this student population, a lot of mental health benefits will is been achieved. A lot of studies have proved that the school counseling is one of the main area where we can reach a lot of student population, because empirical studies also reveals that the percentage of the mental health issues among school children is in rise. If you really look at a study in Nimhans, Bangalore, South India, it says around 17% of the population, student population, has some or other kind of mental health issues. Even a WHO report says about 17 to 20% of mental health issues, some or other kind of mental health. It could be depression, it could be anxiety, or any kind of learning problems, developmental disabilities, are present in the school's setup. So it is very ideal as teachers, you have a lot of opportunities to work with these children so that our children can be definitely benefited. But see, if you look at the current scenario of teaching, it is changing. No, what we were as students perceived as our teachers is quite different. Those days, teachers are like, we used to treat them, they are above us. Okay, even there is a saying which says Mada, Pita, Guru, Devam in Tamil and Sanskrit, which talks about the first person whom we come in contact with is the mother, and then the father, and the third most highest person is the guru, teacher, who takes us to the god, mata, pita, guru, deva. So that was the role of the teacher. Nevertheless, now also it is not, the role is not reduced. However, the perception and the approach is changed. Now the students they treat teachers more as a friends. But of course, it is, if you look at our problems, it is always no binary. Either it will be too friendly and nice person, or it is like a very strict teacher and the students are scared. No, we don't balance. That is our problem. Our I think it is our collective problem, as Ung says, Carl Ung says. So we must learn as a teacher Just teaching the concepts, the lessons, the academia is not enough for the children. We have to also look into the holistic approach of building their personality. So it is not just the subjects. And if you really look at the toppers of the schools, they are not very successful. So only that academia or no, the top marks is not going to bring them uh, achievements in their life or fullness in their life. It is more than that. Okay, and that is the understanding now we also have. So we have to work in our how to bring this holistic approach so that a child can bring in his whole personality. So is the sharing is ready? Shall we move on? Professor Siswilo? Sharing is ready?
Madam, okay.
Yeah, so you can do the full view. Can you do the full view? Okay. So basically, the very basic counseling skills by Gerald Egan is what he talks about. The very basic communication skills are attending and listening is the skills 1 basically, and skills 2 would be how to empathize with those kids and how to probe with them. Okay. I think you have to do the enable editing, then only you can move. Done, no? Yeah. So the next slide, please. Okay, what is attending? Paying attention is both physical and psychological skill that will result in an experience of being with concern, caring, and trust in the client. That is the very our approach of paying attention to the our client or the student will give them a feeling that this person is with me. This person, this teacher has some concern again with me, for me. She cares for me, and definitely I can trust this teacher. This is the meaning the very simple act of paying attention will bring in a client or in a school child. So the Egan also talks about the micro skills of attending in a acronym, where he say when you speak to the client or to the child, your student, face them squarely and maintain an open posture. In the sense, no, you cannot clench your fist or you cannot hold your arms. You should be in an open position. So that is a non-verbal meaning of you're telling them that you are welcoming them, and of course leaning towards the other person, because sometimes even we at home we do when our children come and share something, we will say, okay, yeah, you tell me, I'm listening, I'm doing something, some cooking, cutting or something, still I'm listening. But the child will realize, and what they will do usually, they will turn our face. You all of you would have experienced this. They will turn our face and say, Mama, look at me. Look at me. What I'm telling you, look at me. Because only when we look at them and we lean forward towards them, they get a feeling psychologically that we are paying attention. That is why the children do this to us. So leaning towards the other person itself, the non-verbal action shows that I'm interested, I'm listening to what you're talking about. And of course, making an eye contact is very important. And as I mentioned earlier, you as a teacher No, you should not be anxious. You should not have any heightened emotion, anger, or whatever it is. You should not have. You should be in a very like. If you're thinking, you're going for a session, you're going to talk. First, you must learn how to switch off all your other things and come to that particular context and be relaxed, so that the child perceives you, the student perceives you as trustworthy, and they will start sharing more. Next slide.
It seems our speaker is having some network issues. So if we could just wait a while, I think she will be able to log in back very quickly.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Speaker. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it is so poor today because of the rain, or I don't know. The net connection is very, very bad. So can I continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
Yes, you can continue.
yes, I
madam.
can see the slides. I can see the slides. So, like attention, listening is also another very important uh, skill which has to be practiced. Listening and attending, paying attention to the children is very, very important. So listening is the call. The quality of listening is also very, very important. It should be total listening and active listening. So what is total listening? Total listening is listening to the content. What is that they are talking about? And active listening is listening to both verbal and non-verbal information given by your client, that is your child. Next slide, please.
So then comes the other two basic skill, which is empathy and responding. So what is empathy? Empathy is getting into the other's shoes. That is placing yourself in their side and understanding the problem. See, for example, if a 10th standard child fails, suppose he gets low marks and he fails, he even go to the extent of, oh, it's very shameful. I should not live. How can I face the people? So there is no more future for me. So I should end my life. They even become suicidal. However, for me as a teacher with this experience, failing in 10th standard is not a big problem. But you cannot say, "Hey, it's okay, only 10th standard." No, 12th standard only you have the board exams, 10th board is okay. You cannot say. At that point of time, that problem is very big problem for that person, for that child. So we have to get into their level and understand, try to understand the intensity of the problem. And that is very, very important. So when you when you understand their feelings, their that itself is enough. And the next one would be acknowledging. See, Carl Rogers is also known as who counselor, because all through a session, he'll be just listening to his clients and saying, yes, huh, huh, hmm, hmm, this is what. And he says, if you passively listen and acknowledge the client, that itself is more than enough to bring down their emotions. And then a response could be when you need some more information, asking door opening question. Door opening in the sense, you should get some kind of information. Just like that, you cannot ask questions. Okay. Then reflection, whatever they say, that you reflect their feelings. Then paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is nothing but whatever they say, you give back in your own language. And sometimes they definitely need guidance and information from us and understanding about their problem and giving back that problem is important. Okay. Next slide, please. Yeah. So when we talk about the door open question, we can use both open and closed questions. So what are these open questions? See, when you are asking for details, for example, what is this closed question and open question? I would give a simple example. Like suppose if you are going to ask, what did you have for your for your breakfast? That's open, because you might have had anything. You might have had a porridge, you might have had fruits, you might have had milk, or you might have had bread or noodles, whatever it is. It's an open question. Suppose if I ask you, did you add porridge or soup for your breakfast? That means they have only two options. Either they have to say, I had porridge, or they have to say soup. So that is closed-end questions. So it is always better you ask open-ended question, so that try to avoid the closed question unless you need some information or you don't want more information. You ask only open questions where the client themselves will come out with more answers. So questions allow us to make an accurate assessment of the client's issues and guide and focus our clients so we can make most effective use of the counseling session. So the questions are very, very important, because only questions going to bring you the content of the issue. What is the issue? What is this child is going through? But used inappropriately, question can impede communication and block client disclosure. Sometimes if you're really going to ask like an interview, What is your name? How did you do that? What is your mother doing? What's your father doing? What is your family background? Whether you are living in a joint family or a close. If you are just going to post, the client may become blocked and he will stop disclosing. So you should not drill the questions, drill the clients with your questions. So questions also should be used very appropriately. That's very important. And questioning is one skill which is also very essential for counseling. Next slide, please. Open questions usually elicit fuller and more meaningful responses by encouraging the clients to talk at greater length. So when the question is open, they can bring whatever they have in their mind. It's like a free association of Sigmund Freud. Okay, so they can even sometime, if no, that is the need, they can talk at a greater length. Open questions typically begin with what, how, could, would, or why, and are useful to help begin an interview, to help elaborate the client story, and to help bring out specific details. With open questions, the client can choose the content and direction of the session. So whatever he wants to emphasize and whatever he is talking or whatever information he wants to deliberate, he has a choice what he wants to share in open question. And be careful when using why questions and questions that are leading in nature. You should not ask question why, because that might sometimes will trigger the client. And sometimes the leading question like how could have happened, that also will change the direction of the expression, whatever they want to express. Next slide, please. Questions that begin with why often cause the client to intellectualize and can lead to a discussion of reasons. Suppose if you are going to ask why did you do that? Then they will start thinking. But in the first session, what is essential is the emotional sharing. Their emotions should come down so that they'll be able to think clearly. But if you are going to ask why question, they may start thinking with the emotional upheaval, which is not going to be a right kind of clear thinking. That's why we should avoid why question. The why question also may cause a client to begin to rationalize or intellectualize their problem, when what we really want them to do is to explore the deeper meaning and feelings behind their issues. It may cause the client to become defensive and to feel put on the spot. Suppose if you are asking, why did it happen? Why did you do that? No, that will make them to be defensive, and then they will start defending, finding the reasons why did they do, rather than leading questions often contain a hidden agenda because the answer or expectation already embedded within the question. Because you already set a direction. What is that you are looking from that question? So that may also mislead the client. Although intended, these types of questions place too much of power into the hands of the professional counselor and tend to push the client into a preconceived direction. Next slide, please. Yeah. So coming to closed questions can be used when professional counselors need to obtain very specific concrete information and get all the facts straight. You can use the closed question, but only when you want certain facts in straight. And then you can use, of course, the closed question. Closed question typically elicit either a yes or a no type of response or provide specific factual information. As I said, what did you have? Did you had no bread or did you had a soup? So it's a direct question. So they are only have the choice of telling either bread or a soup or no, not both. The use of too many closed questions can cause the client to shut down and become passive because, in essence, you're training the client to simply sit back and wait for the next question to come. Okay, so that is why closed questions are not much preferred in an appropriate clinical client or a school counseling setup. It is very important that you ask a appropriate question, which is more of an open question, where that can elicit more expression, because the client has to express all his emotion, pour down all the emotion verbally. In that way, their emotions can come down. Yes. Next slide. Begin with the open. Always, first you have to start with the open question, like a general question. And as you gather information and hear the client story, move to more close questions when you need a specific information to obtain the specific details important for the assessment and the subsequent intervention plan. So coming to the open and closed questions, professional counselors often need to use closed questions to identify and bring out specific details to aid in assessment and treatment planning. In those areas, that is the second session or the third session where you're going to do an assessment and you're going to plan an intervention, you can use a closed question. However, one can often obtain the same information by asking questions to try to refrain from moving too quickly into a close questioning approach unless you are unable to obtain the information otherwise. Next slide. Then another skill. So far, what are the skills we have seen? Attention, listening, empathizing, responding, then questioning. What questioning? It should be a door opener questioning. So you can use either, most preferred questions are open questions. In the later stage of assessment and the planning and intervention, you can of course use a closed question. Coming to paraphrasing. What is paraphrase? Just giving back whatever the client said in your own words. Sometimes that helps. That will help the client to hit, oh, this is what is my problem, when you paraphrase and give it. So paraphrasing is a repeating back your understanding of the material that has been brought by the client using your own words. A paraphrase reflects the essence of what has been said. We all paraphrasing in everyday lives. If you look at your studies to become a counselor or psychotherapist, you paraphrase in the class. No, when you understood some concept and you are expressing the concept, you are paraphrasing. So maybe your lecture brings a body of work and you listen and make notes. You are paraphrasing. As you distill this down, what you feel is important. So when you paraphrase, giving that feeling word is very, very important. Next slide, please. Yes, I just read a question. Is a school psychologist is similar to school counselor? Yes, both terms are interchangeably used. Both are same. School psychologist and the school counselor are the same. Next slide. When you paraphrase, it helps the client to feel both heard and the previous slide, please. Yeah. So when you paraphrase, that helps the client feel both heard and understood. Only when you paraphrase appropriately with a feeling word, when you say what is the problem the client has expressed when in your own words, The client feel both heard and understood. This keys right into the empathy because it's about building that empathetic relationship with the client, and empathy is not a one-way transaction. So first of all, to do a complete counseling, you have to build a empathy relation. You all should be knowing the first step of counseling is building a relationship, building an empathetic relationship. Carl Rogers defines empathy as the ability to perceive the internal frame of reference of another person, whatever meaning he has for his problem, with accuracy and with the emotional components and meaning which pertain there to us, to as as if one were the person, but without ever using as if conditions. Okay, so it is like your the ability to understand other your client's frame of reference. Okay, and that is, it is not enough for us to be 100% in the client's frame of reference. Understanding their true feelings, the client must also perceive that we understood. Otherwise, there's no point. No. So whatever you empathize, you should also respond in an appropriate way. When the client feels at some level that they have been understood, from then the empathy circle is complete. So it is not enough that you understand their frame of reference. It is also important that you respond it appropriately so the client understands, yes, the my uh, psychologist or therapist or counselor has understood what I'm trying to say. Next slide, please. Next slide. Last
왜? 거기가 A양. 거기가 왜이라.
Taran Katan. Okay. Reflecting is showing the client that you have heard not only what is being said, but also what feelings and emotions the client has experienced when sharing this story with you. That is very important. Okay. So it is not just you understand, okay, you understand their frame of reference, you understand their feeling, what feeling they are going through. That is only not enough. They also should understand that the client is experiencing whatever the emotions they are sharing with you. This is sometimes known as the counseling speak, as the music behind the words. Okay, when you listen and you respond, that is kind of a background music for your counseling. Next slide, please. In order to do this, you must listen to how the person says and what they say. For example, they may speak more quickly in communicating enthusiasm or anxiety, more slowly when they are discouraged or so forth. For example, client says, so I'm wondering if you can help me to choose a new major, a pause. I suppose if I did choose, I just screw things up again. Okay. So this is what the client is telling. And you are going to paraphrase and respond. You are feeling hopeless about being able to succeed and you're not too sure anybody or anything will help. Okay. This is a content what the client expressed, but the counselor is putting in her own sentence. That is paraphrasing. Client, I just can't figure out why things have been so difficult here. Everything comes so easily to me in high school. Everyone at home still thinks I'm the smartest guy around, but they have no idea that I'm really just stupid, but it's only a matter of time. So this is the expression of the client. And how does the counselor respond with the paraphrasing? You are embarrassed that you haven't lived up to the other people's expectations of you. You feel like a fraud and that you will be discovered at any time. Okay, this is a feeling and the content what the counselor has shared. Next slide, please. So this facilitates a client's movement from This facilitates the client's movement towards greater self-awareness and greater self-understanding. Because end of the session, the client should have a clear awareness about themselves and understanding about their problem. Okay. So some behaviors you should do, you should try and follow are listen for the feelings. Whatever the students telling, you just look at the feeling word, whether they are sad when they are expressing, whether they are anxious when they are expressing, whether they are upset or they are very angry when they are expressing. Remember that when the person is saying is only a part of the message being communicated to you. How the person says it is extremely important. That is a change in breathing, in the speed of talk, a sigh, a blush, a stammer, or extra emphasis on a particular word. Any of these can be important cues to understand their feelings, which is underlying their expression. So first of all, you must try to understand what is that feeling they are going through and pick up that feeling and give it to them as a response. Frequent or idiosyncratic words which communicates emotions and feelings should also be noted. These verbal behaviors will give you clues on the emotional themes of the client and their repertoire of feeling words. Time or response. Timing is very, very important. You do not need to respond to every comment. You may simply want to smile, nod, or say etc. until there is an occasional opportunity to reflect the feelings of the client. So allow the client to express freely. No, so we need not always, yes, I understood this. Yes, I know you're going through. Need not be. You can just simply listen and then reflect or paraphrase whatever they said. That will make them feel, oh, this person is listening to me. This person is paying attention to me. This person is being with me. Also, this person is understanding my problem. Reflect feelings. As you listen for and find instances of client's expression of affect, reflect these emotions by restarting when she or he is expressing in your own words. That's paraphrasing. Reflecting the feelings, paraphrasing is very important. Next slide, please. Yeah, I'm going to skip this slide. Next slide, please. Okay. See, in responding, you have to respond only the positive responses. You should never give the negative responses. But I think as a teacher, we always have these negative responses. The negative responses are don't advise, don't analyze their problem, don't deny, oh, it's not a big problem. Don't be defensive. Don't generalize, oh, everybody has this problem. Not only you, Ma, everybody, most of the people have this. This is generalizing. The previous slide, please. Yeah. Don't interpret your own meaning for whatever the child says. Don't interrupt also. When they are talking, allow them to express freely. Then don't give, oh, yeah, okay, suppose, no, the information, I think it's not there, it's not necessary. Don't make it in a threatening voice. Do not judge. Do not moralize. Don't order. Don't criticize. Don't probe.
Is
respect.
there anything to submit?
These are
I could.
basic skills. Fine. Now let's move on. Since you're school teachers, what these children generally what are the problems of school children? In a very broad perspective, all of the school children or children who have problem in school would have problem in three areas: either the academic problem, or the behavior problem, or the emotional. So what are the academic problems? They may not get good marks. Okay, they may not be attentive in the classes. These are generally perceived as academic problem, and as teachers we get upset when the child does not get good marks and the child does not listen, sit quietly and listen to us. But we should also understand the child does not get good grades, not wantedly, not purposely. Even that particular child or every child wants to get good mark. There are children, no, like when they come for counseling, they used to share with me, Madam, I want to get good marks like my classmate, but I'm not able to. Why? I also want to write like how he writes, but I don't know. I make lot of mistakes. Why? Because they also long to to be a good student, to get good grades. But however, due to some problem, it could be a biological problem, it could be emotional problem, they are not able to perform as well as the other student. But as a teacher, we always prefer good children. Good children means those who can score very good marks, who are attentive in the class. But not that, we have to change our perception. We should try to include every child in the classroom, because you all know definitely with your teaching experience, you know a class is very very heterogeneous. You will have a bunch full of students who are very good, who studies very well, who understand whatever you're teaching, and definitely there are a bunch of students who don't understand what you're teaching, who are not able to sit in the class, who doesn't pay attention to you. Sometimes some teachers take it in a personal level. This particular student is not paying attention because he doesn't respect me, because he doesn't like my teaching. When you personalize, you get angry. Now that manifests into many many problems. But actually, why do these children have academic problems? Maybe presence of learning disabilities. I hope you all know what is learning disabilities and the various types of learning disabilities, like dyslexia, a problem in reading, dysgraphia, they have problem in processing and writing, and uh, dyscalculia, where they have problem in maths. Then dysgraphia is writing the letters. They cannot write on the line. One letter is big, one letter is small. This is dysgraphia. So there are many types of learning disability. The child may be suffering with any one of this, and that is why the child may not be able to perform well in the academics. And also maybe presence of attention disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, where the child will not be able to pay attention even for 1 minute and cannot be very restless, moving here and there and there. And also they are very impulsive. That is, they can't wait for their opportunity. They are always on the move. They can't make a decision. They are very restless and take the decisions very immediately. These are the children without thinking the consequences. They take decisions. So that is impulsivity. And these children cannot sit. They are very, very restless in the class,
and we get irritated with them. And probably the children who have a moderate level of IQ or a lesser level of IQ, so they also may not able to perform very well. So what should we do for these academic problems? First, assessment is more important. So refer to a school psychologist for the assessment if you find the child is not able to perform. And one criteria for the children with learning disability is they are very intelligent. They look very smart. Only when it comes to reading and writing, they will not do. That is a criteria for the learning disability. So suppose you find the children not able to uh, children not able to perform very well in the academics, probably presence of learning disability. And if you find the children very restless, impulsive in the classroom, you refer them for an assessment. And suppose if the child is no intellectually mild, I won't say mentally retarded. We are not supposed to use the term mentally retarded. However, the child may be with a little less of intelligence. So what can we do about these? So first of all, assessment, and then the remedial education. Definitely there are a lot of interventions have come for ADHD, ADD, learning disabilities, remedial education, intellectually challenged, remedial education. So you can send them for this kind of a special intervention, and they can definitely perform very well, though not very high marks, definitely with remedial and intervention and some kind of confidence building, that as a teachers only we have to build that. Because one of the psychologist Eric Byrne, he says all the children born in this world have potential. Every child has born as a prince and a princesses. Everybody has potential, and only the parents and the people around them make them as frogs, because they say, no, oh, you are not good in this, you're not, your color is not good, your features is not good, you are very shy. So this kind of apprehensions, we keep on giving them this kind of comments, and they learn to accept and think take it as a layers, and the princess or the prince hides inside, and these layers become their face. But we have to very strongly believe that every child has a potential. Every child has a potential, and if not in academics, the child may have potential in some other area. So we have to make the child feel good about whatever potential they have. And that will only help them to build their self-esteem. And coming to behavior problem, they might have different types of behavior problem like stealing, lying, oppositional deviant behavior, anger outbursts, being very angry or aggressive, hitting others, or showing aggression signs. And also they might have emotional problems, being anxious, depression, sometimes personality disorders like OCD, or under sometimes psychotic feature. A lot of studies also coming up with the presence of psychotic features in the teenage population and how to work with them, at the earlier stage, so the intervention could be better and the prognosis can be much better. Okay, next slide, please. So the emotional problems in children are quite common, occurring in about 1/4 of the school children. That is what research study says. And the common childhood emotional problems are anxiety disorders, depression, and manifested behavior problems are aggression and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Although less common, developmental disorders and psychotic disorders in children can have a lifelong impact on the child, on his and her or her family. Next slide. I know, madam, I have till 4:30, so I think I will be able to finish at least by 4:30 to 4:35. Okay. So what are the symptoms and signs of emotional or behavior disorders in children? So they know when they are having an emotional problem or behavior problem, they definitely, their grades will go down. You would have even observed some children who can perform, who were performing very well, suddenly their academics will go down. Then they will show persistent boredom, frequent complaints of physical symptoms such as headaches and stomach aches, sleep or appetite problems like sleeping too much or sleeping too little, or nightmares or sleepwalking. Then behaviors returning to those of younger age, regression, we call it regressing, like bedwetting, throwing tantrums, or becoming clingy. Non-compliant or the aggressive behavior. No, whatever we ask them to do, they will not do, or showing aggressive behavior, more risk-taking behaviors, or showing less concern for their own safety. Like examples of risk-taking behaviors include running in the street, climbing too high, engaging in physical altercations, or playing with the unsafe items, climbing on the trees, going with the no friends in the night time, or even if the parents say don't go, somehow they try to go out and wander. All these are the symptoms of risk-taking behavior. Next slide, please. So when they have an emotional problem, they might either externalize the problem in a behaviors like anger outburst or risk-taking behaviors, or they may internalize. So student with emotional uh, sorry. So students with emotional disorders may internalize or externalize the emotions that could manifest in feelings and behaviors that are not appropriate for their age and are not explained biologically or physiologically. So internalized emotions like include depression, withdrawal, anxiety, excessive fear, excessive remorse, feeling of inadequacy or guilt. They may have auditory or visual hallucination, somatization, or gastrointestinal or cardiopulmonary difficulties. Hyperventilation and avoidance of activity also a symptom of internalizing the problem. Okay, next slide, please. Of course, I mentioned behaviors associated with emotions include aggression, temper tantrums, impulsivity, and non-compliance or destructiveness, whereas behavior associated with the external emotion may be associated with emotional disorders. Individuals with the emotional disorder were uncomfortable receiving attention and were restrained and subdued more frequently. When compared to others, students with the emotional disorder often appear more sad, lonely, or depressed. Next slide, please. Students with emotional disorders may be unable to build and maintain a satisfactory interpersonal relationship with others. They may have difficulty in communicating verbally and non-verbally and experience trouble expressing sympathy, warmth, or empathy. And when placed in situation with culturally similar students, they act inappropriately or incongruently with social norms. They sometimes express unhappiness or depression through aggression, irritability, or withdrawal. Usually they say these children during adolescence, when they have depression, they don't express the depression in the same way as adults. They show more feelings of aggression, irritability, or withdrawal, which is also known as mass depression. They may also engage in inappropriate touching and other offensive behaviors which negatively impact in friendships. These feelings and behaviors are not temporary or situation perfect, but span of all life situations. Furthermore, students with emotional disorder either have poor coping skills and have preferences for few transitions and habitual events. Next slide, please. So looking at the cause, as in any age group, there tends to be no single cause for emotional problem in children. They tend to have number of biological, psychological, and environmental risk factors that contribute to their development. Next slide. So looking at the biological causes, sometimes it could be the brain is often the root source of the development of emotional disorders, and the reasons could be chemical imbalance, brain injury, brain development, malnourishment. Even that is why it is very important for the pregnant mothers to have very nutritive food, because brain is the largest and the first organ developed in the womb, that is in the preterm babies. When the baby is born, if you look at the normal weight of a child is 2.75 kg to 3 kg, but out of that 3 kg, 900 grams is the brain's weight. Okay, you can see the proportion. So the brain is the biggest, largest, important first organ develops. Experiencing a trauma with or without a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder negatively affects even the brain processing and can lead to emotional and behavior problem. Genetics also plays a part in the development of emotional and behavior problems, although the exact link remains unclear. Next slide, please. So developmental causes, if you look at the development causes, development refers to the lifelong process of changing and maturing. Every stage of life has tasks that must be completed successfully for the mental health and life satisfaction. When a child's development is disrupted and problematic, there can be negative consequences for the mental health and cognitive growth. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are the traumas, psychological causes. Then definitely the home life, which is very, very important in a child's. Parents are the vital in the healthy development of their children. Some aspects of parenting or the home environment can definitely contribute to the emotional problems. These include significant chronic stress in the home. It could be due to finance, it could be due to the parental arguments, the misunderstanding, or the family setup, or alcoholic father, the family member. It could be anything, but chronic stress in the home, lack of structure, authoritarian parenting style with rigid excessive rules and punishments. I'll just complete now and then we will have a small question answers. Permissive parenting style, inconsistent expectations and disciplines, disinterested, distant parents, abuse in the family, violences and general dysfunctions in the home, more negative than positive interactions in the home, creating and maintaining a healthy, positive, loving environment is healthy for everyone is home and definitely for the children. Next slide. I think next slide. So presence of the, how does this problem arises first of all? Manifestation, presence of learning disability or ADHD leads to poor self-esteem, which leads to emotional or behavior problem. Next slide, please. Multiple factors or potential causes of emotional behavior disorders. Okay. However, knowing the biology, developmental and parenting and the home environment contribute to the emotional and behavior disorder will help you take measures to give school children positive experiences throughout the child and teen years of school life. Thank you. Thank you. I'll end my session with this and we can have one or two questions if time permits. Madam, can we have question?
Thank you so much. Yes, our time is already 4:29 in my laptop. I'll pose the questions to you straight away, ma'am. The first one is, can you explain total and active listening?
Okay.
Differences between total and active listening.
Differences between?
total and active listening.
Total and active listening. Okay. Total listening is listening to the content of the story with their behavior, with their feelings. See, whenever, suppose a child expresses, okay, today my uncle bet me and I was feeling bad about it. I was very shameful. Okay. So what is the story? The uncle has bet the child. Okay. That is the story. What is the feeling? The child is feeling very sad and feeling very shameful. That is the feeling. So you have to understand the story and the feelings. And the child may say, so I don't want that uncle to come my home, or if he is there, I don't want to go home. The child may say. So what is the situation? The child does not want to go to school, home, or the home is not very conducive for the child. This is the understanding. So when the total listening is understanding to the feelings of that particular child and the story, what she is trying to say, and what is the behavior of that child at that point of time. She doesn't like home. That's the behavior. So you have to understand the total context when the child shares something. And coming to active listening, you have to listen to both verbal and non-verbal messages. The child may verbally say something, but when she verbally saying, suppose the child is crying, then you should understand the problem is very, very intensive because the child is crying. Okay. So NLP talks a lot about this eye movements, So suppose when you talk, when the child talks, his eyes rolled up to the right side means he is thinking. To the left side means he's cooking up. Okay. So observing both non-verbal and the verbal messages is active listening, and both should be done.
Right. Thank you. The second one is, which guidance will be more appropriate to provide for a student before entering into a world of work?
Okay, career guidance is very, very important. In career, what they have to look into is what is their interest, what is their aptitude. Sometimes the child may have an interest in a particular area because of the fascination. However, he may not have the aptitude for that.
Right.
Okay, so career assessment and career guidance is very, very important.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we can have one more question. It's and the last one is, that question is, how do we maintain balance between maintaining discipline in the classroom and being a counselor for students?
Yes, very good question. That's very hard. In fact, even I go through as a HOD of the department, I have to discipline the students and at the same time being empathetic. However, when we set few goals and be very firm and make the children understand very clearly, no, you let them know that this is the discipline in the classroom expected. If not satisfied, this would be the consequence the very beginning of the classroom. Okay, that is very important, but it should be very few, not many rules in a classroom. It should be few rules but very firm rules, so the students has a very clear understanding this is what expected in the classroom. Okay, coming to the counseling, see, when you teach, they have to have their discipline in the classroom setup. So you cannot be a counselor during a teaching or a classroom setup. So it can be a veranda counseling, or it can be a veranda counseling outside the class, or it can be after school hours. You bring the you notice something in a child, or you get some complaint about the child. Don't process that in the classroom setup. Rather, take the child separately, sit with them and talk to them. Okay,
Right.
that is where you have to differentiate. And in the classroom, a teacher is a teacher and she's very firm about these rules. That should be the understanding of the children. And of course, I can always approach my teacher whenever I need help outside the class.
Right. I think there's another question which is linked to the one which you had answered just now. This one will be the real last one. Is it right to give counseling to students when we teachers are not professionally trained?
Okay. See, maybe you are not professionally right. Of course, you can learn the skills by doing some courses. However, you can, as I mentioned earlier, if you just listen to them, pay attention to them, allow them to talk, express whatever they are built up, which they cannot express with anybody, 50% of the counseling is over. And then if you feel there is a problem, because and especially the current scenario, the parents are both the parents working, there is no time to spend with the children are longing for listening ears. No, they can blabber anything, simply listen to them. That itself is counseling. And when you pay attention and when you listen, they understand that this person is being with me, this person is caring for me. Okay, that itself will strengthen the child's confidence and a good feeling. I think they'll be able to manage their problems. And of course, then later, if you feel they need furthermore assistance, you can refer to them as psychologist.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I think I'm going to close this session with a comment in the chat box, which says that, ma'am, you are amazing. Thank you so much for your informative and interesting speech.
Thank you.
All right, Moya.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Ms. Chami, and thank you, Professor
I
Thanbozi, for that.
want to apologize for my technical glitch. Finally, I have to use my mobile phone.
Yes.
It's
We are
all
facing
right,
the same
ma'am. We
problem
understand.
here.
Yes, we understand that there can be technical issues. So I think everybody knows that those are risks that we have while doing things online. But I believe that your session was very fruitful, and the teachers were very, very interested in what you had to present to us. So thank you once again, ma'am. All right, so kan session chu venatan kan zowa kan tumai khan kan nei Twitter deva chan chu kan speaker te khan naktu kan nei ai kha voina mi lo son ma sa thing em ti wang khan session pakhatin kan extend ta amai ro chu kan attend tha in ka shia kan claim pha em loving ka shia amai ro chu data lo zo ta deu tele har san nei ta deu kha kan oma mai ro chu do thei takin kan lo hak sam samal lo mom hle me ya chon feedback link ka kha chata khan kan ron post to a kha kha lo chang cha cha lo voi khat chan kha atok o voi khat ai tam kan lo ti pal ani pona poilova amai ro chu voi kha atok ani ti kha kan soi du ani ye chuan kan convener lo tang khan soi du te omem Dr. Mapari, Professor Mapari.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Moya. Alom, ome, vina hun chatak kan mang theya. Participants zong te atira changin tun darli le min somli ni to jing dar so ma chang khanin chanhem ngai takin in ron telatin chat box po alun khop mai ti la comments te chatak tak tin questions te po kha chatak tak chan sen lo kha in ron da alom om ka ti in intellectual level le kami in inattention kha again yang aropui engkima khanin thatakin in ron participate thia lo om ka ti ati chuan naktuka kan session tur chung changa hianin nikina kan host moya khanin aron soi tura ngai ta ila kan detail in ron soi nga kan resource person pakhat ama saber kha chu tu na khan kan mang zo ta chia adang panin la oma pakhat khanin har satna aron nei thut awangin naktuka hian resource person clinical psychologist kan brochure lang lo kha aron tel do na chu chu Dr. Moya khanin ron soi chiang ta se acha ang in zawai chunga lom thu kan soye Moya.
Yes, miss. Nia kan resource person ina asoyang khan naktu ka hian session patni kan neyanga Professor Silal from Kimavar te kha pakhatania chuan ani kana hun pa ngai kharon manganga chuan amalova kha chuan Dr. Laramro ati khan hunaron mangdon ani ani clinical psychologist tania Aizawl West College tuna hen assistant professor ni mekania ani hian psychological first aid chung chang ron so yang mizo trong in as soi thei tura po kan nga ya chumi ni wa chan understanding po kha chiang le zwal tura kan ngai chon nak tu ka kan session kha hun pa nga ya thau kan brochure in jiang khan dar som ni lovin som pakhat le minute som panga a kan tranang o dar som a kan son ma don lo tina ni chu som pakhat le minute som panga a kan session ni kan trananga chuan lunch break khan yanga chon technical session 3 Professor Kamal Uddin Aya Khan Dr. Lerem Ruatin Hunarot Mangdon ani chona bak chu angai vekin hun kha kaldon ti kha kan han soitelani e chuan an secretary kha engamo soi belngai te mem
ri lowe tuna tak chuanin tuna kan soi
ani chuan photo session avani do me ve te ro kan ma bak chu
nya video ka han on vekila
video en vat no ha kan la don nia
group photo la ka ngai tlat
agreed form in kan da
kan secretary khan nal to in run la ro se
chimde olip chena ka lak nahi
group sang sangai ron post kual
ti khan ang poster charo in lan te kan ang lo china
page 2 te page 3 te poka grace la zel
la pevek
lo count zel se in rin theinan
post ko ni taw
iyo bang
kala page
kan tam to lo le hal
chuak
thenan om nu
alo chuak man na ka chu thla group photo lang ve lo ni mai alo om som de kan lang nga ni mai
zani samret panga chi tu ne kan om
mani lan na ka chu dile lo screenshot ve la greeting da ka chan mo group main ron da khom don nya ala kim vek lo ve china achang he
nia mi pakatan la kim vek hara kan screenshot ka thek ak te kan yelo lo ve za buk le tro ngal tam to video in ka share grace tro
kala page ro last page ni ka share ka om na hi last page ni ka share
on kala charger hai pek sang sang kha
video on lo in omem video on lo in omin ka ria
on no nom no last
video on lo khan on vek ro le
on thelo tan chon apoi chong lo ma se ka don
tu ka kan resource person tu po ko mo ro spotlight ka ran dang lo lo om ro se ron bye zai
lang lo ve mail po lang thelo ka song
kala page le nya de khan lo om ze ro
kan la don mi
kan la mek sel to zo o kan la chan chok zo
lo in post
in poster ro
poster
doctor leram bati chuga po kha elo kan kan hun miron mat sak the do na lo thu kan soi lo
video on chu tika chong kan la kim chuan ka share anak tu kan host tu khang ro spotlight da kan da lo
tur aron lang chat mai mai zami bula thu la kan pole mai thei ni
kan nak tu kan resource person tu kha ban lo phar lok se spotlight da kan da
feedback kha fe khata to page 1 chu feedback chu
quarantine
no mom le mai mang
session chu sava o in zavain mang tha choi tu ve kula choi tu in pole dia don nia
nak tu ka thatharin kan ron tel don nia